Hey.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Oh, what was that? That was kind of cool, whatever that was.
Oh,
Apparently one of you is piloting a jet.
Yeah, I got a jet just went overhead. It's nice here. The windows are open. Sorry about that.
Yep. We got a picture of Jimbob here working on his premises.
It's actually not a bad picture. It kind of represents what we wish a little more out of for Jimbob. Because
David's here, Lori Hayes.
Yeah, David, good to see you, buddy. We were talking about you today because we kind of miss having you around.
So Mommy's here and Azo's here and who else? Speed Romans, James Apperson. Oh my God, he exists.
He does, and I'm glad to see he's at least well enough to be able to move his fingers on a keyboard.
Good. Anyway, I should probably put out a link for James because I don't think I did that. No, if I change the pairing midstream, it won't stop pairing, will it?
You can't pair during the stream, but he can join.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Once it starts, then you can't use the pair link anymore.
Okay. So the pair link doesn't work. Okay. I can put that in. I'll send you one, James.
Well, I don't know. It seems like. Do you want to go ahead and put the link out there so that Jimbob can't say he doesn't know how to join our stream?
Okay, but we're going to try to keep it limited, guys. Don't all climb in.
Okay. Well, now that we're going, he wants me to essentially repeat why his premise one is bullshit, and I'd like to take a little bit of time to do that. Not a lot of time, just
because it's a category error.
Yeah, it's a category error. It's using the English language wrong, and can you put the premise up there on the screen once again, just so it can be visible to everybody? Is that doable?
Have I done it already? Before we're done.
Can you do it right now?
Have you looked at the screen lately?
I have not. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this premise one, the one I'm referring to,
Scott,
Bob, if you're listening.
Scott, do you think you're dealing with an amateur here?
I'm not. You're actually a consummate professional, and I just wanted to extend that compliment to you.
I'm afraid of Jimbob because he doesn't like men with emotions, and I'm afraid he's going to hurt me. Okay, that's why I'm afraid of Jimbob.
I'm afraid he won't get me a nice birthday present when it's my birthday. That's my fear. But premise one, effects of physics are neither more true or false than any other effect of physics.
There you go.
That's just a bullshit statement. An effect of physics is a thing. It is. It either is or is not. It's real or it's not. And you make propositions about effects of physics, and those propositions can refer to those effects of physics and be either true or false, but the things themselves are not true or false. It's a category area. It doesn't apply. It's incoherent.
Right. There are things that we could consider effects of physics that are not in the category of things that human beings would consider truth-bearing or things that could be true or false. And that is why it's a category.
I almost said babe. Jimbob. Let's say I did agree with your premise in a previous stream. I've told you in the side chat, had you gone on to read any more, that doesn't matter. My my position right now is that it's incoherent, and that's what you need to deal with. You don't need to deal with the past. And yes, I'm a human being. I change my points of view sometimes. Now, I'm not saying I did. I don't recall ever agreeing with effects of physics or neither. I don't ever recall agreeing with that. But let's say I did. Now, please get that nuance. Let's say I did. Let's just suppose, let's hypothesize that I did. It doesn't matter because my position is different now. And I just gave my reason for disagreeing with that position. And if you talk to other competent logicians and people like that, they have even worse things to say about your argument. But as far as the premise, it is not sound at all. So, but you can please come on and talk to us about it. I'd be very happy to. And like I said, I apologize for being rude and impertinent earlier. That's just how I am sometimes, and I'm trying to improve as a human being. I'm trying to get over my flaws, and that was an instance where I need to get over that.
Right. Okay. Oh wow, what is echoing? Disclaimer: I am very lightheaded right now to the point of being nauseated, and I may have to bail. So anyway. But I'm hoping to tough it out.
We're pulling for you. We know you're tough, Mike, but if it gets to be too much, we understand.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know.
That's why we got to get you fixed, man. We got to get you fixed.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Enough of all this bull crap here.
Yeah. We made big strides yesterday toward getting me fixed. Okay, well, Bob was doing his thing. I was under a CT scanner for 4.5 hours. So,
did they get good pics and everything then?
No, they couldn't because my heart kept flipping around.
So, what does TBE mean? To be equal? TBE? What's that?
I have no idea.
Three blind elephants? I don't know.
You can't just
okay. Well, Jimbob, at this point, I really am concerned about your perception of reality. Here's what I'm thinking. I don't know. I don't know about your education level. I don't know anything about you. I do not agree with your premise.
I think it's thick between the ears, Scott. So
because what you're saying, true or false, does not apply to effects of physics.
Yeah, so we don't agree with premise one. Okay, premise one, and we don't agree with the implications when you add premise two, and you add premise your conclusion. That is where you jump the category, and between the two things, the categories are things to which we can apply true and false conclusions, which would be truth-bearing things. Which is a very limited subset of things in the universe, right? And or things in human culture and language and philosophy. And you jump between human culture, language, and philosophy and things in the world. And those are the two categories. There are many things in the world that have nothing to do with what humans and their propositions and their logic think about them. And then you conflate the two. And it's that fucking simple, and you don't seem to get it. You keep saying, "Oh, they don't understand that propositions are things too."
Really?
Fuck.
Hey, I've been summoned.
Hey, deconverted man.
I smelled logic.
Smelled the blood in the water.
We put the lobster signal up as quick as we could.
But anyway, I don't think have you watched Jimbob's video from yesterday? Me and Scott have not.
No, I did the 3 videos and then I was done. I moved on.
Moved on? Apparently not, because you're here.
Well, I'm here, but I have to be here for your guys.
I was there. Jimbob and a lot of other folks complimented my voice, and I really appreciate all the compliments on my voice. So.
Yes. Yeah, and they made fun of my lisp.
So, no, not that.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you guys have been telling me for years.
Well, that ruins your argument.
Yeah, you were telling me you don't really have a lisp, and I keep telling you, yeah, I fucking do. It's really bad. And yeah, okay.
In regards to the argument, as I've already stated, and the my short video, Jimbob's Just the Argument, this is the primary one that it breaks as far as logical fallacies. There's other logical fallacies in the argument, but this is the big one. And so you have two conflicting things. If you thought that the argument was valid, you have a paradox. The law of non-contradiction negates paradox. So you cannot have an argument that is a true paradox. It's like saying if logic is, if there's a logical fallacy in the argument that I'm presenting now, then logic stops functioning. Premise 2, lobsters exist. Conclusion, logic stops functioning. Well, there was a logical fallacy in premise 2. So the first premise said that if that was the case, then logic had to stop functioning. So, but if logic stops functioning, then you can't use a logical argument at all, then, can you? But, and so you'd be going around in circles. But this is the one and the only trick of presuppositionalism, is to assert in various different ways that logic only works if there's a God. That's the typical presup one. This is just a spin on that. Nothing new under the sun. It still violates the law of non-contradiction. That's all there is to it. End of story. Thanks for playing. But I am grateful for the extra subs that I got, and it's very tempting to keep doing videos on him. But I said I was going to do the 3. I did the 3, and I'm good. There's other people to look at. There's other videos to analyze for logical fallacies. So,
yeah, it's really fun to try to understand how they think. And like Jimbob and his posh friend, he's this guy, I think he has a British accent and he sounds really intellectual, but he's just as thick as Jimbob. And they don't quite get what we're telling them. And they keep saying, oh, you guys don't get it. And we say, oh, you guys don't get it. And somewhere in the middle is a very, very thick discussion that needs to be had about what a proposition is, what truth is, what physicalism is, what fucking theism is, and all of that. So the reason that I do this is because these blatant idiocies that these believers come up with lead me into a rich vein of philosophy that I like to discuss.
You committed a logical fallacy. Get over yourself. Breaks, whatever you want to put it. I'm a little bit tired, by the way. But I can still do actual logic, unlike you, who does pretend logic, Jimbob.
When we talked about it before, when Deconverted Man was on too, it's adding God doesn't change anything either. It's still just as good or just as bad of a premise, God or not. So it's unnecessary.
I mentioned logic, the law of non-contradiction. That's the logical that's the law of logic that you broke in your silly syllogism that doesn't work, cannot work. It fails because it is incoherent, as I already have said many times. But it breaks the law of non-contradiction, and it commits other fallacies. But the other fallacies aren't as erroneous, bad as breaking the law of non-contradiction. But again, that's all the precept has. That's all they ever have. They're not interested in having a conversation. They're not interested in learning anything new. The preceptor does precept to pretend that they've won so that they can shut down the conversation, so that they can feel justified in winning before you even debate. And I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in actual logic and actual reason and getting to a good argument, which maybe Jimbob was starting to try to do by reformatting the argument. But of course, as he was reformatting the argument, he was making new fallacies in the new argument. I tried to get him to clarify if I had captured the new argument, but he didn't want to respond to that. So
Is this the reformatted version?
No, this is not the reformatted one. He was doing that when we were talking live, but it doesn't matter. He's not interested in reformatting it. Like many apologists, I dare say all apologists, they cannot and will not admit to even one logical fallacy in an argument. In this case, the whole argument fails because the law of non-contradiction negates the entire argument. There is no argument here. Period. End of story. That's it.
It's a juvenile attempt at philosophy.
It is not an argument. It just fails completely. The law of non-contradiction says no to paradox. You cannot make an argument that is a paradox. That's it.
Yeah.
You're done. All right. Well, anyways, guys, have fun with Bobby, Jim. I did. Like I said,
I'm dying to see.
I'm grateful for the boost in my sub count. It's cool. It's going to go back down because I'm going to do other people and move on and whatnot. Yeah. But, it's an interesting study in human psychology and pattern seeking and, I don't know, just with the Dunning-Kruger effect and other things. But, it goes back to when we analyzed Seitan Bergengate versus Matt Dillahunty, we got to 200 fallacies some odd plus. Precepts cannot actually argue. They can't. They won't have an actual argument. They won't do an actual debate.
They'll do because
they don't have that capacity. They don't know logic or they don't care. I don't know which one is which. I don't know. Maybe they know logic and just disregard it. I don't know. But I think that there would be an interesting study to do on the psychology of preceptors. There might be something there worth exploring. Yeah. But there's a no-win game. Do you want to play? Too bad, you've already lost. I'm not interested in that. That's all Precept has to offer. And I think that Bob, he's probably a good guy. He seems like he's he's intelligent. It's just, whether he drove the audience or the audience drove him to get where he is now, it's going to be very difficult for him financially if that's his, I don't know if it is his only job, but if YouTube stuff is his only job or primary source of income, it'd be awfully hard for him to change his ways.
Yeah, if he admitted that he was wrong, what would happen?
He might lose subs. So maybe we need to make a what is it? That charity that does the work for the priest that gives them a job to do that's not a priest. I can't remember its name, but something like that. But for apologists, maybe we need to have a way that we can ensure that they have a job after they stop being an apologist. There's no guarantee of that. Not on YouTube. I mean, even if he says
it's called the Clergy Project.
Yeah, the Clergy Project. Thank you. That's it. The Clergy Project.
We could hook him up with that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's not a clergy, but I mean, there's got to be something like that. But for apologists, it'd be a good thing to have because, he's got the sunk cost there. He has to, if that's your primary income, I mean, maybe if you stop doing Precept, you could make money doing some other apologetic versions. But I mean, you've got a built-in audience. Why risk it? Right. And then especially if you yourself buy into your own stuff, then, I don't know. But the illogic is clear. It's obvious to anybody that's even glanced at, the various different fallacies that exist. The law of non-contradiction, the other laws of logic also, would be negated by this argument. So you can't have the argument is basically the reducto is very simple. If lobsters exist, then Jimbob is wrong. Lobsters exist, therefore Jimbob is wrong. Anyone can play a silly game and then play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But again, I think he at his core, I want to believe he's a good person. He's just in the wrong field. You know, precept does that to you. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he's a good guy. I don't want to say bad things about the person. I'm just interested in the arguments. And so, anyways, that's all I've got. Yeah, law of non-contradiction. That's what you were up against. And, you know, and really, at the end of the day, you could just run this through ChatGPT there, and it will tell you the same thing about it. It will tell you all the fallacies this argument has. You know, it's not a perfect. Oh my God, it's not a perfect bot. It's not a perfect system, but it's pretty darn good at spotting fallacies. It might put me out of a job. Probably not. All right, guys, take it easy. I've been up all night, so thanks, Insomnia. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Jimbob, hey, look, tell you what, I will debate you, but you'll have to agree to all the rules that I'll have for you. And if you want to know what those rules are, you can email me, deconvertedman1@gmail.com, and it will be on my channel, and I'll have somebody moderate it that I trust.
What the fuck is the view?
But yeah.
That means it won't be one of us.
Yeah, well.
Good night. Get the hell out of here now.
All right. Peace out, everyone. And Jimbob, thanks for the stuff. Thanks for all the good things. And may reason and logic guide you and yours always. Finn.
Oh, while we're throwing olive branches, I did enjoy Jim Bob's impersonation of oh dang, now his name is slipping right off the end of my tongue. Jordan Peterson.
Oh my
Jordan
God.
Peterson. He does do a great impersonation of Jordan Peterson. I got to give it to him. It was very funny. I enjoyed it. So
yeah, I think if his channel did nothing more, I would be the biggest fan. So
yeah, I actually enjoyed that part of it. You know, the imitations and the mockery. I was agreeing with him, believe it or not. So I don't understand how you can see that stuff sounds like such nonsense,
right?
And yet when we're hearing him, we're hearing the same thing. So
yeah. Anyway, okay, can we play this video? You think?
Sure.
Okay, might be fun, might be not. I don't know. Come on, give me the.
Start out with more of a. Well, we're going to look at the guy you guys know as Answers in Atheism, who you see in the chat a lot,
Speed of sound.
biting at my heels. Now he went on and made a video calling me a coward. He titled it
"You Are
Jimbob the Coward and His Philosophy," spelled like floss, and
making fun.
we're just going to look.
Notice how he's not come onto our
intellectual prowess.
stream, and he's nipping it at heels.
House friends. Now, keep in mind, our buddy Taco, the more excitable atheist who does videos on me, the guy Jimbob, that guy, he at least keeps some other atheists honest. You'll see as I bring this up. So
I don't keep you.
Check out my
guys
shirt.
honest.
It's Oshkosh Bagosh.
Yeah, what the fuck is up with these shirts?
there was a Columbo episode where he got called out in the middle of the night and he showed up to the crime and he still had his pajamas on.
Yeah, that's kind
and Jimbob was so up in arms he couldn't sleep. I guess he had deconverted man's insomnia that he left his pajama shirt on. Although I do like it. Yeah, sometimes you got to check yourself. Make sure you changed your clothes.
Yeah, look at these two. These two anti-feminist buddies that shared a motel or a hotel room together. I don't know what was happening there with these shirts, and I don't really understand. I don't know what's happening there. I don't get it. Anyway, I'm just saying there's some problems.
And the little thingy there, all I could do was stare at that little curl of hair hanging on the forehead. I just
yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm very I like that. I don't go out in public unless my hair is good because
Well, that's really cool. That's kind of like a C shape, and I don't know if you know or not, but the human brain develops with a lot of little C shapes inside of it.
I thought it was supposed to be like Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley.
I don't know. I think
Remember he had the little greasy squiggle on his forehead.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's trying to show us his caudate nucleus or his maybe I don't know, fornix. Yeah, they're all C-shaped. Anyway, okay, let's see what he says.
There's no reason why we can't start right now. Take down the clown music here. So yeah, this is this guy's channel. Again, I don't have any problem punching down on smaller channels. If they mention my name and they go at me, look at my Superman curl.
I could use a few subs if he wants to punch on my channel.
I don't care. I'll go right after you. Okay, call me a coward. Is that what you're calling me?
Yeah, you're a coward.
Yeah.
Right. Call me a coward. I give you
slimy pig snake coward. Pig snake
the link every time, dude.
No, you don't.
Every single
you
time.
asshole. You have to watch your fucking shit for 3 hours before you put the link up. And after 3 hours, this old man is ready for a nap. Like, no. Fucking
Yeah, because it has to be a genuine offer or not a disingenuous offer to come on your
right. Answer my fucking email. Okay.
Like we have a link ready for Jimbob to click on right at the top of the side chat, and he's still complaining about, oh, the wrong people have wrenches, that kind of thing.
Who's making pedal?
Now he's saying that people are making pedal accusations. So all of which is still cowardly because you won't click on that. And
I don't know who's making accusations.
Speed has offered many times to come on and talk to you, yet you ain't having it. So
2 emails I've sent so far. Do I have to send 3 so you'll fucking respond and set something up? I mean,
a lot of excuses.
All I ask is that we fix a time and I coffee up and get ready and nap up and I'm all set and at my, the best that I can be. And then I'll come onto your channel, but I'm not going to wait for 3 hours for you to put a fucking link out. And the other thing, you don't put a link, you call it a call-in. Like it's not a fucking call-in show. There's no phone number to call in. Okay, it's a fucking link, StreamYard. Jesus Christ, get your terminology straight. Oh, I love how they play the sex card, but clearly, they can't handle women. Oh my God! Listen, anybody that thinks that Jimbob and Andrew Wilson are good guys ought to listen to them talk to a feminist, and talk and hear the condescending bullshit that these people put up. It's just unreasonable. It just turns my crank. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think your chat was too out of line there. I was looking. There was some back and forths going on there, so.
I don't know who accused them.
That's what happens with the back and forth. So
I didn't see anybody accuse them of shit. I don't know.
No.
Anyway, okay. Oh, Hank, we don't want to talk to you, Hank. I listened to you yesterday.
Hey, I got plenty when I was over there in your chat, Jimbob. So no room to talk there.
Okay.
Say, get up here. Get up here. Can't do it. Now, this is another pathetic attempt at trying to counter my first arguments against atheism, defeater to physicalism. And they just can't get around it. They try, and I can tell they really want to, but they can't do it because it's impossible to. It's logically impossible.
Jimbob, are you still out there? I showed your argument to a professor of philosophy. And all he did was sputter and look at me like, what the fuck are you showing me? And he grades about 100 papers a week of basically first and second year college kids. And if one of them had turned that in, he would have probably shit a brick. I mean, it's okay. Sorry.
Possible. And it's not even my argument. It's just reformulated. It's just reformatted.
Reformatted.
Someone like, I think it was Bonson that made some pretty good arguments against physical molecules being rational.
Oh my God.
Similar. But it's great to see them reeing and crying about it because they have nothing. They got nothing. So let's just peek in and see how bad it actually is over at these channels. Okay, so you see that comment down there? It says, this is our breakfast tacos, says you should be addressing their arguments. He's already calling them out because they spent the first 10 minutes telling stories and I don't know.
Yeah.
We're social. We're social. What, you know, I mean, come on.
Well, his channel, he says, come on in. And then it's 3 hours before he puts out a link. That's all he does is show his beavers screaming or whatever the fuck they are screaming.
Yeah, we were only going for 10 minutes. That's a lot better than an hour, 3 hours.
Yeah. What is this Bonson argument you mentioned? Can you link that, Jimbob? Have I given Jimbob a wrench yet?
Well, I think once again, he referred to like molecules not being rational or something like that.
Yeah. So I'd like to hear this Bonson argument.
Yeah, but see, he may be once again thinking in terms of effects of physics are neither more true nor more false than whatever. And once again, it's a category error. You know, he's using the language wrong. Yeah, you can fuse English words together and make sentences, but those sentences sometimes don't make sense and they're nonsense. And that's what's happening when you apply that kind of language. To say a molecule is not rational.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
I just don't know what you mean by that. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, there's a much bigger discussion, and I want to defend creationists and religious people when they ask physicalism to make an account for that. They are asking a question that we need to answer, and I'm always willing and ready to answer. The problem is that when I start answering it, they do what Rebecca did when I started telling her how a liver evolved. Oh, no, I don't want to hear all that technical stuff. It's like, I don't want to hear the details. I just want you to tell me how the liver evolved. But I want you to tell me how it evolved without talking about anything having to do with livers evolving. And it's like, they do it constantly with physicalism. They say, how do you physicalists support rationalism and truth values and ethics and morals and all of that? And then they want to gish gallop you to the next topic before you can even begin to answer the fucking question. Because the question would take us hours and hours and hours of communication in order to answer to you how this works, how we think propositions exist in a physical world, and how they can have how they can be truthy. Anyway, okay, we're not getting very far in a video. And Stephanie's complaining that we're insulting people.
Let's roll it.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jimbob. I'm not going to insult you no more. I really like your beard. I like it a lot.
Oh, Steph was pointing out that, yeah, Jimbob calls plenty of names, insults all kind of people.
Yeah, but
then he's, crying over there, and it's like, oh, come on, dude.
Steph was, slapping us.
That's just being a weenie. I mean, come on, man. You want to be all, quote, locker room talk, right? And everybody's, going back and forth, and we're just going to let it slide. Then, you got to do it too. I mean, come on. Dish it out. You got to take it. So,
did the author of this live show his face? Which face are you talking about? That one? You want to see that shit?
Oh no!
You want to see that shit? Okay. Anyway, let's see. What else? What other complaints do we have? Can we see?
And yes, I go on camera a lot too. I just not on right now. It's not a big deal. So
hang on there a second. What the fuck is going on over here?
Scott goes on. We've all been on camera here. It's not.
You don't want to see it.
Some days we're just lazy. That's all.
I don't give a damn if anybody sees my face or not, but I normally just put up photos or AI generated.
I'm 73 years old. When I go look at my face in the mirror, I don't want you guys to have the same reaction that I have.
I don't have the great office like Mike has there. I got junk in my background, so I got to have my.
Talk about fucking.
I like to put my screen up.
Talk about junk. I mean, God, I got junk everywhere.
That looks great compared to my pile of junk.
Psychedelic rotator up there, which is not rotating right now.
A lot of square footage.
Yeah, I got a lot of square footage in this office. It's a big fucking room, which I like. I need a bigger room. Somebody said we need to get a smaller house because there's only 2 of us, and no, we need a much bigger house.
Who said that?
I don't know, a whole bunch of people. It's like, oh, what are you guys doing with this big house? It's like fuck.
Well,
you.
if anything, you can if it's big enough, you could set up like a bumper car, rink or something, and really have fun.
Well, I have cats. You know, you have to keep cats indoors, or the eagles will kill them. So cats need a big house. I'm sorry. This is a cat sanctuary. Okay, come on. We're not being serious here,
Insults.
Guys.
At least Breakfast Taco has some really unique delivery. Jimbob.
Get on with it.
Tom Aesthetics $4.99. Either this and we do it right now if I knew it was into a quick form, and I'll respond to it. This is them, babbling on here. Okay. Babbling on.
We do that.
Like a bunch of, atheists, skeptical Keiths.
That's what
babbling on like a bunch of skeptical Keiths.
Skeptical what?
Keiths. I don't know what a Keith is.
I got a cousin named Keith.
That's okay.
Yeah.
By the way, at the TikTok, from me as an atheist, I'm going to wreck some theists today. Okay. Does that sound fun? I'm going to wreck some mess. Did you guys know
on for it's 6 minutes.
Before Wes went to jail, he was a wrestler?
He's still
as a
babbling.
Wrestler, because I was like, that.
He's babbling and telling stories. And what did he just complain about that we were doing?
Yeah, get to the point, Jimbob. Gosh.
He did a deep dive. Here's a clip.
Now he's off on this fucking shit. What the?
Care what color you are.
How are we supposed to take this seriously? He's not getting to the point of the video at all. I mean, what's this?
No. What the fuck?
Showing wrestling? I mean, come on, get to it. What are you goofing around all this time? Come on, you're not serious.
7 minutes. He's got 3 minutes left. Otherwise, no one thinks about race more than racists. Where's Maya's comment here?
It seems he's doing this a lot, talking about other people, and he's doing the same thing. It's like, oh, come on, man. Weak sauce, man.
I found the
We're trying to get
footage. I was like, what? I won't torch you with all of this, okay? Coward. I have to address it. I don't care how small they are. Answers in Atheism, if you're listening. I'm pointing out right now, I give you the link every stream and you never jump on, and you're calling me a coward. But let's see.
He gives me the link 3 hours in. And
you've been on, haven't you?
No, I've been in his chat a couple times, but then
I thought you were on. I thought you were on theirs that one day.
He's never given me a link right at the and the other thing, give me a link, right? Okay. Leaving it up to you, I'm telling you, I like to schedule talks like this because it takes a little bit of energy to do it. So when you said this yesterday, I was actually in a CAT scan listening to you, like sitting in a CT scan with fucking IVs, and they were injecting me with all kinds of weird shit that made me feel hot.
See how you try to tackle this argument.
To appeal to a certain type of audience, one that perhaps is not as committed to the idea of rationality.
He's insulting you guys. Ready? This is this guy. This isn't. This is another guy, but this is the insult to all of us.
I'm trying to find the argument. I'm looking. Where is it?
Listen to this.
Something like that. I would think that in a discussion with somebody like Jimbob who makes an argument like that,
yeah,
you could say something like, I realize that you have to appeal to a certain type of audience, one that perhaps is not as committed to the idea of rationality as others. So
Wow, is that what you could say in an argument? I hate to break it to you, but that's not a counter argument, you dummy.
Ooh, Scott. He just called you.
Oh no! You called Scott a dummy. Oh, this how?
Oh, my.
What do you call the names? What? Oh no!
I
Give
think
me
my
a break,
life is a
Jim
little bit
Bob.
over now.
Yeah, I think he told me I needed a helmet, and it's like I just laughed, and he's crying about all this stuff, and then he wants to be so manly, and he's been crying about every little thing. It's like, come on, man, that's just weak. You're just being weak, man.
He's weak.
Well, if you're talking to the Jimbob and all those people, you could probably say something like, well, I understand that you appealed all these.
I think he's imitating you, Scott.
That's terrible. It needs to work on that one.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's not Arkansas at all. Not even Texas.
I guess
Do better,
I guess
Jim
I
Bob.
don't have enough of an accent to make fun of him. I don't know.
No, Jimbob. Why would time matter? Why would preparation matter? Why would I want to schedule my coming on rather than watch your fucking silly imitations for 3 hours while I'm fucking falling asleep? Well, it's because I'm 73 years old. When I wake up in the morning, I spend 4 hours studying neuroanatomy. I get really tired. Okay, my brain gets tired, and I need to take a nap or have some coffee. I need to get ready for you, dude. Otherwise, we can't have a coherent conversation. So, like today, I have like 3/4 of my brain tied behind my back. It would be a bad day for you to come on and talk to me, but you still could. But anyway, that's why I need to prepare. Answer my fucking email, you coward. Anyway, is he still talking?
People who aren't that committed to
Oh.
rationality. At it. Please tell me there's more.
So see where that kind of argument.
To them, but well, that's not a counter to he's saying. You should be addressing their argument.
This is all funny, but Dave, you've watched this. Does he address what I say at all?
Well, somewhere in here, he actually shows my little diagrams.
I don't even remember. He was clowning around so much. It's hard to follow because you're trying to listen for something, but then you're trying to ignore the nonsense at the same time. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, and that criticism lands on us too. So, we do that too. So, anyway,
I
it's
think
me kind of crazy.
It does. You seem crazy.
I'm not crying about it though.
Driving you to a place where you can't respond to arguments. Isn't that weird?
Kind of really.
What is this? The Made by Jimbob channel or
really
something?
gets to me. Here it is.
It really gets you that you can't counter anything.
Okay.
And it keeps coming around. So you got breakfast tacos with the video.
One way to respond to other people's arguments is to deny that they're responding to those arguments.
Yeah,
it's kind of that sick fascist thing that people like Trump and others do, and I've seen a lot of that here. Just plain saying "nuh-uh," and that's your argument. And
he was trying to say like we didn't, we were the Jimbob show. All we had to do was pay. And it's like I was pointing out there. There's at least a half a dozen channels have been putting out videos about him too. So, he's kind of making the rounds, however you want to call it. There's a lot of people been attacking your arguments. So
yeah,
it's not just us.
Not the only one. Yeah. Anyway, so
maybe there's something wrong with my my restream, but do you see Jim Bob's little tile down here trying to get onto the stream? I'm missing it. I just see the three of us.
No, for some reason it's not showing.
I don't know why it's not showing. Maybe if you try clicking on the link again, you'd be able to get on here and we could talk about this stuff.
I don't know, maybe we all have to get off and get back on. I don't know. Oh, let's see. Respond to his argument. Andrew Starr. Yeah, okay, we responded to his argument. I responded in this video that he's critiquing. Not as thoroughly as I would like. I guess if I got on here all by myself and showed you my drawings, which I can do, but I kind of wanted to do that with Jimbob. There he is. No, this is no, it's David. Oh, I got excited. I thought it was Jimbob. Oh God, will you? Okay, Scott, your turn. Put him in.
I'm clicking on it now. You leave it alone. Hey, David.
Hello, fellas. How's my audio? Okay.
Yeah,
It's a little muffled, but we'll do all right.
turn you up a little bit. Oh my God, that deconverted man! I thought he was going to sleep.
Yeah, I should be asleep. Somebody said I didn't explain how his argument breaks the law of a non-contradiction, even though I thought I did. I don't know. I've been up all night thanks to insomnia, so I'm not sure if I can do logic or not, but I sure will try. So the argument as formulated is a paradox. If it was followed, that is to say, if you ignored the multiple fallacies in it, you wind up with a paradox. And all paradoxes are negated by the law of non-contradiction. You cannot have a true paradox in reality. There's just something they're fun to play with. You know, Pinocchio says, "My nose will now grow." Well, will his nose grow or not? It's a paradox. You can't perform it in reality. So his argument, as set up, is a paradox because it sets out to negate true and false statements. So if you are successful in negating true and false statements, then you cannot make a true or false statement. Thus, you cannot actually succeed in making something that negated true or false statements. And the whole point is you can't do that because of the law of non-contradiction, not because you have done anything special or interesting, but simply because your whole argument cannot work. Period. End of story. Again, in my example,
I have a refutation for you there, deconverted man. So here, are you ready? Do you have a pencil? Nuh-uh. That's not it.
Right.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Maya cleared it up the other night on her show. She said, because.
Well,
so there you go.
The example that I gave was, premise one, if there's a fallacy in this argument, then logic doesn't work. Premise two, lobsters exist. Conclusion, logic doesn't work. That argument makes multiple fallacies, but also breaks the law of non-contradiction. Because if you ignored the fallacies, which you shouldn't, then you're saying, well, there is a fallacy in the argument. So that first premise that said if there was a fallacy in the argument, I accept that first premise. So therefore, I have to accept that logic doesn't work anymore. No, that's not how things work. That's not reality. And so, nothing is. You could rephrase the argument that nothing is true or false unless there is a supernatural realm. There is a supernatural realm, therefore there is a real true or false. You could say that too. That makes a different sort of fallacy, but that's actually a somewhat better argument than what he has now, because at least it doesn't negate the law of non-contradiction. But it makes other fallacies. But it would be too obvious that what you're doing. You could say that if there isn't a God, then nothing is true or false. So therefore, there has to be a God, which would be an appeal to consequence. But nonetheless, you could say something like that. But it gives away the show. You don't want to do that. You don't want to say the actual argument. You want to make it unclear that the argument you're giving, or something like, you want to hide it under shells, perhaps. I don't know.
Okay, but is this kind of like solipsism sort of defeats itself? Like the solipsist is arguing with you for solipsism, and so who the fuck is he arguing with if he's correct? That's
something like that. There's a philosophy called truism that nobody takes seriously. But if you were a truist, you'd say, well, everything is true, and then somebody could say, well, truism is false, and they'd say, absolutely, I agree with you. Truism is false because everything is true, and so there's no there's no moving forward in truism because everything is true, and so nothing is true, and it negates again the law of non-contradiction as well as the other potentially other laws of logic, which somebody in chat was saying you have to assume the laws of logic. It's like, okay.
Okay.
Whatever, and I guess I don't know that that's the case, but it doesn't change the fact that the argument doesn't work.
Okay,
That's
I have a
it.
question for Jim Bob here. He says deconverted man doesn't even know what an internal critique is. Do you consider your two premise argument that we showed earlier? Do you consider that an internal critique of physicalism? Yes or no? I'd like him to answer that in chat.
The argument that he's giving is supposedly an internal critique. It doesn't matter what you call it. It negates the laws of logic. So it doesn't work. It's not an internal critique. It's not even a critique. It's nothing. You have said nothing. You have made a paradox. That's it. You're done. It don't work.
Yeah.
So it whether I know what an internal critique is or not is who cares? Doesn't matter. Even if you think you're making one or not, also doesn't matter. Who cares? Because your argument still negates. It still ignores the law of non-contradiction, and it has other fallacies that I've put to the side. But I linked to the video that I did that was really short. I maybe should have recorded it rather than put it out live, because I made some minor errors there during my live thing. But
yeah, maybe
again, I'm done. I don't care anymore. It's pre-sup. I don't care. Pre-sup is just nothing. I can't fix pre-sup.
Maybe get some sleep and do a video on that particular critique of his argument.
No, I already did. I did my video. It's already up.
Okay. Go sleep now.
It's the one called. Oh, jeez, where was it?
Okay, don't.
Just the argument analyzed. That was that video. Anyway, so that.
Wait. Somebody timed Jimbob out. I don't want to do that. No, he's not timed out. Nobody timed him out.
I didn't demonstrate how the first premise negates the law.
Yeah,
that's not what I said.
Okay,
I said the entire argument negates. Sorry, not negates. The entire argument is a paradox. That's how you set up the argument, Jim Bob. You know this. You made the argument. You absolutely know what it is.
You're getting baited.
You absolutely know what it is. No, he's too smart. You know, he knows. He knows. The whole argument is what is negated by the law of non-contradiction. The end. That's it. It's a bad argument. Make a different argument. All right.
Okay.
Guys,
later.
Like I said, I'd rather, good night.
Good night. Can you time people out for just 10 seconds? No shit. I didn't know you could do that. I don't time people out that often. I don't know.
Oh, wait. I'll say one more thing. Jim,
oh my God.
No. I don't know. Yeah, no. But it's interesting that he hasn't joined this hangout. There's nothing preventing him from doing that.
No, there
isn't. And he could completely, maybe you guys should exchange a few insults to get the air clear. And then having done that, say, okay, we've all exchanged insults. All right, we apologize. Let's fake on it, virtually speaking. All right, let's engage in actual logic and focus on that. And move on. And hey, let's rename the hangout to something else so that you're not, insulting.
He wouldn't be in control if he came in here. And he doesn't like that. He likes.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to. Again, I don't want to attack the person. I just want to attack the argument. But at any rate, he could certainly join in and phone you guys. And again, I'll offer him a debate with me if he would like to do that. He has my email is deconvertedman1@gmail.com. It would be on my channel. It'd be moderated by somebody that is atheist who I trust. and who also happens to be my brother, but nonetheless, he'll moderate it in a fair and impartial way. And we will have
Math Pig also offered to host one too. If you want to go to another channel, Math Pig said he would host it. So
yeah, okay, well, I could be on Math Pig's channel. That's fine. But the thing is with debates is I take them very seriously these days. I have a list of rules that people have to agree to. I have to agree to those rules too, by the way. I don't know that we would make it through that process. I would love to talk to Jimbob privately and get to know him as a human, away from the memes of the internet and all that. But that's just me. Anyways, good night, guys. I'm tired.
I don't believe you anymore, deconverted man.
No, I'm throwing him out. Fuck it. Okay. I mean, if my kid took that long to say goodnight to me, I'd consider duct tape as a parental tool. Anyway, good night, Dan. Okay, let's listen to where I think he's going to actually get into something here. He's still here.
AJ just had a video. Mr. Anderson just had a video. And then we were doing our...
Mostly dummies.
Okay, no, he hasn't said anything yet. Argument.
Of course it would be annoying.
Argument.
You dummies.
Where's the argument? Logic and Breakfast Tacos did a really good job.
Logic didn't do shit.
Oh man, Logic did such a fucking good job of taking this shit down. It is really worth listening to instead of hanging around here.
Yep, Logic did a great video on it.
And Breakfast Tacos.
And neither did Breakfast Tacos.
No, he did.
I just checked yesterday.
It was good too. Yeah, I mean, what does he want? I mean, they took apart every word through their video. That's what he's demanding you do here. They did that, but they totally suck. Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, and Mr. Anderson too, and they've picked it apart word by word. So no, he's
Shout
just,
out to Breakfast
he's just
Taco.
wrong.
His first review of the video said that reference can't be true or false. They're not propositional, right?
Here it is.
And then he did another video, which he didn't announce he corrected himself. He didn't even announce that he was wrong in the first video. He just kind of slipped it in that, well, Jimbob's kind of right, that under physicalism, that, for the audience listening, the philosophy that everything is physical, that's all there really is. He admitted that propositions must be physical objects in the world.
No, they're not. Well, to me, they're based in physicality, and that's where we got them from. And basically, if a human being has a proposition, then something physical is going on for that to happen, for you to currently be thinking about a proposition, okay? But it's not a fucking thing in the universe. It's something that humans made up in their little brains. There's a whole category of things that we use as abstractions. We call them abstractions. We call it mathematics. We call it the laws of physics or whatever. And none of those fucking things are the same in the same category as those things that we encounter in the universe, those actual effects of physics. Which would be either processes or things. This is the category here, Jimbob, and you're just not getting it. Hey, James is here.
Hello, James.
Hi there, guys. I'm messing with my sound volume, so tell me if I'm coming in too hot.
Oh, and for those that are trying to go at it with Tsunami, you're going to lose. Yeah. And you're not going to hurt Tsunami's feelings. You don't know who you're talking to, so... just stop it. All right.
One lesson, the one your mother didn't fail that. That's what. Oh my God.
That was a great one.
And that goes for him saying something to Maya too. You're not going to win there either.
Yeah.
You got some strong women in the chat.
Yeah, we only have strong women in the chat.
Oh my God, we got 3 guys on with a good radio voice, and then we have me. The guy who lisps.
Poor Mike.
Just say you're from Barcelona.
Yeah, those are 2 really good videos. Oh, We're going to have to reinstitute the Dannykins or foreskin from days old, because I can't tell the difference between your voices on the video and you guys trying to talk. So Dannykins is the way you interrupt the video. So I just found Breakfast Tacos as a YouTube channel.
That's great.
And I wasn't aware of it before. Were you guys?
No, but I appreciate the link, and I'm
wow. There's a channel I found. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I want to promote that channel, and I also linked his channel in the description of this video, so I'm going to do it again. Breakfast Tacos is a real class A fucking channel, so people should listen to it.
And that's a terrible impersonation of me.
Yeah, they just had Breakfast Tacos. So he has a problem with me promoting a good channel, apparently. So, okay, we have no.
I didn't know a channel. Here's the announcement, guys. Yeah. Isn't that interesting?
Discord here and there.
Get on with it.
Yeah, get on with it.
Yeah, you guys. You're
a lot of great comments in the chat right
actually now. Counter what's being said.
Did you say Dannykins? What'd you say?
Dannykins.
What'd you say, James?
A lot of great comments in the chat happening right now.
Oh yeah, I'm missing a lot of them.
You're missing a lot.
My children.
I'm trying to find Mommy's channel.
Yeah, give me a link. It'll put a link out for Mommy's channel.
I can't find it. I don't know which one it is.
There are like 16 videos and 2.5K subscribers. I'm pretty impressed. Like, yeah. Anyway, there's stuff on cats there, which I love. Okay. Processes are physical objects.
Okay.
Okay. What do we got here? What the fuck? Why isn't it showing? Oh, I see a little banner on the bottom. Let's see. Processes. Why is this not? Why is my? Okay. Processes are physical. Objects are physical. Yeah, but you should probably differentiate between the two and stick with one thing and quit calling them effects of physics. What is call them physical objects or physical events or physical processes? And then your argument would be a little easier to read, and it would and physicalists would quit losing their shit when you say effects of physics.
Yeah, so, and
where's your argument?
What does it mean to say objects? So let's break it down. Let's say hammer. The hammer is true.
Yeah.
I put it in the private for you, Mike.
The shovel is true. The shovel is false. That doesn't mean anything. When you say things like that, you're not saying anything. You can't logic with it because it's babbling. It's incoherent. It doesn't apply because only statements that refer to those objects can be true or false. It doesn't apply.
Yeah. Yeah, they're two different categories. You're leaping between two widely varied categories, and it requires a whole lot of fleshing out in order to do that. What is happening, guys? Something's wrong. Something's horribly wrong. Okay. I'm back. I have Tourette's.
Oh, we've got Leo in the house today.
Yeah, hello, Leo.
Yeah, Leo was in the other day. Leo was a little crabby when he was on the channel the other day. Let's see here. Okay, so I posted Tsunami's channel.
Is that true, Leo? Were you crabby?
As a host,
crabby.
He was crabby. Anyway, okay. So where were we? We're still talking about premise one. That's all we got to talk about, Jimbob. It's the only conversation I want to have with you.
Well, you get the prize. You get the secret.
On with it.
You have no argument against this incredibly brilliant two premise, one conclusion, philosophical paper that completely destroys naturalism. I wonder if all the philosophers out there in the world understand that Jimbob has completely handed them the solution to what has been a problem for 2,000 fucking years.
That's great rhetoric, except
that is really right on rhetoric, Jimbob. Okay, why are you not writing papers? Why are you not giving TED Talks? And why haven't you been invited to the Royal Society to give your talk about
when I was talking about Hugh Ross with Ember the other night? Hugh Ross had it all figured out because he read the Bible when he was 17.
Yeah.
And again, yeah, thousands of years of these scholars that still are debating and cannot agree to this day. A teenager figured it out because he sat down and read the Bible. And it's like, good for you, Hugh. Good for you.
If I could have a conversation with you about how the abstract is physical, and if you would actually listen to me, I could explain it to you, basically. But that is my theory, that abstracts and universals and all of that are physical things. And it's all part of physicalism. So anyway, but if you're a good physicalist, you will have handled all of those problems, universals, abstracts, all of that shit. You will have incorporated it into your physicalism. So I don't want to fight with Leo. So
I'm a complete noob at all of this, but Jimbob said, you said propositions and objects are different categories under physicalism. Tell us how. Now, I don't know the answer to this, and I'm new to this conversation, but at first glance, it seems to me that physical objects are physical in a given sense. Like everybody would understand what you mean to say that physical objects are physical. And then propositions is just words, which are physical happening themselves. Like sound waves, right? Those are physical, being used to represent the physical objects. That would be the disambiguation, unless I'm missing something entirely.
Yeah, and okay, if you were Leo, if you're Leo, he doesn't believe that abstract objects are physical. So there would be, and a proposition would be an abstract object. So there would be an absolute category error there if you were Leo, right? But I'm a little bit of a different kind of physicalist, because with an adapter, I would take those propositions and I would show you how they're physical. But that's a whole different conversation. So, but most physicalists will say that abstract objects are not real, that they're not ontological. They don't have a ontological physicality to them. And he would have to argue with most physicalists would just automatically reject his premise one as a category error. I reject it for more nuanced reasons.
And that goes to mind then, right?
Yeah, because we have to have the discussion about minds and what abstract objects are inside of human minds, inside of organisms. So if you want to make it physical, you have a lot more work to do, to come up with an adapter, basically, to make some folk psychologic idea a reality or a physical thing, to explain it.
I think in physicalism, at least among certain thinkers along that order, things like propositions, which are abstract, would be supervening, would be items that supervene on physical objects, like minds, brains, and so that's the relationship. So so you have two categories: physical and abstract.
Yeah.
And then you have would it be the referent and the reference, the referee and the football player, whatever. So that's a different category. So how it works under physicalism, I think Jimbob would need to point out his exact idea about what he thinks physicalism means.
Yeah,
that would determine where abstract objects fit in that whole outlook. To have one little bumper sticker definition of physicalism, it's like, hey, this is how everything is a little naive.
Yeah, too reductionist.
Yep. And if you basically, if you're doing an internal critique of physicalism, if you're criticizing physicalism to find that it has contradictions, then you have to work within the physicalist framework. And within the physicalist framework, we can tell you what's happening when a human comes up with a proposition, which is a much bigger discussion.
Right, it's much bigger.
Leo, I do not want to have that discussion with you right now. So if you can't want to have that discussion, we're not going to fucking have it.
Not today, Satan.
I don't know what discussion you're talking about. Really quick to Scott, I think you were looking for sense reference distinction.
Yeah. Oh, when was he looking for that?
Well, no, he said something about referent and something like, so I thought he might be thinking of the sense reference distinction. Maybe not.
Yeah, this is and that applies to all of this stuff. Like when you talk about categories of things, okay, you're talking about a sense. Basically, you're talking about intentionality with an S. You're going to write a description of that category, and that's how you're going to divide your categories up. That is another whole discussion that we could have. But anyway, so click on that link made by Jimbob. Oh, Scott Duke. Scott Duke is challenging Jim.
What is this category difference that Jimbob keeps asking for? That's what I'm confused about.
You see his premises. Okay.
I cannot see those. It's too small.
Well, I can make them bigger if I do this. If I do that, there they are. Effects of physics are neither more true or false than any other effects of physics. And then in premise 2, he introduces evaluations and propositions.
He forgets his commas too.
As being effects of physics, right? That's where the
what philosopher forgets his commas?
I know. That's where the category error occurs, I think, around premise 2.
Oh, no, we're going to have to rip him. Jimbob, where's the commas? Come on. What is this? What kind of non-professional stuff is going on here? We're trying to have an in-depth discussion to dissect the wording, and you missed the commas. Gosh.
Really hard to see. He's a comma chameleon.
So first off, premise 1 doesn't even make sense because
it doesn't.
Effects of physics are not truth apt,
but
propositions are. So if propositions are effects of physics, they can be true because the truth would apply to the proposition.
Yeah, and the problem is the problem with this whole spiel is this right here. Basically, there's the big blue circle is all the things that are physical, right? And then a subset of that are things that bear truth values. They'd be propositions, okay? The physicalist would have to make an account of what a proposition is under physicalism.
Just a truth-apt statement.
Yeah.
Like these linguistic features like truth and propositions are not some magic-y thing that physicalists don't know how to deal with. If you think that, you need to go look up the metaphysics of language and read. Yes. Most Western analytic metaphysicians are physicalists.
Yep.
That's a fact.
Yeah. And he keeps insisting that these things are in the same category by two circles, or that basically the middle circle, that there shouldn't be circles at all, that there's no way to categorize these two things, and that he's now making a category error. And this clearly shows, how you develop categories. You use this categorical description, which is an intentional or a sense of something, right? You describe a subset based on descriptions, and that's how we categorize things. And he's trying to use that. He's using that to intuitively support his argument. But if he does, then he has to divide them into two different categories, because that's the only way they are fucking categories. So he's doing a little switcheroo in the middle of his argument, and it's really it's very nuanced, and it appeals to people who are dummies, like all the people in his chat, that listen to his channel, except for me. Anyway,
so we're dum-dums too. I mean, I need a helmet.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and call them stupid, but I do think it's clear that Jimbob, as well as probably most, maybe not all, but most of the people who follow him that seemingly don't have a very strong understanding of things like formal, like sentential logic and symbolic logic and things like that. But I'm not going to call them stupid. They're just
to be clear, Leo,
read on these subjects a little bit more.
They call a lot of names. It's kind of the thing. So
they're the ones that call people names. I don't. So that's the difference between me and them.
We're just joking that we're a bunch of dum-dums. So
what I meant, Leo, is that they are ignorant, which is what you said.
That's true.
But then if you're ignorant and you stick your chin out and insist that you're right, well, then you become stupid. Okay. So that's how
Stephanie has joined us. We are honored.
Hi.
Hi, Stephanie.
How are you today?
So, really quick here. Jimbob says yes, which means you're special pleading that there is only one effect of physics, which are truth apt. So, this is the problem. The sun emits electromagnetic radiation is an effect of physics. And that is not true or false. But the proposition, quote, the sun emits electromagnetic radiation, end quote, is truth apt, and it is true. So I think you're confusing effects of physics with propositions about effects.
Which is what we've been telling him.
The former is not truth
along.
apt. The latter is.
Okay, but then Jimbob is going to say, you guys don't get it because under physicalism, propositions and evaluations, they have to be the effects of physics too. And it's like, okay. But now if you want to talk about them as the effects of physics, you've gone one level up, right? Now you're describing them, right? So you can't conflate those two things. You can't use them, brute force, put them out there and then talk about the referent, right? Or conflate the referent with the what the hell would it be called? With the description that's talking about the referent. You see what I mean?
The sense.
He's doing something very subtle. He's flipping his categories in the middle in order to sound learned and sound like he has an argument. And that's why he doesn't have an argument. That's why any philosopher that looks at it would lose his shit and start, muttering incomprehensibly. What are you making sales, Stephanie?
No, I'm making bags today.
I don't know why you would make bags for sales.
Actually, no. These are duffel bags. I'm making duffel bags for somebody.
Go and get your
I need one of those.
I honestly don't know why, but
I need some place to put my duffels.
I don't know what categorical difference Jimbob is talking about. He keeps bringing up some categorical difference. I don't know what he's talking about.
We have presented the category difference in so many fucking ways, Jimbob, and you're just not.
What categorical difference, though? Like, that's what I'm confused on. What is the categorical difference
between a truth apt proposition, right, and between objects in the universe?
Yeah, objects in the universe aren't propositions. There can be propositions
That's
about objects in the universe.
That's the category.
Well, that's
conflating the two. He wants to talk about the physicality of us making propositions, and he just completely leaves out all the things that would tell you how those two categories are dealt with. So he's using language. He's playing a language game that would exist within logic, talking about propositions and their truth value. And then he's applying that to physics. And it just doesn't work. You can't apply that to physics. You can't play that language game when you're talking about physical things. And he relies on that intuition that we have about those two things. And he tries to make his argument out of that, and it totally fails because it's a fucking category error. It is hard to see sometimes when you're just coming at this for the first time. But I keep telling him over and over again. He said, "Oh no, propositions are effects of physics too."
Well, but even then, they're not directly.
Yeah,
nobody uses the standard fucking model of elementary particles to talk about propositions.
Right. I know. That's what he wants. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And he doesn't get it. Okay, he keeps going by and saying, "You idiots! You don't understand that propositions are the effects of physics." It's like,
let me know if the sewing machine makes too much noise.
Okay, we'll mute you if you do.
Oh, I think physicalism, at least the way a lot of people define it, will say that everything, all objects and properties, are grounded in physical phenomena. And it's that word, ultimately grounded, that phrase, ultimately grounded, that's doing a lot of work. So it's not impossible to have abstracts and then concrete things, from which they supervene.
No,
if I'm using that word right, I don't know the verb form, but at any rate, so I think maybe Jimbob's trying to way too strictly define the idea of physicalism as everything's the effects of physics without understanding the nuances of ultimately grounded in physical phenomena allows for abstractions that aren't, I don't know what his point about hanging on to abstractions as physical phenomena would be.
Okay, the real meta problem here is that Jimbob is not a physicalist. He doesn't in any way understand how we represent mind in physicality, right? So he has absolutely no comprehension of how we're doing this. The only thing he can do is come up and say, oh, everything's just atoms in motion. So propositions are just atoms in motion. Well, that's called a reduction, and a greedy reduction, because you can't fucking do that, right? If you're going to explain something with physicalism, then you have to do all of physicalism. You have to use the entire explanation of how a human organism came up with this idea of propositions and what's happening. And sure, they're fucking physical things. It supervenes on something physical, okay? That's what you're not getting. You can't make that reduction and then compare those two reduced items with each other. Do you get that, Jimbob? Proposition under physicalism, no.
Yeah, so propositions can be reference, but generally propositions reference are things referred to. So propositions have reference, like if I said the sun emits electromagnetic radiation, that's a proposition. The referent there would be the sun. So a proposition can be a referent because you can have propositions which refer to other propositions,
right?
But generally speaking, propositions are not themselves the referent. Also, under physicalism, propositions are physical things. That's not true. I'm a physicalist and I do not take propositions to be physical things. I take them to be abstracta. And as a nominalist, I don't think abstracta really exist.
Yeah, right. Okay, Ninja Spades, crazy, whatever Ninja Spades here. You're not getting it, Ninja. You don't understand the first thing about how physicalism is presented, or you're not a physicalist. You're some kind of a believer, and I'm really sorry for you that you're in that position. But you cannot understand what we're talking about, so get the hell out of here.
Yeah, one of their comments from the Ninja was that's because we don't know God or something like that. And it's like, well, there we go again, though. We said that earlier. Adding God in or out of it doesn't change the bad premise.
Nothing we've been talking about here has anything to do with God, really.
No, it doesn't.
No.
And to be more precise, I understand that there are certain religions that believe that God created the world and created me or whatever. I just don't see any evidence of that. I don't accept that. And so please be convincing and good luck with that. And don't resort to name calling.
Sounds like a made-up rule to all physicalists just to claim they're right. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Logan Fisher's got some real philosophy going on here. Under physicalism, physicalism will be above you.
What? Yeah, there you go. Okay. Oh, chemicals get in a believe in God configuration sometimes. Yeah, they do. I think that's well said. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, what are we going to do, boys and girls?
Do a few more minutes of the video.
How much?
Just a few.
Okay.
Let's pretend that we're going to.
That's just an appeal to majority. Was there ever a time, right, where someone was in the minority of thought in a given field and they were actually correct in their assessment? You dummies.
Yes, there was multiple times. The people who thought the universe was expanding were in the minority, but they turned out to be right.
He completely
is he trying to set himself up as he's right because he's a minority of one?
I guess so.
Well, and the thing is, to claim that you're correct because you're in the majority is just an argument from popularity, an argumentum ad populum.
Yeah, what do you call the opposite? That's what he's doing.
No, I'm not colorblind. I see colors just fine. I have no idea what the fuck apparently being colorblind, which I'm not, has to do with this discussion.
And Gurr wants us to keep going because he's having lunch. So.
Okay, atheists are dummies. We got a brilliant comment here. I want to put this up.
We're entertaining Gurr through his lunch.
I feel refuted.
I feel refuted.
Why didn't they just say that from the start? That would have defeated every argument.
They do all the time. That's what I mean. They're over here being so thin-skinned in the chat and everything, and it's like, give me a break. I've been in your chat.
Why do they keep asking us to invite them up when the link is right fucking there in the chat?
I don't know.
Like right fucking there. All you got to do is click on it. You're on the computer already, so you know how to click.
And then calling us names for not doing it when there's a ticker right there saying we've already invited him in.
Stephanie, are you
The
muted?
Holy Spirit compels you. Click the link.
There you
Yeah,
go.
my favorite insult was mesotheist. Someone who hates God or the gods, right? That's really why we're taking the positions that we take.
What is
I
it
don't know
called?
how I can hate something I don't think is real.
Mesotheist. MISO.
Oh,
That's
Isn't
so
that-
old, so
Isn't that the
weak.
disease you get from too much asbestos? Mesotheist?
No, it's when you enjoy
Mesothelioma.
miso soup.
Oh.
You know? Come on.
Me so horny.
Okay.
I gotta turn Stephanie.
Don't get too personal there. But
Jim
we
Bob would
support
wreck you guys. Okay, so why doesn't he? Why hasn't he?
Jump
We're
on this.
silencing him by inviting him on, and the link is right there for him to
Yeah.
click, and he has just
I
chosen
don't
not
understand.
to.
It's
God
just so stupid.
damn. This is fucking hilarious.
Call a
These people-
ambulance for crying out loud. Jesus.
Oh, why, Scott? Are you clicking on people to put their chats up and then I do it and then they go down?
Yeah. We're chaotically clicking.
Because I have to click like 3 times in order to get it up, and I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know.
That's Scott's
Viagra's
job.
easier, man.
You're taking away Scott's job.
That's all right.
Yeah. Okay. Scott, read the chat or the private chat.
Says
Love
they
that one.
want.
Jump on his.
Oh, Sneaky Fox said we're gaslighting, and I bet he couldn't even properly define that. Dude, almost nobody that uses the word gaslighting knows what the fuck gaslighting is.
Or I've seen the film.
I have not seen the film, but I do know what the word is, because I've been gaslit because I'm not white.
Oh, Skyworks, you got blocked on Jimbob and Andrew's chat? Oh my God. How did you manage? I've been saying things to them left and right, and they haven't blocked me yet.
Jim Bob's is gonna stream over us.
I don't care. The fact that instead of joining this stream and having a discussion with
son of a
us,
bitch.
I mean, if he wants to stream himself instead of actually having a discussion with people, that's fine.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, Hank, this is Scott. I just want to say that as soon as Jim Bob clicks in, we're going to click you off.
Yeah.
Are you a theist?
Well,
Absolutely.
He's
And I go to a Unitarian.
Wait, whoa,
Universalist church every week.
I'm not done talking.
He's worse than that.
I just want to make sure you're a theist. So if
He did say yes.
if Jim Bob comes on, you're gonna go off because I don't want him to use you as an excuse for not coming on.
Yeah.
You get where I'm coming from? I just want you to.
Well, he
get
could
where I'm
use
coming-
the 5-on-1 thing and excuse him not coming on too, but I can take all of you at the same time, so I'm not worried.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
All right.
Bold.
Okay,
I
hold on
can't see
here.
the names. What's our guest's name?
Hank
That's
Oflamio.
Oh, okay. You're Hank. Very
He's
good.
from Pittsburgh.
There's the names.
Yeah, Hank has some pretty strange ideas. And
Okay, now, Hank, what we're gonna do, we want to listen to you. I'm going to set a timer for 1 minute, and make so that you can introduce your topic. And then after 1 minute, we're going to decide whether or not we want to discuss it, because I really don't want to be talking about fictional theology. I saw your discussion and I read about it. So, and we really want to be talking about. Well, I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm just suspicious.
Well, I'm just waiting to address something in the chat real quick.
Let's just
Okay.
find out.
Leo,
Let's
go ahead
just
and
see how
address
it
it.
goes.
Go ahead. We'll give him a chance to talk. And
we should let Leo address the chat before it gets too old, and then we'll go ahead to Hank.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Face Palmer said I'm colorblind because I was making fun of a mod here, not a theist. Well, person can be a mod and a theist, so I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Number two, I'll make fun of whoever I want because I'm also a mod, and I've been a mod probably longer than that person. And number three, Restream doesn't show you the colors of people's names. YouTube does. So I can't see from in the Restream who is and who isn't a mod. And no, we're not saying horrific shit about people and then acting like we don't. We're not saying horrific shit at all.
That's why I have 2 tabs open.
I don't know all the other mods because almost everybody here is a mod. So yeah, I don't even remember all the people that are mods.
We have a very
It's not a
liberal mod
requirement
policy.
to know all the other mods if you're a mod. That wouldn't work because there's some channels that have literally hundreds of mods. It would be almost impossible to remember all of them, let
The
alone
only
know
people
all
that
of them.
the only people that aren't mods on this channel are Hannibal Lecter and Danny. Oh, and Otangelo, the Brazilian douche canoe. He's not a mod. So, okay.
And Sal.
So
But he was.
Why not Sal?
You have to say he was for a very long time, right, Speak?
well, Sal
Yeah.
was a mod, and so was
Very upset
Otangelo.
when I
But
saw your shit.
I had to ban the
Right.
Brazilian douche canoe.
I think he even gave it back a couple of times, and then he had to take it back again. So
Oh, that happened.
Mike tried. Mike really tried. So
Here come the accusations of gaslighting from somebody who clearly has no fucking clue what that word means.
Yeah. Okay. Sneaky Fox. Hi, Sneaky Fox. You know what I do with Sneaky Fox? I've got a subsonic 22 Ruger 26 shot clip. That's how I deal with Sneaky Fox.
They ain't getting my chickens, not today. No, sir.
Not chickens. Not my kitties. You're not getting my kitties. There we go. Gaslighting. Okay.
So you've got a minute
Hank.
to make your
Hank's
case.
on.
Hank, I mean, I just mean you need
I'm
to
here,
make
Pavel.
you need to win us over that this is going to be something worth talking about.
Okay, let's make this pretty quick. So if you're an atheist and you're a monist of any kind, you have to find a place to put things like gender and gods in. You need to find a place, and if it's the same substrate, then you can't be an atheist because gods have to exist in the physical somewhere. Do you understand?
No.
I don't.
no.
You don't.
If you were
okay.
trying to draw a contradiction between atheism and monism, you did not.
Yeah. So where do things that don't exist go?
Things that don't exist don't go anywhere. They don't exist.
Okay. Do genders exist?
Do genders exist? Yes, they're social constructs.
Okay. Do gods exist?
No.
So someone's like a title of God Emperor. Do they just pop out of existence, or do they still exist and have
God
that
emperors.
title?
God emperors is not the same thing as gods.
All right. Well, someone was a prophet or a god. Would
Prophets
they exist
aren't
somewhere? Would they
gods
just
either.
proof all existence once to get the title?
Prophets aren't gods either.
Okay. What is your test with divinity then?
Sounds like you bouncing
Divinity
back
isn't
and forth
real. You
from-
can't test for it.
Okay.
That's
So it's you presuppose no divinity.
No, there is no divinity
No.
to be shown.
What's your test with divinity?
There is no divinity. It's like asking me, what's my test for pink unicorns?
Well, I would look for them. I look at one. And if I
Yeah,
can't
but
see
pink
it,
unicorns don't exist. How could you look at a thing that's non-existent?
okay, so they can't. That's the test.
Exactly. So how could you test for gods when they're not real?
I have a
Well,
little bit of a
that would be
different
the
take on this.
presupposition. Like I can test with horses, and if they're not real, I won't be able to see them.
Go ahead, James.
So I've asked Leo before what a god is. Now, Leo runs in very academic circles, people that are professional philosophers or that are so good at philosophizing and debating they may as well be professional. And they have a pretty specific definition typically of what God is. So when Hank is using the word God, he means something different than what the word means in the circles that Leo runs in. And I just want to make sure that people aren't talking past each other here. So
I talked to Steve McRae, and I had this issue with him too. What he means by God and what Jimbob meant by God isn't even the same thing. It's not the same object.
So why don't you tell us what you mean by God?
By God, I mean object of worship. So object means something you can imagine or draw.
Literally nobody means that by God. But if you want, if that's what you
No,
mean, sure. Money is a god. Celebrities are gods.
Jesus, bud,
Did you want my definition
don't
or not?
yell. There's no need to yell. Come on now.
I don't understand. Did he want my definition or not? I can give
You already
a
gave
definition.
it. You already gave it. You said a god is any object of worship, which makes money a god, which makes celebrities a god, which makes pretty much
Yes, it
anything
does.
a god. And at that point, what you've done is you've defined God in a way that renders it effectively useless as a term.
Yeah. Well, that's just your opinion.
Well, it's
can
not
use
really an
coherence
opinion.
still.
I mean,
That's
anybody
just your opinion.
anybody who understands linguistics is going to say if you've defined God such that the term could be applied to effectively anything, then it's an effectively useless term. It
Yes,
doesn't
and if
distinguish itself from anything else, which is what
yes,
we
and
want our
if you
terms to
define
do.
God as effectively non-existent, then it's also a useless term. So if you
I don't
define
know
God
anybody who
existence, it
defines
is
God as
also a useless
non-existent.
term.
I don't define God as non-existent. I
But it's
define God as any supernatural being that is at least all-powerful and all-knowing.
show me a supernatural being.
I don't think supernatural
Well,
things exist, so I
Well,
don't
then
know
you
how I
define
can do
God
that.
out of existence.
That's not
No, I
Leo's
didn't.
job. That's actually the question. Show me a supernatural being.
In principle, you can't show a supernatural being.
Gee,
Well,
Because
in
if you
which
see it,
case,
it's natural.
what is the point of arguing about one?
We're
If a
arguing over the
supernatural
definition.
being,
He
if a
defined God out of
supernatural,
existence.
if
And
a
I mean,
super,
that he
if,
thinks
pardon
he
me,
doesn't
if
like
you
the
don't
definition I
mind,
made because he
if
used
you
too
want to
much.
talk over me, you can go right ahead and do that, but we'll be here all day doing that, right? So, if you cannot show me a supernatural being, what reason do I have to believe in one or to give credence to one's existence? If it's not demonstrably true, I don't see how. If you can't make an argument that convinces me that if I look in a certain place, I will find that supernatural being will interact with me, we can have a back and forth, maybe a corned beef sandwich. I don't know what the hell we're even talking about here.
It's simple. If you can see it, it's natural.
Well, we can't see electrons, but electrons are natural.
Can't.
If I showed it to you and you can measure it, it would be natural. There's no possible
you
way
would
I
have
could
to
show you a supernatural anything.
We can see the effects of electrons. We can put together the principles of chemistry through an understanding of the way electrons work. We don't have the same caliber of evidence for God.
Yes, and
Do we?
even if we did,
Well,
it wouldn't
if
be
we do,
supernatural
please
because
present it.
electrons are natural.
Why
Well, I
do
have
you
a
have
question.
this habit of talking over people, Hank? I don't understand.
Hank, real quick, are you here to propose that there are supernatural beings?
Negative.
Okay. What are you here to propose?
I'm here to show you that you define gods out of existence.
I don't.
No.
That would only be true if the Christians define their God out of existence, or if Muslims or what's the one, Zoroastrians, define their God out of existence. I'm just rejecting the Christian notion of God or the Muslim notion of God or the Zoroastrian. I'm saying I don't believe it. I don't think it exists, and if something does exist, it's probably not that Christian God or not that Muslim God. So I'm not defining any God. I'm just asking, what's your definition of God, and can you provide me with evidence to believe that God probably exists?
Right. So his definition of God is an object of worship or an entity of worship. So the objects and entities exist, and sometimes those are worshipped, and those are called God by those people. So in the context of using God by that definition, gods exist. In the context of using God by the more typical definition that you'll find in philosophical circles of an all-knowing or all-powerful being, that God is at least not strongly in evidence, if it exists at all. But these are different discussions, and I just think that an argument about semantics isn't going to go anywhere, right? I'm okay with the fact that Hank uses words differently than Leo uses words. It doesn't bother me at all. I've seriously considered the vast spectrum of ways that people use the word God, because Einstein, for example, believed in the God of Spinoza. Well, the God of Spinoza doesn't meet Leo's definition of God. But I do, at the same time, agree with Leo that if we allow for the word God, or any word at all in English, in a language, to mean whatever we want it to mean, then now we have a word that isn't practically useful. Because then when we have a discussion that uses the word God, now we have to take the time to define what we mean by God. And if we're going to have to take the time to define the word God so that people know what we're talking about, we might as well not use the word at all. We might as well just offer the definition as the thing we're talking about and then go forward. Does that
Yeah,
make
I
sense?
agree. So if you mean the Abrahamic God for specifically, then you should say so. That will make you Abrahamic Mesotheist rather than atheist, because you're just talking about that one God that you don't believe in.
Okay,
Well, I
Hank,
believe in no gods. That's what makes
Hank,
me an atheist.
we're going to go ahead and say good afternoon to you, or is it good morning? Good afternoon, because Jim Bob is here, and so like I said, if we were going to give him essentially the spotlight, and so I'm going to put you in the back room for now.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Hank, if you want to come on my channel at some point and talk about this, I'd be open to that.
All right, do we have Jim Bob?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Oh,
Speed,
hi.
are you there?
Speed went and laid down, I think.
Oh, Speed had to go do something. He said he'd be back after Hank.
Oh, okay.
I'll give him a call. Anyway, sorry about that, Jim Bob.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I guess I wanted to start with, can you define what an incel is?
We're not talking
What's
about
that
that.
have to do?
Yeah.
with
Oh, it's the title of the stream. That's why.
Has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So.
Oh, the title of the stream has nothing to do with the actual stream?
Correct.
That's interesting.
Correct.
Okay,
Clickbait.
got it. I got it.
Clickbait.
Gotcha.
Clickbait.
Okay. All right, just wanted to check there. All right, so it seems that it's actually Answers in Atheism that wanted to talk to me, right?
Yes.
So did you want to go ahead and make your case against this critique of physicalism?
Yeah. Let's see here. Where's that? Okay. So basically, you're talking about the effects of physics, right? So let's get rid of that problem first. Okay. What do you think the effects of physics are?
Phenomenon in the physical world.
Okay, so you're talking about either processes or objects, or both?
Well, the object itself, like if a rock's just sitting there, are you asking if that's an effect of physics?
Yeah,
I would say yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, how about a process, like a process in my mind?
Yep, under physicalism would be an effect of physics.
Okay. So then propositions would be a process in my mind.
An effect of physics, correct?
Right. Okay. So that would be a physical process in my mind, and of course.
Well, hold on. I wouldn't grant mind. It's a brain. That under physicalism is a machine.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But we have this thing that we refer to, and we feel we have a mind, right?
Well, I don't care what we feel. I'm talking about someone who's holding a strict physicalist position, that all there is really physical events or objects and behaviors in the world. And so
Right.
From that view, the feeling of having a mind is not really what we're discussing.
So am I a physical object? Am I under physicalism? Am I an organism? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do I feel that I have a mind?
Do you feel that? Yeah, that's irrelevant. What's in question?
No.
Yeah, no, it's irrelevant.
No, it would be another object of physics.
The feeling would be another object in space. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I feel like I have a mind. Okay. And inside my mind, I feel like I have a proposition that the tornado is in my backyard right now. True or false? Okay. That would be an effect of physics.
Yeah, that process would also be a referent.
Right. So what is your problem?
No, what is your problem? You're critiquing my premise. So address one of the premises. Don't ask me what my problem is. Tell me what your problem is with any of the premises.
Here's the problem with the premise. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. Let's get the premise up. The effects of physics are neither more true or false than any other effects of physics. That would be the problem.
What's the problem? That's reading the premise.
Oh, okay. The feeling that I have a proposition in my mind is an effect of physics, right?
Okay, so you're saying that this premise one you reject because you're saying, if I say effects of physics are neither true or false, they just are. They're just processes in the world. And you're saying, well, no, there's this one effect of physics called a thought or a proposition or evaluation, and that's your problem, right?
Not really, no, because
So what is your problem?
okay, my problem is under that version. Okay, that if the proposition is just a feeling that I have about my mind, which is itself a physical thing, right? Then it would be true that those things are not more true or more false.
Under physicalism, is it true that a thought, a feeling, an evaluation, a proposition is all just an effect of physics caused by the object called the brain?
Yes.
Okay, so if it is true that what you call a proposition is in fact just another effect of physics determined by these laws of physics and processes, right?
Right.
Now, what this forces the physicalist to do is make this meaningful jump between effects of physics, which we all agree as we observe them, right? Take propositions out for a second. Every effect of physics we see in the world is just a happening. Now, preceding our evaluation and description of it, it just is. There's no true or false oak trees, right? They just are. There's not a true waterfall, right? It's not propositional, correct?
Right.
Okay, so what I'm forcing in premise one is the physicalist to make some jump between a physical object out in the world and a physical object out in the world called the proposition. And what's the meaningful distinction from that view, right? We all agree that every effect of physics, every phenomenon we observe is not a proposition, but there's this one thing that's propositional. That's one effect of physics that we know of. The only one is a proposition or an evaluation. So I'm wondering how you make the jump without special pleading from a physicalist view.
Okay, but if you're doing an internal critique of physics, then of course I'm going to use physicalism to explain what a proposition is inside of a human mind, right?
Well, no, not a mind, inside a brain.
You see my little diagram? Well, no, that's a problem. Okay, we have this.
Yeah, that is a problem.
We have this feeling about mind, and that involves this thing right here, which
we have a feeling about feeling, is what you're saying.
Okay, you see this right here? Okay, that's basically your brain. Okay, and inside of your brain, we have all these things called language and culture, and I forget what the last thing.
Are you talking from your view right now, or the physicalist view?
From the physicalist view.
Okay, so what? Okay, but here's all I really need from you is, what's the meaningful categorical distinction between objects in the world and propositions?
Okay, propositions are things that we feel we have in our mind, and those are very different from objects.
Okay, that's tautological. Okay,
that doesn't mean it's wrong.
Hold on, Leo Felix. I'm talking to him. He challenged me. Okay, don't dogpile. Don't dogpile.
What, are you scared?
Scared to be dogpiled? No, it's just not the agreement. Okay, listen. If propositions under physicalism and feelings are objects in the world, I'm asking you, what's the meaningful distinction between feelings or propositions or evaluations and other objects in the world?
Okay, what kind of objects in the world are propositions? Tell me.
You're asking me a question when you're making the statement that there's a categorical difference, and now you're asking me a question.
I'm asking you a question.
It's not my claim.
Okay, no, you're the one that said that propositions are objects in the world.
Under physicalism, are propositions objects in the world?
No.
I would say.
I'm not talking to you, Leo Filios.
That's fine. I'm still in the room, and I can still comment.
Okay,
this is an agreement. Okay, you guys going to keep the agreement? You wanted to talk to me, Answers in Atheism. You're going to let people jump in and dogpile, yes or no?
What agreement? What agreement was there?
I'm asking to talk to Answers in Atheism because he's the one who challenged me.
Yeah.
Now you have 6 panelists who all are going to be oppositional to me, and now you can't help.
Okay, just quit whining, Jimbob. Let me talk because I'm asking questions.
You're going to save him?
Okay.
Okay, you're going to save your boy. You're going to jump in and save your boy because he's in trouble.
I'm going to meet
brother. Really? Do you really need to mock people?
Now, this is what fear looks like.
Okay. Answers in Atheism.
I think we should mute everyone else except for Jimbob.
Okay, so you want it to be just between you and Jimbob, right?
Yes. He requested that. I have to honor that.
Okay.
Okay, where were we?
Where were we? I asked a question, a pointed question under physicalism. Now it's not you
under
answering.
okay, under physicalism.
What's the question? What's the question,
Okay,
though? Just to
under
make sure
physicalism, is a proposition a physical object? Okay. That is not a question that I can answer with a yes or no at all. There's no way. And that's your trick. That's exactly the trick.
That's a trick to answer a question. Come on, dude.
Okay,
I asked. That's a fair question.
Okay, let me explain why it's.
Don't cope. Don't say that. Don't do this. This is bad faith. Listen, I ask a question. I hear these questions all the time on all of these other.
Where the hell is Jimbob? I can't even find Jimbob. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay. Did you mute him? Good. Okay.
You guys are muting me too? Wow, this is great.
Fuck, we're in control, and that's kind of why I wanted to have this conversation.
So you didn't want to come on my channel because you thought I was going to.
Okay, you're not talking about anything meaningful right now. Let's get back on track here, okay? Scott, let me handle muting him.
You're going to keep muting me.
Am
I muted? Am I unmuted?
I don't even know how to mute you.
Okay, great. So the question under physicalism, you're saying the question, are propositions physical, is a meaningless question? Is that what you're saying right now?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So what are we talking about then? If the argument is based on this question of what are propositions, what are evaluations under physicalism, and you're saying, well, this question is just irrelevant.
Okay, so you want to talk about what propositions are under physicalism, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they reference?
Okay, a proposition under physicalism is, you can see it on this diagram here, okay? We have a human being here, which is an organism. Okay, the organism has a brain. Sometimes the organism will have a proposition currently basically occurring in its brain, right? And
I'm not asking for processes.
Okay, don't fucking interrupt me.
Yeah, you're dodging though.
Okay, no, I'm telling you.
Yeah, you are.
You're
giving a story about what's happening. I'm asking a distinct question. What are propositions under physicalism? What are they? What's the are they physical? Yes or no?
I'm telling you what a proposition is.
Here, I'll do it easier for you. Are propositions under physicalism necessarily physical?
Okay, hang on a second.
Oh yeah, okay.
We have a little bit of a technical problem here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, I had to ask a question. Okay, propositions under physicalism, are not strictly physical objects. Okay, physical objects in the universe are just that. Brains.
Okay, so what are they?
Okay, propositions are things that exist in our language game, in our minds, in our folk psychology. The words that we use to communicate something to each other.
Okay, great. Let's stop with that one. Under physicalism, what determines whether something exists or not?
Whether something exists or not.
Under physicalism, what is the standard by which they determine something exists or not?
By which that's different than whether. Okay.
No, it's not.
Oh, it is. You said, how do we determine it? You said,
answer the question.
Determine it?
Answer the question.
Scott, what your messages?
Okay, so under physicalism, what constitutes existing?
What constitutes existing under physicalism?
Under physicalism,
it's brute. It's basically
brute. You mean concrete? You mean concrete?
Concrete.
So, is physical another word of saying that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. So your statement.
It exists in space-time coordinates.
Gotcha. Great. So you said just before I asked what a proposition, and you said it's not strictly physical. And I'm asking, what else could it be? What else would a proposition be under physicalism? If you're saying propositions exist, and you just admitted that means brute, right? That means concrete. That means physical. What else would it be other than strict physical?
Okay, the only way for there to be a proposition under physicalism is if you currently have one in your mind,
mind. You can't justify mind under physicalism. Brain.
Yes,
please use the word brain.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't. Yeah, what's a mind under physicalism? We'll do this. We'll do it again with this one. What's a mind under physicalism?
Is that propositions exist in mind. They don't necessarily exist in brain, even
Okay,
though
what is a
even
mind under
though there
physical?
is a
Okay. Now
correlation.
you're outside of physicalism now. Now you're
No,
saying, now you're taking a, hold on, you're taking a dualistic approach right now under physicalism that says there's a mind that's distinct from the brain. Now, can you justify that under
we're
physicalism?
taking a dualistic approach when we use language.
Can you justify a mind, what it is, under physicalism if it's not the brain?
Yes, it's what we feel we have when our
Is that reduced to things in the brain?
yes.
Okay, so it is the brain.
No, not just the brain, the body, and the environment.
Oh, so you mean physicality?
Physicality, yes.
So what's the distinction between a brain and a mind?
Okay, the mind would supervene on the brain, and the mind is something that we feel we have as organisms. And the problem is when
This
you
is circular.
leap into that,
This is
you're
ridiculous
leaping in-
circularity.
Okay, why are you over talking?
Because you're speaking gibberish. Okay.
Okay, no over.
Listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. All feelings and thoughts are identical to the brain under physicalism. They're identical to matter. Okay. So
What?
when I ask you what's the distinction under physicalism between the brain and the mind, and you say the mind supersedes, we have feelings about the mind.
Supervenes.
Supersedes. Okay, supervenes. The mind and feelings are objects in space in the brain, right?
Okay, you and I are two different
So you're not gonna answer.
organisms. You and I are two different organisms making squeaking sounds at each other right now. Right?
Are feelings reduced to physicality of the brain under physicalism?
Not just the brain, the body, and the environment. Yes.
Are feelings reduced to physicalism?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no real meaningful distinction between the brain and what you're calling the mind, because when I ask you the distinction, you resort back to physical things.
No, there is a distinction between the brain.
Okay, what is it?
Okay,
Categorically.
The brain is far more encompassing than the mind. Okay, the
That's
mind is
really beautiful poetry. What's the categorical distinction
the categorical distinction between.
under physicalism between a brain and a mind?
Well, mind doesn't exist under physical.
The mind doesn't exist. Now you're talking about
It's
the
an
mind under
illusion.
physicalism?
It's an illusion that you have.
How do you know what's an illusion and not an illusion under physicalism? If you
I didn't know you were an illusionist, Speed. Or
I
did
am
I know that?
I am kind of, but in a nuanced way. This guy won't quit over talking me.
well, you just ended your own position because the thing you're referring to that does evaluations, including the evaluations of this conversation, is illusory.
It's an illusion that we have, yeah. And it
So you think you're now arguing under physicalism that you can come to deductive, inductive, and other forms of reasoning to conclusions from a thing you're starting is illusory. How do you know your conclusions aren't illusory under this
of course,
position?
because we have a brain.
Oh, now we have a brain that supersedes the.
So now we're going to get into the nuances of illusionism and what it really means. Okay, that's another big discussion that we're not going to have. Okay, back to your premises. If there is a proposition, okay, currently in my mind, then it's physical. Okay, something is going on physically in my mind. And in that sense, a proposition is physical. But if I'm going to say that that proposition is true and false, then I'm doing another process called evaluation. And that too is going to be a physical process. And there's no problem with me coming up with a correct statement about what is true and false. Do you understand that? Let's see if you understand it. I'll unmute you.
You're saying you mean your mind, right?
Yes. Yes.
So the thing you deny. Hold on. You just
You
asked me
have
to
a
respond,
mind.
and now you're interrupting. You muted me, and you just asked me to respond, and you just talked over me.
Okay, go respond.
Thank you. You just said we or you can come to conclusions about these things, right? I'm asking the you that you're referring to is the mind, which you just declared is illusory. Do you understand?
The me is not the mind.
What is you then?
I'm an organism.
Okay, so the organism supersedes the mind now?
I'm basically a physical object. I am an organism.
Yeah, great. So you just said we can come to conclusions using our brain, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Do it all
So
the time.
okay, great. So the brain is the brain evaluating the brain under
Yes.
physicalism? Okay.
Yes, it can.
Technically,
Okay,
yes.
great. Okay, so what's where is the observer in the brain that's evaluating the brain if it is the brain?
There is no observer in the fucking brain.
So what's doing the evaluating of the brain?
A process in the brain.
The brain's evaluating the brain, right?
Yes.
Under
It's a
physicalism.
process, right?
Okay. So
it's one process. Okay, hang on a second. It's one process interacting with other processes, and we have the illusion that is our mind making an evaluation. And
so you're having an illusion. You're having a potential, illusory event right now.
Yeah, but illusion doesn't mean false. Okay.
How do you know an illusion is? To say something is an illusion, don't you need a vantage point?
Yes.
So what's the vantage point? If you're saying the mind is illusory, you're using the mind to determine the mind's illusory. So where is this privileged position?
The privileged position is that we are talking about two organisms, A and B, and you and I are C and D. Okay. Now we're talking.
That doesn't answer the question.
Okay. No, it does. Hang on.
No, it doesn't. What did I?
Okay. We're talking about physical things in the brain, right? So we are necessarily talking in the third person. We are talking about a physical brain, which is a third person. We have persons A and B, okay, which could be Scott and Leo, okay, and they're evaluating something, okay. So you and I are talking about what's going on there now. Now Scott and Leo have this illusion.
This guy mutes.
Are you unmuted now?
No, you guys keep muting me. It's kind of
I keep muting you because you keep over talking me.
You keep referring to these people as these independent evaluators, right? But under physicalism, which is we're discussing, they are objects in space running their laws of physics based course, right? That they're just operating based on previous circumstances, right?
Correct.
Like dominoes. Okay.
Yep.
Now the question was, you said the thing doing the evaluation is just a mechanism in motion.
Yep.
So, but now I'm asking you, when you start making truth claims about different propositions, which are coming from the mouths of these people, by the way, the minds of which, from your view, is illusory, that you're saying you can come to the truthfulness of the evaluations, right?
Not in the third person, no.
So how do you know which mechanisms are spitting out true outputs? Because that's what it is. Input, output, right? Under physicalism, right?
Well,
input, output.
No, that's pretty silly. Mechanistic.
Saying it's silly is not a refutation.
It's silly. Okay, trust me.
That's not a refutation. Trust me, bro. Is
Maybe
not an
he
argument.
wasn't trying to refute it. He's just saying
up.
that he thinks
Yeah,
it's silly.
Shut up. He doesn't.
Oh God, you are so butthurt.
Okay.
We'll tell people to shut up, Jimbob, not you. This is our channel.
Yeah.
Read that.
Wait a minute. Okay. Did I?
That was
A liar.
Okay. Scott.
Sorry, I'm moving my thumb off of it.
That's okay. You're a liar. That's fine. It's established. 346 people now know you're a liar.
We're name calling again. He's
lying. No, liar is not a name calling event.
He's having
you idiot.
a fit.
You're just having a fit. Yeah, when we agree to mute everyone else, but then you don't do it and let them overtalk you and gang up on you. Shut up, you dumb hick.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Let's keep going with the conversation without people saving you, buddy.
I mean,
Bob.
Jimbob.
Bob, you're a mess.
Let's keep going. You said you're gonna mute them and you didn't. So you're a liar. Why don't you just take them off so we can have a conversation?
It takes too much time to mute them.
It takes too much time to mute them.
I
Wow.
think so, yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, with me and Scott both double clicking the button at the same time, yeah, it would take.
Yeah, we're pretty chaotic here. This is pretty normal.
Okay, great. That's great. So back to the argument. So under physicalism, there's two mechanisms. Now, do mechanisms do anything other than what they're lawfully bound to do?
What the fuck kind of question is that?
Do mechanisms behave any way outside of what they're determined to behave?
What mechanisms? There's no mechanism.
Are we mechanisms under physicalism? Yes or no?
No.
We're not. What are we then?
No.
Yes, we are.
We are complex interactions in space-time, and it's really complex.
That's what mechanisms are, though.
Not a mechanism.
That's what a mechanism is.
No. Mechanism.
Literally, yes. Mechanisms are interactions between complex parts.
No, the mechanistic idea of human beings is bullshit, Leo. Leo,
that's not an argument.
I didn't say that humans.
You do not have an argument with me right now, Leo.
You can't even refute Leo. Saying his statement's bullshit is not a counter argument.
Okay.
He defined it the same way I'm defining under physicalism, right? We're not talking about whether you agree. Listen, we're not talking about whether you agree with Leo. We're talking about under physicalism, are human beings mechanisms?
No.
What are they then?
Is a bad word. Sorry.
What does mechanism mean? Bring it up.
Okay. We are physical interactions.
That's a mechanism. That's mechanistic.
To you it is.
You can't have interactions. You can't have interactions without a mechanism.
No. You're not going to call it a fucking mechanism on this channel because it's not. Okay. Sorry.
Bring up the definition, and we'll prove to you that under physicalism, human beings are mechanisms. Bring it up.
We're not having that discussion right now.
Oh, you're not going to bring up the term that you're trying to refute? You're a coward.
You're sidetracking.
No, you're a coward. No. Okay. Sidetracking, bringing up definitions in an argument is not sidetracking.
Okay, you're muted again. Now, if you want to refer to Daniel J. Nicholson's papers about why mechanism and all of that talk is a problem, you can look up Daniel J. Nicholson. I've had him on the channel. He's a philosopher. He will basically straighten you up, but we're not having that discussion right now, okay? We're having this one.
Do you think a body is a collection of parts that work together?
Collection of parts that work together.
Yeah, as a human body, including the brain.
As a biologist, I would never say that. No, I would never say that.
I didn't ask you as a biologist.
As a biologist, I would never say that. No.
So a biologist wouldn't say. Okay, so a biologist wouldn't say that a body, a human body, isn't a system of parts that work together.
I hope not.
They wouldn't. Oh, really? That's very interesting.
I think most biologists would.
Yeah, that's really interesting. You say that.
Any biologist who knows what he's talking about would not.
Oh, that's a good one. Anyone who knows what they're talking would agree with me, but most, as Leo would say, would disagree with you. So there's really not a lot of biologists.
You really like getting.
There's not a lot of biologists who know what they're talking about.
You like to get away from the original discussion, don't you?
No, I love the original.
Okay, you want to get away from the original discussion, which is what a proposition is physically.
What a proposition is under physicalism.
Right, under physicalism. What
is it physical?
No.
Okay, we have up here two human beings, two organisms, A and B. Okay, we'll call it Leo and Scott. And they're talking about whether or not there is a tornado in the backyard right now, right? In Iowa. Okay, we'll say in Leo's backyard, is there a tornado? So they have a proposition.
Don't dox him.
They both have in their mind, right? So that means that something is going on in their mind, right?
No, I don't grant mind under physicalism. We already went through this. Dude.
Something is going on in their brain.
Yeah, their mechanistic brain, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, and something's also going on in their eyes and in the yard. And
right, more mechanisms in motion.
Okay, there's all kinds of things going on right here that basically are creating that proposition. And
right, physical processes, right? Just to be clear, physical processes are creating the proposition.
Correct.
You keep interrupting, Bob.
No, this is called a clarification. Shut your big dumb hick mouth.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, I'm going to choose.
It's coming out of the woodwork.
It's a clarification.
I'm going to choose not to, but if you want to keep calling me those names, that's fine.
Oh, shut up! Shut up, you old boomer.
We'll grant you that you're not an incel, okay? Will that make you feel any better?
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, well. I'm not gonna sign up on that.
Let's stay focused, Spurgies. Okay, listen. Proposition.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. I just did that because I wanted to.
No.
I do apologize. I apologize, Jimbob. I am a lesser being than you. I'm not as good as you, and of course I'm a hick. So I'm sorry. I just did that.
It's a way to trigger people. Just give him time. He'll let all of his prejudices out at some point.
Yeah, go ahead and spew, sir.
Yeah, he's letting them fly. Okay, Jimbob.
We're going to get back to the argument now.
We have Leo A and we have Scott P, and they're talking about a tornado in the backyard of Leo's house. Right?
You don't mean? Wait a second. Hold on. Just one more clarification. You don't. By they, you mean it's, right? They're objects. Under physicalism. Well, no, they're not beings, they're objects, right?
Of course.
Excuse me, my pronouns are God,
and God.
Leo.
See, there's another one.
I'll ask Leo because he's not going to answer.
It doesn't take long. This is not a discussion that is about philosophy or justification or
Shut
anything
up.
else. It's just an excuse. It's just an excuse for
Listen,
somebody to get
stop
their,
Yelp reviewing.
someone to get their joy on
Yeah,
insulting
it is.
people and displaying their prejudices, which is fine if that's what you like.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to have a conversation with this guy when he keeps.
It's not a conversation. This is why you don't have them.
Yeah, but you guys are kind of triggering him, so, but or playing into it.
I'm not. I'm listening to what's being spewed at the moment. I'm not trying to trigger. I'm just observing that this is what's going on here.
He's triggered by atheists, and he's got a whole stack of them.
Apparently,
So
I mean, I
this
don't
is what
know.
they do.
Everybody's triggered by
They mute,
something,
and then
I
they do
guess.
this little thing, right? They don't want to talk about the
His
argument.
little tiny limbs are probably quivering right now because he's got so many atheists.
I'm just sewing and listening, and
Right.
I think it's crazy.
Still waiting.
Yeah.
Still waiting for the argument.
Okay.
So
A and B. Okay.
A and B. There's object A and B. They are human beings, as we call them, but they're basically objects in space under physicalism. That's all I asked.
Yeah, they're things. Yeah.
Okay. Objects in space.
Okay.
Object A, object B. Go ahead.
Proposition going on between them. That means something's going on in each of their little brains.
Mhm.
Okay. And they're talking about the proposition. And Leo and Scott both see the tornado, and they both agree that it is true that there is a tornado in the backyard. Okay, that's just more stuff happening in the mind. Okay, what's the problem with that?
What's the problem with it?
They have determined that it's true that
Right.
there's a tornado in the backyard,
Yeah.
and they both take cover. Okay, what's the problem with that?
The problem is that the effects of physics that you admit from the illusory thing called the mind, the propositions themselves are more effects of physics that are determined by biology and physics and neurophysics, neurology. So the problem is, if two objects are determined by the laws of physics to say what they're going to say and see what they're going to see, then the thing you're calling evaluating between two objects is seeing a tornado, right?
More effects of physics, right?
They're more effects of physics, right?
Right.
So the effects of physics called a proposition is now another referent or object in space.
Yep.
Okay. So admittedly, from Breakfast Tacos, he first said, no, referents are not propositional. Propositions are about the reference. Then he later admitted that under physicalism, propositions are now a new effect in the world, and they are the new referent. Would you agree?
Yeah, especially if we're down here. Okay, me and you talking about Scott and Leo. That's what we're doing. We're trying to analyze them third person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. And so
Scott says it's true that there's a tornado in Leo's yard. Leo says it's true. That means that their brains have gone into a certain state, a true state, basically true state in reference to that proposition. What's the problem with that?
no, that's begging the question. Determine what's in question is true, right? The term true, right? That assumes evaluations are not completely determined by physics.
This is completely determined by physics, whether or not they come up with a true proposition.
Okay, great. So if you're determined to come,
brains, now listen, if their brains are both in a state that it's true that there's a tornado in the backyard, then both of them are going to dart under some sort of a landscape, right? The high.
Okay, great. I got it. So if
under physical,
dude, do you think if there's two trees next to each other, is one true and one's false?
Nope.
So under physicalism, why is it how are you jumping to the case that two brains next to each other producing different things are true? One's true and one's false.
Because the brains are in a state that say it's true.
No. That's begging the question.
No, it's a brain.
Yes,
state.
it is. No, you're just asserting that something's true. I asked you, what's the meaningful distinction under physicalism between two trees sitting next to each other that are effects of physics and two brains sitting next to each other that have this thing happening, this phenomenon, right? That is completely consistent with their with their nature, right? That they're just doing, that's just happening, unfolding, no different than trees growing certain leaves. I'm
Trees
asking
don't
you,
have
what's the
propositional states? Brains do.
I know
Okay,
that's
here's-
question begging.
No,
Okay,
it's
here's-
not. It's a
Yes,
fact
it
of the
is,
world.
Leo.
No, it's not. It's a fact.
Yes, it is.
of
I'll
the
tell you
world.
how. It's special
Trees
pleading.
don't have
You're special
propositional
pleading.
states.
You're special
You
pleading.
don't know what the special pleading fallacy
Yes,
is.
I do.
No,
Yes,
you
I
don't.
do. Yes, I do.
I got it.
I'll walk you through it if you want, Leo.
How did I get out of this discussion?
Leo,
Didn't you ask
can I
me?
ask
No,
you a
I
question?
just made a statement of truth.
Leo, can I ask you a question?
Brains
Triggered
have
him. You
Leo,
tricked
can I ask you a question?
propositional states and trees don't. Just like
Can I ask
brains
you-
have doxastic states and trees
Great.
don't. And
That doesn't
propositional
tell
states
me-
are doxastic states.
That doesn't tell me the categorical distinction under physicalism. That just asserts
Between
that there's
what?
a difference.
Distinction between what?
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay. Can you?
I'm
all
okay
shut the
with
fuck
it.
up and let me answer the question? What is the categorical distinction?
Between two trees that are effects of physics and two brains that are also effects of physics.
These are trees and these are brains. These are human.
Those are so the
Okay, these are
distinction is
human
subcategories.
organisms. These are organisms and these are trees. That is.
Those are subcategories.
Do the trees have a proposition?
I didn't ask for subcategorical differences. I asked for categorical.
What do you mean
differences.
Yeah, but the
subcategories?
difference isn't
Those are
categorical. That's the
Okay, can I
problem.
both talk? Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. Under physicalism, there's objects in the world
Right.
Really?
Trees
Yeah.
and brains.
and brains. Okay, now I'm asking you,
Body.
under physicalism, what's the meaningful distinction between two objects that have their own properties that are completely consistent with the laws of physics and they're completely determined by those laws, and brains?
These are brains. These are organisms, and these are trees. These
The
are
correct
human
answer is brains
organisms,
have
and
different
So
properties.
so you're saying the meaningful
listen,
distinction is
Jim Bob,
taxonomical.
this is your problem. This is your problem.
You can't answer the question.
Okay,
You're telling me
this
my
is
problem, but
your
you're not answering the
problem.
question.
This is your problem. You're trying to reduce trees to physical objects, right? Which they are.
Are
That's
they?
one characteristic they have, but
Great.
that does not exhaust the differences between them. Okay, there are different categories between humans and trees.
Well,
Are you a tree, Jim Bob?
So you're saying the
Are
properties
you
are
a
different.
tree? Will you answer that question?
No,
Yeah.
but you're saying the properties are different.
Do you have a brain?
I have a brain.
Do you breathe?
Yep.
Do you eat food?
Yep.
Have
Those
a
are all
life.
physical. Those are all physical effects. Yeah.
Right.
Go on.
Okay. You want to reduce them to physical effects and get,
Under physicalism, I don't want to do that. That's
No,
a
you do.
consequence. No, that's the consequence of
No, it
physicalism.
ain't.
Yes.
no,
Yes, it is. Of course it
not.
is.
And okay, this
What else?
Okay, Jim Bob, I got the problem for you right here. You don't understand physicalism. Okay. Under physicalism, the distinction between trees and human organisms is that they are completely different objects in physics, right? And you don't want to admit to that. You want to reduce them to the same thing. You want to say, oh, they're both physical objects, so they can't have a true proposition. Why can't you get this through your head? What is wrong with your head?
That's not an argument. By
Not
the
an
way,
argument. Okay, the
What's wrong with
tree,
your head?
the tree
It's an
is not
argument.
different than the
Okay,
organ- than the
listen.
human.
Listen, I already went through this with you. Under physicalism, both the tree or anything else in the world, including a human with a brain, is reduced ultimately to physicality. Yes,
No.
it is.
Okay, reduced.
What else is
not
it then?
being ontologically reduced.
Okay, great. Tell me how that's not the case then.
Okay, okay, just because I say they're both physical objects doesn't mean they're identical to each other.
I didn't say they're identical. I said
you
in the
did.
category.
You acknowledge they can have different properties from one another.
Yeah.
Well, if they're different properties, right? You're basically saying there's an object over there and it has bark and leaves, and humans don't have bark and leaves. I'm talking about the jump between propositions being possible. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, why would
Now you guys just keep granting yourself propositions and
no, we're
not,
not.
and
Why wouldn't
you
they
are.
be impossible? Why wouldn't they
Yeah,
be
you-
possible
what do
under physicalism?
Because
That's-
well, first of all, we're discussing two things here, Leo. One is under physicalism, is a proposition physical?
No.
Okay.
What is it then? If they
It's an
are they? Okay,
abstract-
hold on.
It's an abstract.
Hold on a
concept.
second. I have a
Okay,
model-
so just
Okay,
so.
oh
Oh my
channel
God,
owner,
you guys
channel
are
owner, shut up,
just insufferable.
Channel owner, shut up. Okay, I'm gonna let you and Leo talk for a while because I got you by your skinnies, Jim Bob, and you just got to re-listen to what I said.
You're completely
Go ahead and
delusional.
talk to Leo.
You just negated your own mind. You have me by the skinnies, but you negated a mind. You said the mind supervenes the brain, and then I said, "What's the mind?" And you said the mind's illusory, and then you basically reduced epistemology to the brain, back to the brain, which is the problem in question. So
you're letting yourself be distracted by the.
No, I'm just clarifying how it went. You're delusional. I'll talk to Leo now.
You need to look at it again and figure out.
That's not an argument. Shut up.
Not an argument.
Leo. Yeah. Keep quiet. You're not.
Oh my God.
Ready. You're not ready.
Jimbob, what kind of idiot?
Shut up, you big dumb hick.
What kind of idiot comes on a channel and insults the host of the channel?
I know.
That's very rude. Are you a Christian?
Okay. I
don't know that he's a Christian. I think he's something else.
When's Toy Story 5 coming out?
Are you ready for him, Leo?
Yeah, Leo,
I've been ready.
You can have him.
He was born ready. Okay. Leo, under physicalism, you're saying that propositions are abstract things?
Abstract concepts, that's correct.
Okay, cool. Would a physicalist say that abstract concepts don't in fact exist based on what they define ontology, their standard for
they're
ontology?
a nominalist like I am, yes. But they might be a Platonist, where they think abstract objects do exist ontologically in some different Platonistic realm.
Okay, so if they said like the truth exists, what category are they going to put that in?
Truth is an abstract concept.
So does it exist or not?
I would say no, because I'm a nominalist about abstracta.
Oh, so what does exist from your view?
The physical realm.
But the physical realm is an abstract concept.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. The universe
the
is
physical.
Not abstract.
Hold on.
The universe causes things to happen.
One thing at a time. Hold on. You're hold on. One thing at a time here.
Let me check my script.
Okay. Oh, listen. The outside world is irreferent, right?
It can be if it's being referred to in a linguistic structure. Yes.
Okay. Is our descriptions identical to the objects?
Are descriptions identical to the objects? No.
Okay. So when you say there's a world out there, is that reference identical to the referent?
No, I never said it was.
Okay. Well, no, you kind of did, because
I didn't.
I asked you, how do you what determines whether something exists or not, right?
You haven't asked me that question yet. No. I'm willing to answer it.
Well, you said something about the external world, right?
I said that there is an external world. You asked me like, what exists then? And I said the external world exists.
Yeah, I said you said the external world exists from a nominalist position, and I'm telling you,
no, nominalists
oh my God,
don't think. See, no, you're missing the point. Nominalism applies to abstracta, not concreta. The universe is considered a concrete, not an abstract.
No.
So the idea of nominalism would not apply to it, since it's a concrete.
Okay, great.
I don't think you understand the difference between abstracta and concreta.
So does the universe exist?
Yes.
Okay. Is the universe an abstraction?
No. The universe is concrete. It stands in causal relations.
Really?
Yes. That's what.
If it was concrete,
what does it mean for something to be concrete,
listen,
Jim?
Dude,
what does it mean for something to be concrete?
Dude, is the term universe an abstract or concrete?
The term?
Yeah.
The term in a linguistic structure is abstract.
That's right. So what is so the thing you're calling the universe itself, right, requires this other thing that you deny exists.
No. The universe would exist if languages didn't.
The thing you're referring to is never identical. So you need abstracts.
It doesn't need to be. To describe things in a language, yes, we do.
Right. So your statement, your position that the only thing that exists is physical things, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you'd say the mind doesn't exist?
The mind exists.
Well, is that a physical thing?
Yes.
How did you determine that the mind is a physical thing?
Because I have a basic understanding of neuroscience. The mind is the emergent result of the processes and functions that the
that's
brain,
not the question.
or rather the whole nervous system engages.
That wasn't the
in
question. I didn't ask you to define what you think the mind is. I asked you, how do you determine that it's physical?
I just explained that to you.
No, you just asserted.
You may not have understood the explanation, but I gave one. Yes.
How did you determine where the mind is and isn't?
The mind is contained. Well, it's not really contained anywhere because it's an emergent result. It's like
So it's nowhere?
It's like asking me where temperature is. That doesn't make sense. But temperature is physical.
Well, we can point to where hot is, what we call hot, and isolate it in the absence of heat. I'm asking you to do that with the mind, sir.
Oh, the brain. Just like we can point to the mind when the brain is metabolizing, and then there is no mind when it's not.
Oh, I see. So you've determined when there's a mind in the brain and when there's not?
Yes, that's pretty easy to determine. When the brain
How'd
is
you do that?
metabolizing, there's a mind because we can engage with it. And when the brain is not metabolizing, you're fucking dead. So clearly you don't have a mind anymore, do you?
So clearly you don't have a mind anymore, do you? Okay, so I'm asking
Bill
you
got
what the
muted?
methodology was. I'm asking you what the methodology was.
Shit.
Somebody's echoing
Somebody's echoing
badly.
badly.
I'm muted, so can't be me.
Do we know who this is? Okay, it's gone. What was your question again, Jim Bob?
Oh, okay. It was that you're making are you making a distinction between the mind and the brain or not?
I think there is a distinction between the mind and the brain, but I think both are physical.
Okay, so then let's just take a brain, right? And you're looking at it with all the
Well,
tools
what kind
that
of
you-
brain? Is it metabolizing or is it just a brain like you're holding in your hand and it's not metabolizing? Because there's a difference between the two.
Okay, so you're holding a brain. We don't know if it's metabolizing.
Well, if you're holding it, then clearly it's not metabolizing because it's not in the body absorbing energy, through blood. It's not
Okay. Okay, I got you. So you're looking at a brain that's inside somebody who's alive and they're functioning. Okay?
So the brain is metabolizing. Okay.
Okay. So you're looking at a metabolizing brain, right? And that's the normal brains we all have, right?
Yep.
Most people. Or is there anyone who's alive that doesn't have a metabolizing brain?
I would say no.
Okay. And so when you look at this brain, you're looking at this physical object, right, inside, encased in a skull. And I'm asking you, how do you determine where the mind is or isn't in that brain?
The mind does not possess physical location, much like temperature does not possess physical location.
So you're saying there is a distinction between mind and brain, but you can't tell me how you know that because that would require you to know where it is and isn't.
I knew that. I did tell you how I knew that. I can
How did you know
reiterate
that?
that.
Yeah,
I
say it
know
again.
that because there are the brain, you can have a brain where there is something else there going on with it, which we call the mind. And then
More than the brain?
You can see that there are brains that don't have all that going on. So there's
Oh, I
obviously a distinction between those two different states.
Oh, okay.
Such that
Okay,
we
hold
can
on.
say that in one there is a mind present and in the other
Okay.
there is not.
Okay, so your determination that a mind exists independent of the brain, from your view,
I don't
is
think minds can exist independently of brains.
okay. But your distinction here is that there's something going on with this brain and something not going on with another brain.
That's correct.
Okay, and so that seems to be the question is how did you determine the thing that's going on in one brain is a mind and
Because
the
that's
thing,
what we call it.
Oh, you just call it that.
Yeah, neuroscientists call it that.
Oh, okay. So the phenomenon you call the brain is a collection of activities.
There are a collection of activities that are referred to as the mind, yes.
Okay, so why is it that they're called something different other than just describing the brain doing an activity?
Well, that's what the word mind is. It's a word that describes the brain as it's metabolizing.
So it's just the brain, a metabolizing brain.
Yeah, the mind is what emerges from a metabolizing brain. That is correct.
Now-
just like temperature emerges from the mean molecular energy of a macro scale.
Well,
object.
we could measure temperature. I was wondering if we
can
call
measure
emergent.
the mind too. EEG
Hold on.
readings would be one way to do it.
No, that's a brain activity.
No, that's the activity of the brain that we
Yeah.
call the mind. Yes.
Yeah, you're just calling it the mind. right?
That's what we call it. Yes, I am.
Why
calling it
Why
that.
don't you just call it the brain?
Because the brain is an object. The mind is the emergent property of the functions and processes of that object as it metabolizes. See, I think you struggle with the concept of emergence. That's what I think this is.
Well, emergent is a reification. It doesn't tell me anything.
Not. That's not what reification means.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
So let's take an engine, right? An engine's puffering along there, and
Steam engine or like
dude, let me
internal
just get it
combustion
out,
engine
dude.
or
Let me get it out.
jet engine.
It doesn't matter. An engine that has exhaust. So the engine's running. Would you say the exhaust that you see is an emergent property of the engine?
Yes.
Okay. So you know where an engine is working, and you see that if it has an exhaust, you're saying the smoke itself is an emergent property of the engine, but it's not
It's an
identical to the
emergent
engine.
property of the processes of the engine. Yes, when the engine is running, it produces exhaust, and when it's not running,
Okay.
it doesn't.
Okay, gotcha. But so you're saying the brain itself is an engine, so to speak, and the exhaust is the mind, right?
I see. I would have. That's not a bad analogy, but I think one that's just a little better is that the engine is the engine, and when it's running, it produces horsepower, and the horsepower is the mind.
So it's a physical force.
No,
That's what
But the-
horsepower is. It produces.
yeah, but that's
it
not the
produces
extent
energy.
of the analogy. The analogy is that the
Hmm.
mind emerges from the operation of the brain, much like horsepower emerges from the operation of an engine.
Yeah. So it's. I mean, from your view, then if the analogy is true, that the brain, if the analogy is close, at least, that the brain can only produce the outcome it's constrained to produce.
I guess I don't know what you mean.
So if an engine could only produce the horsepower it's constrained to produce, right? And it only produces the effect or results it's constrained to produce by its mechanistic nature.
You mean like the measure of the power? An engine can only produce as much power as it can produce?
Yeah, like whatever its output
Yeah,
would be.
and I
be
would say that
consistent.
that's just sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Holy fuck, there's a metaphysical term for it, and of course I can't think of it. But that an engine of a given size, yeah, it's constricted to only produce so much horsepower. So just
Now,
like
the
brains of a certain
okay.
structure only
Okay.
produce
Great.
a mind capable of so much. That's why
Okay,
dogs
great.
don't have
I got it.
complex languages like us.
Yeah. I understand. So you wouldn't say that the engine produces a false output, right?
That doesn't make sense to me.
Right? It's just doing what it does, right?
Yeah. The brain is
So-
just doing what it does when it
Right,
metabolizes.
right. So if the brain is a mechanism much like an engine, and it could only produce the outcome its nature and mechanistic systems allow it and determine it to do, the question is, how could an output that's completely consistent with the laws of physics be false?
I don't know. I'm not saying anything like that though.
Well, no, you are. Well, I think you are, and let
I
me
am
just
not.
let me see if you are. Would you say a proposition or an evaluation is an output of the engine called the brain?
Of a sort, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
So if it is, the same question is posed. If an engine can only produce what it's capable of producing, what it's determined to produce by its mechanistic nature, inputs, then I'm asking you, if the brain is analogous with the machine, then a proposition or evaluation is equivalent to the horsepower we're speaking of.
No.
So how could okay, hold on. How could an output of physics in the brain be true or false?
The output isn't. The content of the output is.
The content?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
propositions and evaluations are outputs,
Dude,
but they
hold on,
have
hold on.
content.
No, but that means there needs to be an evaluator of the content, which is another output.
Yeah, that's the person.
No, that's another output.
Yeah. So
So you just said, well, no, the output isn't true or false. It's the content. And I just said, how are you going to evaluate the content? And you said the output.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem.
No, I don't. What problem?
That means evaluations can't be true or false. That
Yeah, they
proves my
can.
argument.
Yeah.
You just said
as
the
long as you give
output
them
is,
content.
dude, you said the output isn't the thing that's true or false. It's the content.
Yeah.
I said, how does the machine evaluate the content? That's more output.
Yeah. You haven't shown
Right.
something. You haven't shown a problem there.
Yeah, the problem is you have no access to whether it's true or false because you keep going back into
Yeah, I
the
do.
output.
I can evaluate it.
Yeah, that's an output.
And the fact that they're both outputs is not contradictory. There's no contradiction there.
Oh my gosh. If an output is only what it's determined to be, and you said the output, your own words, the output isn't the thing that's true or false, right? The content is.
Mhm.
Well, the content is there now, a new referent. Now I ask you,
What?
well, what's the thing that's evaluating the content? It's another output, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a contradiction.
No, it's not. What's the
Yes, it is.
contradiction? Give me the P and the P.
Output. Okay. Outputs aren't true or false. Outputs evaluate content.
And it's the
That's-
content that's either true or false, not the output
Well,
itself.
no, you have to evaluate the content. Content
doesn't matter.
determine it's true or false. It doesn't matter what's evaluating it now. That's the end of your argument.
Well, that's
dude.
not
It's
what
over.
I said. The fact that it has to be evaluated isn't really relevant.
Do you need to hear the contradiction again?
You haven't given a contradiction in the first
I did.
place. No,
I did.
You didn't.
Okay, you're going to deny this is a contradiction? Premise one.
Let me ask you.
Oh no,
under
okay,
what
you're gonna dodge. You don't let me.
modality-
Yeah,
under
you're not
what
gonna let me. You're not
modality-
gonna let me.
Under
You're
what
not gonna let me.
modality?
Oh,
is
you're
it a
gonna go into
contradiction?
go into the philosophy talk.
No,
to,
you
to,
said you
to
gave
obfuscate.
one, so tell me under what modality it's a contradiction.
Listen, simple. Premise one and premise two are contradictions. Okay.
What premise?
Premise-
I gave no premises.
Premise one, you agreed to, is that outputs aren't the true or false thing. The content is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Outputs are not true or false. The content is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Premise two, outputs evaluate the content.
Yep. Some outputs
That's a
evaluate the
contradiction.
content in other outputs.
That's a
There's no
contradiction.
under what modality?
Well, under
Is
what
it a
modality?
logical contradiction? Is it a deontic contradiction? Is it an alethic contradiction? Under
It's
what modality
self-refuting.
is it a contradiction?
It's a. So
See,
you're not
can't,
admitting.
See, you can't answer because you don't
See,
know.
this is what they
Because
do.
you
This is what the
didn't
philo
actually
nerds
give a
do.
contradiction.
This is the philo nerds do. They know there's a contradiction, and then they go into the subcategories of contradiction and prop logic and all this stuff instead of just admitting there's a
If
contradiction.
it's a
there.
contradiction, it should be a contradiction under some given modality. What is that?
Is it
modality?
not a contradiction?
Under what modality is it a contradiction? Because
Under
no,
just
it's not.
under
It's not
basic
under
natu-
any of them.
Basic natural language. Premise one states outputs are not true or false. The content is.
Mm-hmm.
I asked you what evaluates the content, and you said an output.
Yep. There's no contradiction there. An
Oh,
output
really?
is
So
evaluating
outputs.
the content.
So
of another
outputs can't be true or false, and yet they're the ones making the evaluations.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Making evaluations is also not true or false. So what's the contradiction?
To evaluate the content, right,
Mm-hmm.
assumes, in this physicalist view, assumes that there's another output, right?
Yeah.
Now what we're asking is whether or not the new content now is true or false,
Yep.
right?
What new content?
The new content that's evaluating the previous content.
What new content? I'm so confused.
You are confused.
Yes, I am confused.
Okay, yeah. Let me clarify it for you. Output, you said, isn't the true or false thing. The content of the output is what's true or false. I asked you, how do we evaluate the content now? You said more outputs. Well, if those outputs can't be true or false, then it's content evaluating content, right?
No, it's outputs evaluating the content of another output.
You just said outputs can't be true or false.
That's right.
It's the content. So
Yep.
how can
not all outputs have content?
How can an output determine what's true or false if you just said it can't? If it can't,
Via evaluation.
that's what the output is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know that. That's
yeah,
how we can
you
do
know that. You're in
evaluation
trouble.
because that's the
Yeah. The output is the evaluation. You're saying.
Well, actually, the output is the mind. The mind does the evaluation.
A mind is an output of the brain.
That's correct.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that output 2 can evaluate the content of output 1, and there's no contradiction there.
Okay, so okay, so you have brain A and brain B.
Nope.
And brain A.
Output
brain
of brain output.
I'm
1
starting
of
from
brain
brains
X
existing.
contains content.
Output
2 of brain X evaluates the content of output 1 of brain X.
Right.
Like there's no contradiction here.
Of course, there's a contradiction. You
You still haven't given it.
I did give it.
No, you didn't.
Outputs, right, aren't true or false. Evaluations need to be true or false.
Evaluations? No, evaluations wouldn't be truth apt. Propositions would be truth apt.
So you wouldn't need
evaluation
to know
is a normative process.
Well, evaluations under the physicalist view is an effect of physics.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't.
Yeah, it does matter.
No, it really doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it is. Let's say I'm evaluating something. How do you know I'm properly evaluating something?
I don't.
How do you know anyone's properly evaluating something under physicalism?
If they arrive at, well, it depends. If we're talking about something with some objective truth, then we can just look at the objective truth and see if both minds come to it. If you're talking about something that isn't objective, that's mind dependent, then there is no.
Oh, I get it. So
true or false way to do
just
the evaluation.
Got it. So
because
appeal to the thing in question.
evaluations are normative processes.
Well, no, I mean, that evaluation under physicalism is in question. So when I ask you what's the methodology under physicalism to determine whether evaluations themselves are accurate or not, you just reasserted the process of evaluation. That's all you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Would
You
like
said
me
you go to the mind.
You
go to the
reiterate-
mind.
Would you like me to reiterate what I said?
First,
I said if we're
steel man
talking
the
about
question.
truths that are so how does under physicalism how do we know that a mind is evaluating something correctly?
If it's an output, right?
Yeah.
How do you know an output is correct?
That says, well, it depends on whether it's true. It can only be correct if it's truth apt. Not all outputs are going to be truth apt. So there is no way to do that if the output isn't truth apt.
So, does an evaluation come before a proposition?
Doesn't evaluations can happen independent of propositions.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so that means an evaluation precedes a proposition, but you don't need to make a proposition to do an evaluation, right?
Precedes I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
Okay, we evaluate something in the world. Two brains evaluate something in the world, right? Their evaluation is something that occurs before they start saying truth claims about that thing, right?
Potentially, yes.
Right. So the question is, under physicalism, if there's two steps to achieving truth, right? One step is evaluation itself. Second is making a proposition about the evaluation, correct?
I don't think you need to make propositions to know that something is true.
Well, we're talking about in the instance of two conflicting propositions.
Well, is there an objective truth to be had there at all, even? Because if not, then there's no way to determine who's right and who's wrong, because there is no who's right and who's wrong if it isn't objective.
Well, I would say that under physicalism, if everything is purely mechanistic, that you could never know if it was right or wrong, because everything you're coming to as a conclusion is all downstream from physical laws. You're completely determined. What's it matter is that if a calculator is determined to spit out the wrong answer, how would it know it's the wrong answer?
Well, calculators don't know things, so.
Well, under the physicalist view, right, a human being, right, is just determined to give the outputs and conclusions that they're determined to do, just like a calculator.
I mean, at some base level, but that's not really
right. So so you just basically agreed with me. You just agree with me.
Yeah,
if calculator,
but that doesn't matter because that's not the scale at which. No, it's not, because it's not the scale at which we talk about human beings. You're just ignoring scale.
No. That's not. Scale isn't what's in question. If everything's mechanistic, it doesn't matter if it's a complex scale or a very rudimentary thing like a calculator. Input and output is all we're really talking about. So if you agree, calculators, if they're programmed to spit out the wrong response, right, they still need an independent evaluator to determine whether that response is false. Otherwise, it's just doing what it's doing, right? It's doing what a calculator does. If I code a calculator that states 4 + 4 = boobs, I can code it to do that. But the calculator or another calculator is never going to know if that's true or false. Now, if human beings are analogous to calculators in regards to
I don't think they are.
Okay. Well, under physicalism, I don't see how they wouldn't be if they're strictly mechanistic.
Because they do much more than calculate.
That's ability.
The problem is, like Speed said, you don't really understand physicalism.
No,
you don't understand emergence.
Dude, now you're dodging.
Scale. What am I dodging?
Make an argument. Don't say what I don't understand.
No, you said I was dodging. What am I dodging?
I'll make it very clear for you. Under physicalism, are both the human beings, start simple, Leo, are both human beings and other objects in space mechanisms?
For the most part.
Great. So now you're saying, well,
no, they're not mechanisms.
What? He doesn't like the mechanism thing.
Mechanisms.
But definitionally, they are. And Leo and I both agree with this. That
they're physical objects.
What's a physical object operating if not a mechanism, dummy?
Not a mechanism. That's a stupid idea.
What is it then?
Let's
bring it up again.
An anthropomorphic idea.
Let's bring it up. Mechanism, a system of parts working together.
Yeah, it's not a system of parts working together.
A natural or established process by which something takes place. Now, tell me, under your view, is a body, a human body, along with every other creature out there that you see, a natural or established an object of a natural or established process?
I'm not agreeing with your definition that you just pulled
Oh,
up.
my definition? You mean dictionary.com?
That's
Interesting.
right.
Which
Dictionary.com.
oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
sorry
You have the,
if you have
I'm
a
sorry.
naive understanding of biology.
Okay. So you have the let me guess, you have the dictionary that says men can have babies, I bet. Sorry. Why don't we bring up your dictionary? Bring up by the way, bring up any definition of mechanism, please, right now.
Dictionaries only tell us how words are used, not what they mean.
Okay. Bring up any definition of mechanism, please.
Hang on a second here.
Any that you want.
Get driving. What the fuck is this? Okay. Go ahead. Carry on, guys. I'm going to go look this up for you.
You're going to look up a definition mechanism?
Yeah, I'm going to look up a really good one.
Yeah, you probably need to write one for yourself.
Just don't use that term on this channel. It's offensive. Mechanism.
It's offensive?
It's offensive.
How is it offensive to use the term mechanism?
I'm offended. That's all you need to know. I own the fucking channel.
You own the channel?
Oh, words don't mean anything, Marcus? Great. I'll be sure to tell all the linguists and philosophers of language that words don't have intentions. They'd love to know that.
Well, he's offended by the term mechanism, so I don't know where else you can go if we're talking about whether or not a human is that, and you say you can't talk about that because I'm offended. I don't know what else you're going to do here.
Call it a physical, complex. I'll be happy.
What?
Physical complex.
A physical complex?
Yeah.
Oh, do you need me? Should I look that up now? A physical complex.
I just invented.
What does that mean? Physical complex, a system. Well, I don't know if you're going to say complex. And how do you get complexity if there's no mechanism?
Talk of mechanism is reductive, and it's ontologically reductive, and it just isn't accurate.
Based on what? Based on whose view?
Refer to Daniel J. Nicholson for starters, a philosopher.
Not you. So you can't defend why it is, but you have a book that you want us to read.
Yeah, the systems are too.
That's great.
They're too interlinked at multiple hierarchical levels.
What's a system? Wait, what's a system?
Mechanism.
Hold on a second. What's a system? You're using all these words. I'm like, whoa. A set of things working together. Isn't that? Listen to the definition of a system. A set of things working together as parts of a mechanism. You see how when you change and you deny the definition of words, you have to then deny other definitions that are interlinked with that definition?
Using this like ordinary guy dictionary.
Ordinary definition of words.
Okay.
What's an apple? Are you using an ordinary definition of the word apple? What's a ladder?
The common guy's stupid dictionary.
Can you give me a definition of system that doesn't include parts working together as a mechanism?
A system. Let me work on that. Told you we shouldn't have this discussion. Just don't use a fucking word. You won't offend me, and you won't have this problem.
I don't care about offending you. I care about the truth, you idiot.
Oh, you care about the truth. Oh my God. Then you should listen to what Leo was telling you for the last half hour.
I am listening to him. It's actually, I like the exchange with Leo. He doesn't deny that definitions exist. Still looking for, I think we're both kind of interested in how you're going to come up with a definition of mechanism or system without interlinking them. Use the word system, which is pretty much synonymous with mechanism. I'm not offended by system.
Okay. How about a set of interacting and interdependent components that work at multiple hierarchies with multiple network-like connections between the hierarchies? That is not a mechanism. A mechanism refers to a watch or a calculator or a computer.
Oh, I see why you don't like the word, because a mechanism assumes that there's some sort of intent. I get it. I see where you're spurging out. You think it's this is what you're dealing with right now. You think appealing to the word mechanism and accepting the definition is somehow some sort of bridge to like intelligent design. That's all you're dealing with. You're coping hard.
You really like to get off topic.
You're coping so hard.
I'm just offended, Jimbob, and you're offending me. You're using
that's my job.
You're using dirty words on my website, and I'm gonna have to fucking edit them all.
Right, right. And your wrenchman called me a pedophile, but that's okay with you.
That one's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Accusing people of such things is okay with you, but you can't say the word mechanism.
Who called you that, by the way?
That little bitch in your chat.
Which one?
The bitch.
Who called who? What?
The lady in your chat.
Beautiful. Well, maybe. Well, we have to listen to the whole argument. You know,
that's not an argument.
No, you're not
calling someone a pedo is not an argument. You doofus.
You're not on trial. You're not on trial here. Okay, we're not going to try you for your offenses. You can go ahead and we'll do that.
So you're okay with that in your chat? I'm just asking if you're okay with. If you want more theists on, I don't know. I might actually say, hey, go over to that channel. They'll have theists on and have good discussions. If your wrench people are calling people names, that's not going to happen.
Moderators in chat, people are pedo jacketing.
If I'd spotted
what to do.
I told you in the chat, and so did the rest of the chat. You ignored it, you fucking coward.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't see.
You fucking weasel.
I didn't see where it was.
I didn't know. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, you coward.
You're a fascist prick. You know that? You're just a little dick.
Oh, man,
You must have a tiny little willy. Okay, Leo, are you done with this guy?
No, I'm ready to keep going.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying this.
I'm gonna.
You little bitch.
Suck my dick.
More gay shit from you. Interesting. Well, Leo, I think we're at a stalemate here because, from my view, if all thinking and evaluation is all just caused by physics, that there can't be a true or false effect of physics because it just is what it is. It can't be anything other than it is.
Truth is a linguistic concept. Why would physical processes be true or false? They're not linguistic.
But
now
okay,
we
great.
can describe.
No,
like
hold
I
on.
said earlier, the sun emits electromagnetic radiation. That's not. Well, in the language, it's true because it is a thing that happens, but the actual process itself isn't true because truth is a linguistic feature.
But using language itself is still a process that's caused by physics.
Yes,
from the physicalist view. And it contradicts what you just said about things that happen. The processes themselves aren't true or false.
That doesn't contradict that.
So I'm asking you, without special pleading, how is it that
I haven't special pleaded?
Yes, it is. I'll tell you how.
Okay,
I'll walk you through it. I'll walk you through it.
Please.
For every phenomenon in the world, every effective physics we know that we can see, every phenomenon in nature that we see, that occurrence itself, without making a proposition, is itself not true or false, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So everything we know about the laws of physics and its effects, everything that we see in the external world is not truth apt. There's no proposition happening. It's just an occurrence, an event, or an object, right?
That's correct. Its ontology is not truth
Okay,
apt.
got you. And what I'm saying is special pleading is that for propositions which are also effects in the world, completely caused by physics, by the same physics that the tree is and the lake.
I don't think propositions are effects in the world, though.
They're effects of physics. What? No, wait, hold on. Are propositions effects of physics?
Are states of the mind effects of physics? Yes.
Okay, that means it's part of the world. So
descriptions. Oh my god.
So shut up.
Oh, fuck off,
monster.
God,
shut your monstrous face. Nobody's talking to you. Go sew a man's skirt. Go sew a man's skirt. Shut your mouth. You're crackling anyway. We can't hear you. We can't hear you anyway. You're roboting. Save some money. Save some money, you monster.
Jimbob's dick is shrinking as we talk, and it's
more dick talk. More dick talk. Yeah. More dick talk. Great. Expose yourself.
Yeah, we like dick talk.
So again, anyway, Leo, I was interrupted rudely. So if propositions are caused by physics, the special pleading is a proposition, which is also just an effect of physics, is the only effect of physics that happens to have some truth apt property. It's the only one. It's the only effect of physics. So how is it the case that there's all these other effects of physics out in the world, and everything we know about them is that they're not truth apt, but there happens to be this one that you appeal to called a proposition, which is descriptively the same in its process. It's caused by physics. But you're saying, no, it's a special effect of physics, very special. I'm saying making that jump is special.
I'm
just saying that's
about propositions, but I can grant what you're saying. I can grant that I'm not a nominalist about propositions, and I would just say propositions are also linguistic features, just as truth is. So they can be true because they're also linguistic, whereas everything else is not.
Okay, let me forget your view for a second. And could you see how, from my position, that for a strict physicalist, if they agree with the statement that all other effects of physics we know of are just happenings, events, objects in the world, but there is just this one that happens to break the constraints, and suddenly they're now truth apt, and we can actually evaluate the truthfulness of this one effect of physics. Could you see how someone like me would say that's special pleading?
Prima facie, yes. But not under the explanation that I gave, where all other effects of physics are not linguistic and propositions are. And given that they are linguistic and truth aptness is linguistic, truth aptness can apply to propositions.
But wouldn't that say, as you said, prima facie, that just special pleading to what's called language is now in question? And I'll give you an example, because I'll give you one example. Are there other creatures out there that, at least from our view, ostensibly look like they're, let's say, communicating or using language?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
So the question here would be, how would you determine with a given situation where it seemed like birds were maybe chirping toward each other, and we were like, oh, wow, they're kind of using a language. From our view, we think we see that, right? I'm asking you, how would you determine whether or not they're just reacting to input stimuli, or they're actually having a meaningful sort of exchange of communication?
Well, I think that we could basically describe communication as reaction to stimuli, as in the languages that are spoken to us, or you could say the terms that is spoken to us, and then we react to those statements.
Okay, can we overcome our reaction, or is that just a further reaction to stimuli?
I think we can overcome it in the sense that, like, you can ignore somebody. So, like, you can just refuse to react to it.
Okay, but how do you know that's not a reaction under strict physical view?
Well, that itself would, of course, be a reaction, yes.
Okay, so if everything's a reaction, then you're not really overcoming. You're just having another reaction that supersedes the previous one, called I'm not going to talk to you, or you know what, I'm going to engage, or that's what I'm asking, is that if everything in physicalism is a reaction to stimuli, input, output, what you call speaking, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you call speaking is just a response to stimuli that you don't really have control over it. Is that the case?
Well, that something that you do following somebody attempting to communicate with you is going to be some sort of reaction, then yes, but I would just take that to be trivial.
Well, the question of if it's trivial, it brings up another problem here from my view, and I don't think it's been addressed, is that if coming to truth and speaking truth and even debating is all determined reactions from stimuli, right? That means the truth, as we call it, is one other outcome of physics. Would you say under physicalism that what we call the truth as a moment in time obtained is basically a state of affairs in the world for a moment?
In the world, no. I would say it's a state of affairs within linguistic systems that humans have. Okay, so then would you say that you could change the inputs and have people say true things without intentionality and autonomy? Like, you just do inputs and they start saying true things. I would need more information. Well, I'm saying, like, I don't know if you know what I'm asking. Like, if physicalism is true and everything we say and do is a reaction to input or external stimuli, I'm asking you, if that's true, wouldn't it follow that you could actually input
create some inputs and variables in human beings and have them say true things and false things because
I
they're
think so,
caused to
yeah.
based by, okay. So if that's the case, is it logically and is it possible logically for now the evaluation of whether they're true to be to basically influence the inputs to have people evaluate true things and have them come out to be false, even though they're true?
Yeah,
That's possible.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. And so if it's the case under physicalism that all truth, what we call truth, and all falsity is just the reaction and the result of stimuli from a strict mechanistic process, then would you agree that coming to a truth is mostly an illusory process?
I mean,
Under
I don't
physicalism.
think that it is, but I'm sure there are people out there that do.
Right. Well, you would kind of try to take a synthesis position, like you'd.
Well, I would
basically
think
say,
that it's usually going to be some sort of normative evaluation that leads people to truth, rather than some sort of illusory
Right.
feature.
Right, but if I asked you, Leo, just from your own view, forget the strict physicalist for a second. If I said, Leo, everything you learned so far in your schooling and reading and philosophy and all your debates you've had and conversations on the side, that would you say that you had no play, that your intentionality had nothing to do with everything you know today, that everything you
No,
value
I
today?
wouldn't say that.
Okay, but then would you think that a strict physicalist would have to say that?
No,
They wouldn't.
no.
How could they argue that everything they've come to believe and think is true isn't just an effect of physics? How would they argue against
Well,
that?
because everything being an effect of physics does not defeat the fact that we have intentions.
Well, the intentions themselves would be determined by physics, right?
Yeah, but determinism is compatible with the notion that humans have volition.
Is it?
Yes.
Wouldn't the thing you call volition just another determined thing that you have no control over?
No.
Well, what would volition be if everything else is determined? It seems like that gets you out of physicalism.
That ability to choose between what has been determined.
Isn't choice itself something? Wouldn't all of our choices be determined mechanistically?
Yeah, that doesn't mean that we didn't have some ability to choose.
Wait, some or any? Or how much?
I don't think it's like measurable. I think that we have volition and we can make choices.
Does that mean that there's some part of our choice that's not entirely constrained by physical laws?
Some part of our choice is kind of vague, but I think I would say yes in that. So I'm what's called a compatibilist, as are most philosophers. So let me sort of break down what this is. The way that I look at it is, quite frankly, I don't think that the notion of choice making makes any sense without some level of determination, because this notion of like pure free will, what does it mean to make decisions if there's no antecedent information or states of affairs from which you make your decisions?
Okay, I think you're saying what you're referring to as determined. You're saying constrained by some either information you do have or don't have, and past experience you're maybe recalling. And so what I think what you're saying is, how could we possibly completely deny determinism if by determinism you mean in this case that there are constraints that guide or limit what our outcomes are going to be, right?
I mean, again, I think that's like probably almost an overly simplistic way of looking at it, but it's not technically incorrect.
Okay, so yeah, I think, like, for instance, let's make it you walk into an ice cream shop, and obviously the ice cream shop doesn't serve pizza. So if you're going to get anything there, you're already determined to not get pizza.
Exactly.
That's kind of what you're saying, right?
Prior information plays into the choices you make.
Sure.
And again, I don't think that choice making can happen absent any antecedent information from which the choices are made, such as the information that this place does not serve pizza or, say, sub sandwiches. But the thing is, you're going to have that information openly available to you going into the store, which would mean that you're effectively already making the choice to not have pizza or sub sandwiches.
Right. However, also to add
that
to
is
it,
still a choice that you made. I just wanted to add that bit there.
Right. I mean, and hypothetically, you could actually convince through your will and persuasion to have the ice cream shop owner to order you pizza.
I mean, if they were willing to, yes.
Sure. So yeah, I agree. If we're talking about are there constraints? Are there all these preconditions, the way the world operates that we can't negate, right? We're bound by something, right? And I think the distinction is whether or not creatures are bound by something. In other words, I can't jump to the moon from my free will. But I think there's a distinction, would you agree, between capability and ability to choose?
I think so, yeah. I think our
Okay,
ability
so
to choose is going to be limited by our physical capabilities,
right.
or mostly. Like you
Right,
said,
right.
like you can't choose to jump to the moon because you can't
Right.
jump to the moon.
Right. So we both agree that the constraint of a choice doesn't necessarily determine which choice is going to be made, but it's going to determine what choices can't be made.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I would agree with that. But as far as whether or not we're actually making a choice, I think is even a further question. I think I understand your position is that you're saying, well, no, I have to reserve some volition, some intent that's not entirely determined, that I have a say in the matter of what my behavior is. That's what you believe, right?
Yeah, I am a compatibilist.
Right. And that means from that view, then it makes sense to have culpability. Let's say you break the law and you're facing the judge. You wouldn't say, well, Your Honor, we're all determined. So I'm not, I don't know what I was doing because it wasn't me doing it. I'm the effect of a long mechanistic series of processes. That would be absurd, right? To take that view.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
But
I
except there are philosophies that really do take that view. If they took it logically to its end, not to my view or your view, but wouldn't they be consistent to say that though?
I mean, I think some hard determinists might say that that's technically true in their view, but I think that a lot of hard determinists are also going to say that they're going to sort of pragmatically grant this notion of volition for reasons of that sort, even though we don't really have any under their view.
Right. Yeah, that's why I find it absurd, because then why would you act surprised if people believe certain things if your view was that they were determined to, there's no other option for them. All you can do is give in more inputs for some weird reason that you're going to change their brain structure to now spit out different propositions you agree with. And that's kind of what's interesting about let's say anti-theists who take this hard physicalist approach that you're not taking, but they take the approach that we're all determined, our beliefs are all determined, and it's just input. And so why would there be a reason to change someone's input? Like, why would there be even a value judgment on like changing someone's mind, if changing someone's mind under that view, not your view, but that view, just doesn't exist? That there is no changing the mind like persuasion. There's just inputs affecting outputs. And so I guess the goal would be, well, if I can only get a hold of all these variables and inputs to change people's brains such that they come up with propositions and views that I agree with, you could in fact just kind of influence people to change their minds just by inputs, right?
Yeah, I think we can do that. I think that like when you have a conversation with somebody and then they kind of start thinking about it and then their mind changes, you influenced that.
Influence, right? But would you say you completely caused it? From your view, you'd say no.
I think
right?
I would say that in such an instance, you were a part of the causal chain. You might not be the sole causal influence, but you were certainly a part of it.
Right. I guess the question is, if it were the case from that view, where you could skip the talking and persuasion part, and you could just inject someone with what's called the truth, right? The variables that cause the truth. Because under physicalism, that would be hypothetically possible, logically possible.
I think it would be logically possible, but I don't think it metaphysically obtains.
I don't think so either. But let's just try to grant as much as possible here. The question of like, well, if you could do that, would you do it to your baby when they're born? You know what I mean?
I personally would not, but I'm sure there are people out there that would.
Right. Almost like, would you make, I've talked to vegans who said they would, if there was an injection that made people allergic to meat, would they do that to babies, right off the bat? And they said, yeah.
You know,
I
there
find it
technically
similar.
is, right? Have you heard of the Lone Star tick? The one.
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
might do, like-
I think they can replicate that. I think they can replicate that as a sort of what do you call it? What do you call it when you like provoke in biology, like a reaction, like forgot the
Stimulate?
term.
Mark
Yeah, I guess
Reed has
stimulates.
entered the room. Mark Reed is here.
I have a
Welcome,
question.
Mark.
I have a question on my side that I think is more for you than me. Does wave function collapse when the physics of the observer is introduced into the measured system? I don't.
Can you
know the
repeat
answer to
that one more time?
Does wave function collapse when the physics of the observer is introduced into the measured system?
When the physics of the observer is introduced?
Yeah, I guess he's saying like the old the statement that like the observer changes the outcome. Is that I guess he's kind of assuming that there's something causal in physics causing the outcome to be different.
Well, a
asking.
lot of this comes down to quantum foundations. So like the observer, I can't even remember the statement that you said. The observer changes to whatever it was.
The measured
state. Yeah, the measured state. Is so first off, I don't think that wave function collapse happens. I hold the relational quantum mechanics. I think that wave function collapse is merely a mathematical process of the loss of a superposition. And I don't think this is something that like wave function collapse isn't a thing that physically happens to physical things in the physical world.
Is that an orthodox position at this time or not?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Unfortunately, most physicists don't find much interest in quantum foundations, but there's a small subset of physicists that do. And it is interesting. And I think it is important to our study of physics. But most physicists are kind of just interested in their experiments and the results of them.
I got a chat from Tinublet over on my side. How do metabolic chemicals in brains convey meaning to mind? If they say that they can measure impulses, electrical signals, sorry, how does it translate to actual meaning when it comes to data information?
That I do not know, and I don't know if that's something that is known.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I always, in fact, when I debate someone who's like a strict physicalist, that everything's, physical and, they veer into materialism as well, I ask them if information's physical. Do you think information's physical, Leo?
Information is physical. And this has
Yeah,
been said by people like,
Relations.
God, what was his name? Rolf Landauer. Who was the other one? Oh, Jesus, not Turing. Oh my God. I can't remember.
Do you think you can lose information from your brain if something physically happens to it?
Do I?
Well, I was asking Jimbob.
In a way.
Physical. No, I think that that if you break a hardware, it doesn't follow that the information is identical to matter and is lost. Rather, it's more reasonable to say, like, if you broke your computer, the information that's trying to make its way through, that's not identical to the hardware itself, it can't make its way through. And so I would say it's more so that you're breaking hardware and making the transmission of what we call information impossible or limited or something like this.
If the information is not copied anywhere physically, then the information disappears.
Sorry,
that's not
guys,
true with a computer. Like you can get an EMP that jumbles all of the electrons and the information is actually lost. How does that work?
Well, the information's not identical to the representation of the information.
Oh, so the mechanistic things like a computer and electronic things aren't analogous to a brain?
Analogous? No, because the mind is the thing that programmed a computer, and a computer can't program a mind. So they're not analogous
to a brain. No, I would agree. I don't think.
I mean, some I would grant, like, under the physical of this view, that like maybe if you're just reducing a machine.
No, I'm fine with them not being analogous. I'm fine with that. Like,
I mean, it could be under one. I think under physicalism, it is analogous.
I don't think so.
Well, I don't think so at all. And I don't think so.
What I mean, would you say at least? Let's start from more broad. Are they both mechanistic?
I sort of had some questions about what you were sort of saying about the information being the output being analyzed by another output kind of thing. You sort of said, hey, there's a problem that the output's being analyzed by another output. I don't get the problem of an output. Say, for instance, when Leo said something objective, it's fine because we can analyze that output and compare it with an objective reality that isn't sort of existent just in people's minds as an abstract concept, as a concreter. So I don't understand why that would be a problem unless you require like 100% absolute certainty of something.
No, it wouldn't be necessarily the certainty. It's more like the methodology itself. And so when Leo said, you know, when I asked our outputs in physicalism, I see it as outputs of the brain are evaluations that happen. The brain does some stuff, and then what the phenomenon that comes from it is evaluations or thoughts and thinking of things,
Sure,
maybe concepts
sure.
and these things. So they're
Yeah.
post process, let's say, or maybe they're connected as one process, let's say.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think that outputs can go back into inputs. I think it's a feedback loop where you might come up with an answer and then reevaluate that answer. I don't think it's necessarily has to be like input to output like a computer would be.
Well, I actually kind of, at least under physicalism, that's one of my main contentions is that the difference between input and output is actually blurred when you start to try to describe the process. And here's why: because the brain produces an effect called a thought or an evaluation, right? And then you continue that by making a proposition, let's say, about the evaluation. You don't need to, but if you do, now you're in the world with other people, other brains, let's say, who are now listening to what you're saying. And if the output, as Leo said, isn't the thing that's determining the truth, right? It's the content that determines whether something's true. And then it puts you back into a feedback loop to now you need another output called evaluating the content. But in my view, under physicalism, content and outputs are the same thing. I don't know how they could not be the same thing.
Well, no. What I'm sort of saying is that the subconscious may produce a whole load of outputs, which you sort of intuitively check with reality, and it may do this at such a rapid rate that you're not entirely sort of what you're describing as sort of level 2, sort of coming up with an output and then basically thinking upon it. What I'm saying is that your brain may come up with a series of scenarios or thoughts that may be discarded very quickly or basically fed back into a system, because this is a very complex system that we're talking about. It isn't just input, output like a computer is.
Okay, I understand. But what you just said is the brain is very complex and it can produce a bunch of phenomena, right? Bunch of outputs, right? All at the same time.
What do you mean by phenomena?
I mean, in physicalism, it would be an actual physical phenomenon.
Well, I mean, phenomena would be the physical properties and the physical effects. I mean, if you're talking about noumena, I would probably agree more.
Okay, we'll remove both of those terms for a second. The brain produces a bunch of outputs, right? And you said, well, the brain is so complex, it can produce all of these outputs, some at the same time, some that are conflicting, and we have to sort them out, right? And then what you did is you jumped over to this other thing called, well, then we go through and sort of check. You used the word check. What I'm asking is, checking itself, is that another output?
No. What I said is there's a feedback loop where it basically feeds all of the different thoughts in and then organizes them. It shuffles them around to find out what is more likely, what is less likely. It discards some, keeps others.
Would you call that evaluating?
Brains don't have outputs.
Okay, so the question I'm asking,
evaluations are not outputs of the brain.
Okay, I'm asking him a question. Okay,
that would be a sort of very simplistic way. I'd probably call it intuition.
Okay, great. Is intuition an output under physicalism?
No, not an output of the brain.
I think so.
Okay, so what is the experience and this thing that's happening called intuition if it's not an output of the brain? What is it?
It's not an output of the brain. It's a process in the brain. It's
What?
all within the brain. So is this evaluation.
How is a process
This is
a
one of the
process
ways that you're
itself
failing.
right? No, you're just saying I'm failing, but you're really not addressing the question at all.
Okay, I'm telling
I'm
you why
asking.
you're failing.
Let me
Because you're
talk to the other
thinking
guy.
in terms about
You can't even address these
Uh,
other people can actually
I'm-
talk. You can actually learn
I'm-
from them by listening for a second.
right. Yeah, I'm
The
a
guy
little
who's
deeper,
talking.
probably, but
Yeah, gotcha.
it's a little more difficult
So-
for you to
so-
understand.
So, do you know what I'm asking the first guy? I just want to see if you can steel man
the
my
way
question.
you're using output is sort of, it's a very loaded term with computers. It means some
Yes.
kind of data that has been produced, kind of thing.
Is evaluation
I
of
don't think that, as you said before, I don't think computers are analogous to brains. Like I don't think they
I'm not
are.
talking about a computer right now. I'm saying that the brain itself is an object, and a brain itself is an object that adheres to certain laws of physics and operations, right? And those operations produce things, right?
Well, you're sort of getting away from my original question. I realize that you're getting far away from my original question. Which
Your
was,
original
why
question
is it a
assumes that there's a
problem? Why
difference,
is it a
though.
problem? Why is it a problem that an output from a brain is evaluating the truth of another output from a brain in
Why?
comparison with the reality that we experience around
Okay,
us? Why
I'll
is
tell
that?
you why. I'll tell you
Sure.
why it's a problem. So if
Sure.
mechanism A, called brain A, makes a proposition, and brain
Sure.
B makes a proposition, and both of those brains were determined to spit out exactly what they said based on physics, right?
So
Under
where's the
physicalism.
contradiction in that?
Okay, I know. I'm just setting it up so you understand. Do you understand what's happening so far?
Well,
you agree?
Yeah, but I'm not sure that you. Yeah.
Do you
okay,
agree? Yes or
sure.
no?
I mean,
Okay, great. Sure.
well,
So-
yeah, I think the dependent on physics is sort of really being reductionist about what is actually
Under
going on there.
physicalism, how is physicalism not a reductionist view? It's definitionally reductionist.
Reductionist view.
not
That's your
reductionist.
problem.
No, it's
Oh.
not definitionally. I'm a physicalist, but I hold to emergence,
I don't-
as do many others.
I
So
got it,
it's
but
not-
emergentism is itself outside of the now you're outside of things being physical.
No,
I don't.
What do you mean?
no, I'm not.
Because you can't
Emergent
point to them.
systems definitely exist.
You guys
like a
can't even
traffic
handle the
system.
basic
Hold on,
premises.
Jimbob,
You guys
Jimbob.
can't even handle basic premises. You guys
Does traffic
run.
exist?
You guys run the moment the first I set
Jimbob,
up.
don't-
You asked
don't
me
be
a
like
question.
this.
What's the problem, right? I'm trying to set it
Yeah.
up, and you won't even let me finish my
No,
line.
no,
of-
you keep
line of logic.
asking me questions. I'm asking you to answer a question, and
My
you're just not
question
doing it.
was, do you understand what I just said? That's all I asked.
I understand your claim, yes.
So okay, there's a brain A that makes a proposition. There's a brain B that makes a proposition. All I asked was, under physicalism, is it fair to say that their propositions were caused by physics?
Or yes.
Great. So you have one apparatus that says a statement that's completely caused by physics, and you have another apparatus that says something that's completely caused by physics. And then there's a third brain that's the selector, whose job is to determine the truthfulness of two different sounds coming out of mouths, right? Now, under this view, the selector is also completely determined by physics to come up with what they think is the true proposition.
Well, not just that.
Well, okay, if it's not just that, then it's not
Yeah.
just that for the first two people.
Yeah.
So what else is it if it's not just
Well,
caused
the
by physics?
comparison factor is the state of affairs in reality at the moment. So if I say, hey, this person has on a black shirt, and the other guy goes, well, no, this person has on a white shirt. The actual reality of the situation is the thing that considers whether it is true or it is not true.
Oh, I see.
So
I
that
see.
is an objective thing. Now, if you
Okay.
want to claim,
Hold on, no,
Can
no,
I
don't
finish,
don't
please?
dish
Can I
gallop.
finish,
Hold
please?
on.
Can I
One
finish,
statement
please?
at a
Can I
time. No, no.
finish, please?
One
No,
statement at a time.
No.
One
You're
statement
just
at a
cutting
time.
me off because you
No,
don't like
no,
what
you're
I'm
running.
saying. No, Jimbob, I'm not running. I'm addressing your issue. Now, if you want 100% like confidence and absolute certainty, I don't think that can be done.
I'm not
But
talking about
if-
that right now.
Okay, so what are you talking about? Because
Mark,
I don't see the contradiction.
Did you have a question for him? Or I'll unmute
No,
it.
I was just saying I
Okay.
don't see the contradiction.
Okay, what you said is, well, two different objects in space could look and see if there is a black shirt or a white shirt, right?
Correct.
I'm saying the very method of them evaluating the world itself and trying to reason and make rational judgments and evaluations of the external world right? Because you said, well, the external world reality tells you whether it's true or not. No, it doesn't. We have to interpret reality, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are we determined under physicalism to interpret reality in the way that we interpret reality?
No, like as
Okay,
I
so
said,
no, okay. So if it's not determined, okay, so what you said is our evaluations and propositions from apparatus A is determined by physics. And the same is true of B. And I said the same is true of C, who's trying to select between the two propositions, which one's true or not. You said, well, we can look to reality. Well, that's the thing in question, because the methodology of looking to reality, the question is, are we determined by physics to engage with and interpret and evaluate direct reality? That's the question. You said not entirely, right?
So if somebody basically interprets reality by guessing, say, or saying, hey, my God told me it was this reality, that's a really bad methodology for finding out whether something is true or not. There are better ways to find out what is true, like implementing, say, a light a wavelength test, for instance, or making a series of tests to find out what is actually true or not.
You keep asserting the thing in question. I don't think you heard what I said. You just went back to granting yourself evaluations of tests and the external world. That's the thing in question.
Things in the external world?
That's not the question.
How do you evaluate things?
That's not the question. We're talking about physicalism. How do you
evaluate things in the
Okay, so you're not going to. So you're no longer internal. You want to get outside, so you don't have to deal with the consequences.
Well, no, I just don't see the contradiction. It may not be absolute certainty. But
I didn't. Again, for the last time, I'm not talking about absolute certainty. In fact, in my critique, you don't even have minimal certainty.
So do you acknowledge that some methodologies give you better certainty for finding out what is actually true?
That's irrelevant to this critique.
Why is it irrelevant?
Because we're talking about the consequences of physicalism.
But if something gives us a respectable amount of certainty,
what is that under physicalism? What is it?
Just say the scientific method, for instance.
The scientific method. Okay, are we under physicalism? Is a given brain under physicalism determined to interpret a scientific experiment in a very specific way?
Is physicalism mean that I mean, there's nothing supernatural about it. Sure.
Okay. So if what we call the scientist in this case is determined to evaluate and come to conclusions about the scientific method, please tell me what the arbiter of two competing hypotheses would be.
The comparison to reality.
Is comparison of reality determined?
Do you think?
Another question, right? To me. Right. I got it. Sure. I get your methodology. I ask you a direct question, and you ask me a question instead of answering.
Well, I think it's fine that it's determined, because if you've got because I still believe people can make choices, like Leo was saying. Like, you can still make choices. Like, if you come along and, like that pizza analogy he was giving, if you go out as a geologist and you have been trained in geology, you're just like, you're not going to walk into a pizza shop and say, hey, I want ice cream. You're not going to go up to a granite block and say, hey, it's marble. Like, you're sort of really sort of making this claim that because everything's determined, we can't make objective statements about reality. And that's just not true.
Oh, hang on a second. Mark, I muted Jimbob for a second. Okay. So let's try to look at a model. Could we, Mark, for just a minute? Okay.
It's your show, mate.
Okay. So we got two people up here. We got A, Leo, and we got B, Scott, right? Okay, you see A and Scott on the diagram, okay? And they have a proposition between them, right? And then we have you and Jimbob down here, okay, talking about this proposition and how it's physical, okay? What Jimbob wants to do is he wants to break through this this little strange barrier here. When we're talking about physicalism, we're obviously human beings talking to each other, correct? You know, and we're trying to stand outside of ourselves and talk about something that these other people are doing in their minds, right? Only so this is the model. Okay, and Jimbob keeps wanting to go out here and say, well, how is there truth when C is also just a physical process and just deterministic? And so then we have to draw another line, and now we have to talk about all four of these things, right? So he keeps wanting to jump out one level and talk about how can there be truth if everything is physical, right? And what we've got to do as basically abstract reasoning human beings is step outside of this line and look at what's happening and talk about if there's a proposition in Scott's mind and in Leo's mind that there is a tornado in the backyard, and both of them determine that it is true, then their brains are going to be in a certain state that make them think, oh, we should jump for cover, right? They're going to get a feeling that it's true. And he wants to talk about how that happens. And that is an entirely physical discussion. Physicalists would represent this piece of the pie entirely as physicalism. Now you can't step out, basically break the what is the fourth wall and start questioning ourselves, right? And he's going to keep doing that to you. Do you follow that? Does that make sense?
Well, it seems like sort of radical skepticism to me. Sort of
yeah,
saying,
because
well,
he'll keep undermining everything that you do at this higher level that we're trying to get to, right? He's going to keep
higher level.
Yeah. Just
well, yeah.
It's
It's
what the fuck are you talking about? Look, in your incoherent rambling you just stated, you just granted yourself rationality, reasoning. You said it's obvious that we're beings in the world and we're rational and we can reason things. That's the fucking thing in question.
Yes. Okay. That's the thing in question.
Hang on.
Okay. We're
you don't believe in rationality or reasoning?
No. Yeah. He's going to question all of it. He's going to keep jumping out to this metal
rationality and reasoning. Is this some sort of precept thing or what is
yeah,
this?
it is. I think.
Is it a precept thing? Is it cope? You just call things precept and not engage with the argument? Yeah.
Wow.
How about you fucking?
Yeah.
You see why I like to mute him?
I've got an accent. I'm from a different country. I might know that might be foreign to you. See what I did there? No, I'm really asking whether Jimbob grants rationality, and reasoning, maybe the logical absolutes. Jimbob, would you grant that, or do you sort of say that?
I don't grant that under physicalism. I'm doing
an
internal.
Well, no, you either grant it or you don't grant it.
I don't grant the thing in question in this argument under physicalism is. You're going to let me talk?
No, you're not
going to let me.
You don't have reasoning. Why are you doing that?
What?
Yeah. What are you reasoning?
You're using reasoning right now.
What are you saying?
Well, I'm saying that if reasoning doesn't exist in physicalism and you're doing an internal critique, then you shouldn't be using reasoning.
Yeah, good luck. Great work.
Yeah, that's what you call an argumentum ad absurdum.
You just refuted physicalism.
That's an reductio ad absurdum.
Yeah, reductio.
Okay, let me get this straight. Under physicalism, I hold under physicalism that rationality and reasoning is impossible. And from your dipshit view, what do you wear? You wear a helmet at home?
You're doing a internal critique.
No, let me finish.
Why are you using reasoning?
Hold on a second.
No. I'm the one that wears the helmet. You got to keep it. Yeah, remember.
Okay. Yeah, so you can tell when someone has no arguments when they devolve into insults.
Listen. No, listen, silly. You're a silly Billy here.
Devolve into insults.
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah. If someone does an internal critique showing that rationality and reason can't be granted under physicalism, and they use rationality and reason to argue that, you're saying that's a contradiction?
Well, you're now outside of the internal critique.
Yeah. I'm outside of the internal critique.
Okay, it's real simple, Jimbob.
Okay, hold on. Hold on a second.
And listen.
I'm gonna try to steelman this. So if I argue against the use of logic and reasoning, right? Let's say there's an argument, right, that said logic and reasoning doesn't exist, truth doesn't exist, like some sort of formal argument that states this, right? If I come in with logic and reasoning, you're saying I lose the argument?
No, I'm just saying that you're not representing the physicalism properly, because
How am I not representing it?
Logic and reasoning does exist in physicalism,
How?
regardless of what you're
Yeah, you keep
claiming.
asserting that, but you can't tell me how. No.
Okay, the
What
way
do you
you're
mean, how?
misrepresenting it,
You've never asked me about that. What are you talking about?
the way that you're misrepresenting it, Jim Bob, is that you're not staying in the boxes, right? You're asking a physicalist to explain this to you. You're asking a physicalist to explain how two human organisms come up with propositions and truth values and all of that, and then you want to. But you're obviously out here using reason, critiquing for physicalism. One of us is defending it, one of us is critiquing it, right? But you want to keep dragging us in endless, infinite loops back into the whole fucking back up here, right? Where the physicalist is trying to tell you how organisms come up with true values and false values. And you won't listen. You keep wanting to drag us back in with you. And so you're not doing a proper internal critique.
Okay, that didn't tell me at all how it's not a proper internal critique.
Okay, because you won't
it.
Stay within physicalism. You keep going out here and talking.
How did I go outside of physicalism?
Talking about
Jimbob,
outputs.
is it
So you're
true
so
or
okay.
not
So
true
if I talk about the
logic and
consequences, hold on.
reasoning
If I talk about the consequences of physicalism, and I argue that logic and reason doesn't exist under the consequences of physicalism, you're saying I'm now arguing outside of internal critique. You guys are morons.
What
Is
are the
logic and reasoning
consequences?
an abstract?
If
Is
I
logic
argue
and
the
reasoning an
consequences
abstract?
of a position, right? And let's make this very
Is
slow.
logic and reasoning an abstract,
Shut
or
up
is
for
it
a
something
second.
that exists
Shut
in
up
the
for a
world?
second.
Well, I'm asking you a question.
No. You're avoiding a question.
No,
right
you're
now.
just insulting
listen.
everybody and being a child. You're very petulant. Do you know
Okay,
that?
do you want to ask a question, Mark?
Yeah. So I want to know if logic and reasoning are just abstract concepts, or they actually exist. That's what I want to know.
Excuse me?
Do you want me to repeat it, or okay?
So your question, right? What view are you asking your question from, as far as what defines existence?
Your
please?
view.
From my view.
Yes.
From my view, what exists includes immaterial things.
Okay, so logic and reasoning exist, do they?
I say logic and reasoning exist.
Okay, so it's true that they either exist or don't exist. Is that right?
It's true that they exist. You couldn't argue
the
opposite without. You couldn't argue the opposite.
So you've granted that logic and reasoning exists, and under even a physicalist under a physicalist paradigm, they would still have access to that wherever the origin may be.
Whether or not they have access, or they believe they have access, is irrelevant to whether or not the consequence of their view makes it not knowable or makes it impossible. So you saying, Jimbob, can you step out of the physicalist view and tell me your personal belief about logic and reasoning? And then you go, and I say, yes, they exist. You think me taking a position that logic and reasoning exist from my own view is somehow contradictory to using logic and reasoning to internally critique a view. Hold on. To internally critique a view whose consequences make logic and reasoning impossible. Now, I want to ask you a simple question.
I never said that.
Let me ask you a simple question.
No, I got to clarify, because I never said that. What I'm making the point of is that if logic and reasoning is something that exists, then physicalists would have access to it, in contradiction to your claim that physicalists don't have access.
That's not what's in question. Assuming access, right, and being able to justify something are two different things.
Okay, you're trying to evaluate it from the position of C and D, which we have basically you and Mark Reed. Okay, you have differing positions. Okay, and you're trying to evaluate what is above that line, A and B, right? Okay,
under physicalism,
and you are correct. You both have to use reason to do that. And even if you're reasoning from your side or reasoning from Mark's side, it's valid. We're assuming that reasoning exists.
No, we're not.
It's a presupposition.
Listen,
it has to
listen.
be.
Wait a minute. Wait. So you're assuming that Mark Reed can't reason. Are you assuming that Mark Reed can't reason?
Oh, no. Under
Okay,
physical,
then you're both
listen,
below that line, right?
No, you
dummies.
guys are
Oh my gosh, this is
misunderstanding
fucking
Jim Bob's
embarrassing.
Okay, well,
argument.
let him talk. Let him talk, because I think I do have access to reasoning, and I think that
Okay,
I
okay.
presuppose that reasoning and the laws of logic do, they are a thing, but I don't make any sort of claim of where they come from, or
Great.
even that they're tied to physicalism.
Okay. Okay.
It's
So
simple.
reasoning, you're granting yourself reasoning, right? From whatever view you
Well,
hold. I don't even know if
no,
Mark
I mean,
physicalist
I'm
position.
granting myself the laws of logic. Reasoning is so
Okay.
far upstream of that, but yeah, basically, it's a
Okay.
bit simplistic to say I'm granting that
Okay.
far
Okay.
downstream, rather, I should say.
I
But yeah,
understand.
laws of
Okay,
logic. Yeah,
Mark,
yeah,
are
et
you
cetera.
defending like a physicalist view in this case right now? Or are you just taking your own view and saying, well, I have reasoning and logic, and I have the experience of a mind, and I experience talking with people and reasoning things through, and that seems to be consistent with my experience. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think I can get by with granting very few things, like presupposing, say, my senses are correct, and
Okay.
presupposing that, say, the laws of logic
Uh-huh.
are applicable to sort of communication language and the
I
statements
understand.
we make.
Okay, I understand. So are you defending a physicalist view now, or do you actually hold that view?
Sure. I mean, there's nothing that there's nothing that I can't do that under physicalism. They're not sort of, apart from
I
the
mean,
senses, which
okay.
why wouldn't that have a physical origin?
Okay, I'm asking you, are you a physicalist, or are you just defending it because it's fun to defend it, but you don't really hold the position? I'm just asking, clarifying your own
No, I do
position.
hold that position. Yeah.
Okay. So do you hold the position again that human beings are mechanistic?
Mechanistic. I think systems within the human body are mechanistic, but once you get to interconnected systems, yeah, I think if you mean are physical, then yes, I think I would agree with that.
Well, could you possibly use the word system without assuming a mechanism, and vice versa?
Sure. Well, system can apply to mechanisms or interconnected things. In fact, your definition had to mechanisms or interconnected systems.
Okay, can things be interconnected without being seen as a mechanism?
Systems would have to be a superset of mechanism.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify that you accept that under your view that human beings have sub-mechanistic systems at the micro, and then it gets bigger, right? You're saying that there's a large mechanism that's ultimately connected to a lot of small mechanisms, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah. So we've got to differentiate here between the mechanisms of a system and the emergent systems that come off of them. Like, for instance, when you talk about traffic, the traffic lights are the mechanisms, right? Or the way the road is drawn, they're the mechanisms. But the traffic and traffic flow is the emergent properties that come off of that. So, it's got to be clarified that the interconnected network is not the mechanism.
I kind of disagree. I'm going to push back on that. Like, let's say you build a highway and it interlinks with other local roads, and the highway has its own rules, and there's roundabouts and there's stoplights. I'm saying that the whole thing is a mechanism. It's not like stoplights emerged from the movement of traffic. No, we built the system, right there. It's not an emergent property. Human beings said, shit, we need to make this really easy to do and understand and safe. And so let's make this mechanism, right? It sounded like you said, Mark, and correct me if I'm wrong. It said, well, I wouldn't really consider, the stoplights and the system of direction is emergent of the thing.
No,
I would
didn't
say
that.
Okay. I thought you said something like
that.
No.
So when you're talking about traffic systems, you're talking about the entire traffic flow, where it moves, where it becomes busy, where it becomes calm. That entire traffic as applied to like a large scale, macro scale is an emergent property. And yes, they are derived from mechanisms. Like all of these mechanisms you're talking about, they are derived from those mechanisms and the way they're interacting with one another. But the entire thing isn't a mechanism. It derived from mechanisms.
Okay,
and
which part in the traffic example is an emergent property and not identical to the mechanism itself?
The entire traffic flow.
Okay, can traffic flow exist without the lights and all of the things you pointed to as the mechanism?
No, I mean,
No? Have you
I mean,
seen
it
other
can
countries?
without.
Okay,
Well,
have
I
you
mean,
seen
it
other
can
countries?
just with. Hang on. Let me clarify. I think it can without traffic lights, but there's always going to be physical mechanisms causing this emergent properties to change. So
Well,
if you take out traffic lights, the emergent properties of that traffic flow will change.
Okay, but the thing is, if what you see as actions in the world are just actions in the world, I'm not sure what you're adding by calling it an emergent property. If you just look at it and you go, oh, these are events in the world that are happening. And so when you say traffic or people walking right out on the street, that's an emergent property. I would ask, well, what is it an emergent property of? And it seems like whatever you're going to say is just describing the thing itself.
So
No,
I'm
that's
trying to
just an
I'm trying to figure out the distinction. Like, let's say a bunch of people meet in a meadow, right? There's no order to it. They're given no directions, right? And so they all meet in the meadow. They don't know why. Maybe it's a flash mob or something like this. So are you saying they met in the meadow? Is that an emergent property? Or is an emergent property when they start doing something? And so I'm asking you, how do you delineate the beginning of an emergent property for actions and events in the world separate from not an emergent property? It sounds like from the way you're describing it, Mark, is that everything must be definitionally an emergent property of something if it's a phenomenon in the world.
No,
Most things are, though.
Yeah, a lot of things are. Like if you're talking about crowd dynamics, for instance, there's a lot of different mechanisms that contribute to crowd dynamics, including what other people in the crowd are doing. So, your thing with the flash mob doesn't really apply because you're talking about a scripted sequence of events.
Okay.
But emergent properties or behaviors are behaviors that parts don't have on their own, right? So it's kind of emergence plays a part when that crowd becomes large enough that they all start doing what the others are doing, or they have.
Mark, let me ask you a different way. Sorry to interrupt, but let me just ask you a different way, because I did ask a question here. Is that I ask you, how would you delineate between one event or combination of objects in the world and another, and tell me one's an emergent property and one isn't? How would you do that?
Yeah, so we're not talking about individual components. We're talking about the interactions between those individual components that cause emergent properties to arise. So one person walking across a field certainly is not an emergent property. It may not even be two people. When those things start to interact and produce behaviors that are not indicative of the original behaviors of the people, then that's when it becomes an emergent property.
Okay, hold on a second. It sounded like you said, let's say there's a bunch of people that are unrelated particulars in a city. Them walking around wherever they are, you're saying that's not yet an emergent property, right?
Yes.
Just people walking around,
right, in a city, not connected. They're not communicating. They're unrelated particulars.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so how is it the case that the city itself, which is a structure that guides the way in which they walk, how is it that they're not an emergent property?
Well, it's got to be between the things themselves. So when that crowd reaches the point where, say, some person makes a decision not to go into a store because it's really crowded, right? They're now affecting one another, and it becomes emergent behavior. It's emerging from the people just walking around. You've got a problem here. We've got a problem here. You've got a problem here.
You're in trouble. You're in trouble here.
With a composition division fallacy.
Did someone build the city?
Did
someone build the city?
Composition to display.
Build the city?
Like, can I talk, or are you just going to interrupt?
Did someone build the city? Yes or no?
No. What do you?
No one built the city.
Did.
So, okay, you just contradicted yourself because you said, well, no, it becomes an emergent property when they interact with each other. Well, humans
are the builders walking around. If you interrupt me, I'll interrupt you, son. Are the builders walking around in the city affecting the other people? Are the builders walking around in the city affecting the other people?
No, if your definition
then they're not.
They are. They are.
They are.
They are. You know why? Because they can't occupy the same space at the same time, dummy. That's an effect. They affect each other. By the way, if your definition, if your definition of
No, if the builders
No,
are
yeah,
walking
no, you're
around
done.
in
You're
the
co- you're
city
totally
and
done
affecting
here.
the other people, then they
You're
are part of the
totally
emergent
done
system.
here,
If
dude.
they are not walking around in the city and affecting others, then
They
they're
have
not
to.
part
Oh,
of
the
the
builders
emergent
have to.
system.
The builders have to be there present to affect the people's behavior. You know how stupid that sounds. It's only an emergent property if the builders are there whistling at the
What?
women. Listen, you defined emergent property. The threshold of emergent property for you, right, was humans interacting with each other, right? And it forms some sort of like immersive behavior, something that happens, right? And it's like, oh, that behavior, right? I'm saying if someone built the city, they are
this city.
they're directly, right? They're directly influencing the people, right? So,
Okay, so
I don't know
what's
how
your
you're going to say,
understanding of
I don't know how
emergent
you're going to
properties?
say, all you're
So
doing
what
is
are
making, no. All you're doing is
What are,
making an
no, no, no. What
arbitrary.
are emergent
Jimbob.
properties in your opinion?
Jimbob.
Like seriously, if you don't think that's an emergent properties, what are they then?
Something becomes an emergent property, you contradicted yourself. So try it
No,
again.
no. What
When
are
does something
emergent properties then?
emergent property is itself just a fantasy category that people use.
Loading the response.
Listen, people can't point to an emergent property and point to where it's not. That's what I just demonstrated with you.
Emergence
So
is
tell me.
problematic.
You can't tell me.
So what's a tornado? Is a tornado an emergent property or a thing in and of itself?
A tornado is a thing. It's the consequence of other things.
So it's one thing. It's one thing.
Yeah,
It's one thing that's
we do not want to go into this territory.
No.
the tornado. Yeah,
So it's made up of lots of other things.
It's an effect of physics.
It's an effect. It's an effect of physics. Okay, so it's one thing, but it's made up of lots of other things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how can it be one thing?
Why would you call it a property if it's just a thing? It's another thing.
How can it be one thing if it's made up of billions of different things?
How is it a property if you can just point to it and call it a tornado?
No.
You don't say.
Question.
You don't say.
Don't ask
watch out for the emergent property coming in. Everybody, watch out for the
Don't ask
emergent property.
Don't ask a question in response. How is it one thing when it's made up of thousands or hundreds of thousands or billions of other things? How is that possible?
That's not a contradiction.
How not? Is it one thing?
Is a computer one thing made up of a bunch of parts?
Read a metaphysics book. There's a problem with all that.
Yeah.
Is a computer a thing you can point to, even if it's made up of a bunch of little things?
Sure.
Okay, so there's your answer. So you don't say a computer is an emergent property, though, do you?
Even though it technically is.
Yeah, is it though? Did it just emerge? Did it just
it
emerge?
emerges out of all of the processes and functions at the quantum level. Literally everything does.
Oh, really? Why is it that only the computers that work are emerging and not the ones that don't?
Oh, those are also emergent.
Why is it that most computers built, if they're just emergent properties of nature, why is it that they're built in a specific way with specific tasks?
And all of that is emergent too.
Well, is
it accidental? Are you saying it's accidental?
I never got to the end of my questions about the tornado, which is all of these flying things around. Is the tornado dependent on any of those one things?
Is a tornado dependent on one or many of the things that forms it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's dependent.
It's dependent on that. Well, just one thing changes, it's not a tornado anymore.
If one thing changes? Well, no. I mean, there's probably a spectrum of which. Hold on, you get ask me a question, right?
I'm just.
Are you going to let me answer? Or you're going to ask questions and not let me answer?
I didn't do anything.
You can have still talking. Let me know.
You asked me a question. What are you talking about?
Yeah, just let me know.
What?
I don't know what's happening.
You sound like you're having a tantrum, man. Just get on to the point.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. So you ready?
He's sniping my stream too, I think, at the same time, aren't you?
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, thanks. So a tornado, right? The result that we call a tornado, would you agree that it can be very big and
don't
strong?
Ask me questions, just explain it.
Okay, I'll tell you. There could be a very big tornado that is the preconditions for which are all there. You know, it's a perfect storm. And then you could have smaller things that essentially have the same things at a lower level that produce a different phenomenon, right? But you would still call them similar. Maybe there's a threshold at which a twister local twister, a small one, a dirt devil. You don't call it a tornado yet. So they determine arbitrarily at some point you call something a tornado. But regardless of what you call a tornado, the effect you're seeing is still an effect of physics, whether it's at a big magnitude of those effects.
I agree.
Okay. So, but the thing itself, you call the thing like, the wave at the ocean, there's a wave you can point out, which is a local phenomenon visually, behaviorally, but it's not separate from the whole ocean. But you don't say, look at that huge ocean when you're actually pointing to the particular thing of the larger object. And so we have larger objects and these things, and we can point to smaller things, right? So we can simultaneously say a computer is a thing and then get into higher resolution of what the thing is composed of. And there's no contradiction, but I'm not sure where you're taking it in this position, Mark.
No, what I'm saying is that you change the individual components of the tornado. It doesn't change. It is the interaction between the smaller parts that is what causes the emergent property of a tornado to occur. And changing something small may change it sort of slightly, but it doesn't change the fact that that all is a part of the things interacting between them.
Why are you calling a tornado an emergent property if you can just say the combination of these things produce this other thing we can see called a tornado? You're saying the emergent property of a tornado. I'm saying that's redundant. It's meaningless to say the term emergent property.
Well, I think that you think that it's all just an object when it's not. Like, it's not a tornado isn't a sort of discrete object. You do realize that, don't you?
Right.
Why are you calling it an emergent property and not just an effect?
Well, emergent properties can be effects.
They can be effects, yeah.
Okay, so what's the meaningful, is there a meaningful distinction where we're going to use emergent property and not effects? Or they're always synonymous?
Yeah, particle physics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So there's a variety of effects, but they're not emergent from anything.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
So, and how would you determine whether an effect is an emergent or not emergent?
Honestly, I think I would say almost that things which are emergent are like a category of an effect of something.
How would you determine? You guys seem to not like this question, and I understand.
You're not understanding how we're
keep
answering it.
Co-parter, all you can talk at once. Go ahead. Give you 2 minutes of
what we're trying to
weeping.
explain, Jimbob, what we're trying to explain is that with emergent properties, they don't have the characteristics of their component parts. Like that's sort of
so
a
they're the same thing
fallacy.
or not? The question I'm asking that nobody's answering.
So when
Nobody's
you
answering
say
this
the
question.
same, when you say the same thing,
when
are
I ask you the
saying
question,
they have the same properties or not the same property? Like what do you mean by same
I
thing?
asked you both a question and you failed to answer. I asked you, what method are you using to determine whether an effect of physics is an emergent property or not?
Oh my God.
What's the method?
We look at the thing and see the interaction between them and then make a distinction based upon the behavior that the individual parts have on each other.
What's that behavior?
Systematic, number one.
Yes, it's interconnected network behavior.
Okay, great. So we look at two effects of physics that have network behavior. I'm asking you, what's the deciding factor called the behavior that you're going to
study up on emergent properties?
Oh, you don't have an answer. Yeah, good. Fail. Bye. So long.
That's
you're done.
So
you're cooked.
Childish.
That's a really.
No, you're just. I'm explaining it to you, and you don't seem to be understanding it. That's not my problem.
Say, Mark, I would not defend emergence because emergence strays into that territory of the mind. And I would rather defend supervenience and talk about complex systems as not being mechanistic.
Well, supervenience
will run you down that
sort of synonymous with emergent. Like they're really
not exactly. It's emergence is like a little spookier, and it strays into that. It kind of strays into mind stuff in a bad way. And
what does that? What does that mean?
What does that mean? Just the questions that he's asking you about how you would determine what is an emergent property.
That's still discussed largely by metaphysicians. Like there isn't one set answer, and that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand about philosophy broadly. Is a lot of this stuff is not like settled. There isn't an answer to some of these questions.
Yeah, and that's why I don't defend emergence, because it is so unsettled and it's so problematic. So,
Well, it's not really that unsettled. It's just
Oh, you're
a lot of
coping now. Now they
philosophers
fight each other.
wonder why.
me
People
and
No,
prefer
we're
Leo
just having a
always fight.
conversation. That's all. This is how people.
No.
converse.
And-
Answers in Atheism
And
is
not all nodding and agreeing is okay.
I understand, but Answers in Atheism is correct, and the question you can't answer, right, is between two effects of physics. How would you actually determine, aside from asserting it again?
Yeah, and
how
you're
would you
asking a
determine?
nonsense question.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm asking you a question you can't answer, and
No, you're
therefore
asking a
saying
nonsense question.
no,
Because
you agree. No, you
Well,
agree
I
with the
agree that
consequences
emergence is nonsense.
because they can't
That's what
answer
I
this
do.
question, right?
It strays into really
Yes or no?
weird territory.
Right. Would you agree? Answers in Atheism. Okay. Would
I
you
don't know.
agree?
Let's give them a chance to answer the question. If they're emergentists, then Leo and Mark, please.
What's the
try to-
question? Please steelman it, please. For
Yeah,
the love of God.
is that okay?
Please
guys?
give me back
I
my
don't
question.
think I know what the question is.
You don't.
I
do
don't
you?
think I do.
Okay, ask it
I'm
again
not
very
surprised.
clearly. Jimbob, ask it very clearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Between two effects of physics, what methodology would you use to determine whether one is an emergent property and one isn't?
Well,
And
first,
it's okay if you guys think this
what
is a
scale are we
nonsense question.
talking at here?
Any scale
Yeah,
you
what
want.
scale? Right.
Well, there's going to be scales where things are emergent. but
Pick
there's
one.
also going to be scales where they're not. So
That's great. That doesn't answer the question. Pick one.
yeah,
No,
your question's a bit
it's-
malformed. That's
Oh, I see.
A
Another dodge.
malformed nonsense
It
question.
depends.
Not
Okay.
a dodge.
Okay. Pick anything you know to be an emergent property.
temperature.
Anything. Okay. Temperature.
Temperature. That's a good.
So,
one.
so temperature is an emergent property.
That's correct.
Okay. So what's temperature?
Temperature is how hot or cold something is.
So is hot or cold an emergent property?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so what's the difference between temperature and hot and cold?
They're the same. They're the same referent.
Okay. So the question is,
Are you trying to ask me what does temperature emerge from? Because the answer to that would be the mean molecular energy of a macro scale object.
so is that's an effect, and you're also calling it an emergent property, right?
The mean molecular energy of a macro scale object
Yes
you
or
could
no?
consider sort of an
Yes.
effect. Like that's not
Okay, great. That's fine.
necessarily inappropriate word to use. It's not what
That's
I
fine.
would use, but
That's fine, Leo. I understand. So can you give me an example of a physical phenomenon that isn't an emergent property?
yeah, the emission or the spontaneous emission of a photon by an electron-positron pair. That's not
That's
an
not an
emergent
effect?
property. It's an effect.
not an
It's not
emergent-
an emergent property.
And how did you determine that effect is not an emergent property?
Because it's not systematic. It's not something coming out of a broader system of interacting parts.
So
Like
what? So
temperature
it's
is the interacting parts of
photons-
all the atoms in the object.
so wait. Are you saying that what you described in photons isn't observed in a system?
No,
It's not.
no.
So are you observing behavior?
How are we using the term behavior here?
Just
Yeah.
are you observing directly an object that behaves in
an
any
object,
particular way?
no. Elementary particles aren't objects. At least not in any sense that we mean object.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't call an elementary particle an object. Like it seems really weird.
Okay, so you determined that the molecular observation that you're referring to is not in fact a part of another system, and that's why it's not an emergent property.
How are you using system here?
Well, system. Well, you use the word system, right?
When I was speaking about emergent properties, yes. That's
Yeah.
what
So
I
you're
meant
saying
when I
that
said they're systematic.
you're saying what determines whether something's an emergent property or just an effect of physics is whether or not it's systematic. And would you say that
Emergent properties are going to fall into the category of effects of physics.
Right. So they're both effects of physics, and your determination that one is an emergent property is that's an effect of physics that's downstream from a system, right?
Downstream from a system? That's not the
That's
way
an
I would
effect of
word
a
it.
system. Okay, sorry. An effect of a system.
Of a systematic, a bunch of like a system of parts interacting that produces behavior not reducible to the individual parts of the system.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And so with your other example with the molecules and photons, do you know that it's not an effect of a system, or are you just for what you know
Well,
so
it
far?
is
it's not?
it is the effect of the system of the electron-positron pair, I suppose.
Oh,
But this is
So
system
then-
at an entirely different scale, and that's why I mentioned
oh, so
scale.
it's the scale
earlier.
now. Okay,
Yeah,
so
well,
what's the
emergence is a very closely related concept to the
Gotcha.
concept of scale.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, now the variable, now the standard is shifted over to not system but scale of the system. So
No,
how did you
systems at a specific scale.
I don't know that sound. I don't know who's
There
that's
is
terrible
a
sound.
huge amount of scale in the background.
So then, if it's the scale of the system that determines whether something's emergent, what's the threshold?
I wouldn't say that there is a hard threshold.
So how would you know something's an emergent property and not just an effect of physics if your claim is that the way in which you determine that is based on scale?
How do you determine that something is emergent? By examining it and considering it emergent. People might consider certain things emergent, where maybe some other people are like, maybe not yet.
So
Like I
there's
said,
no
there is
standard,
no
it
hard
sounds like.
line.
Okay, so the answer is you don't have a standard to determine whether something's emergent
Like
property
a
or not.
standard?
There's a
No.
number
You
of
see
There's
what
a
I
number.
mean?
Yeah, there's a
Right?
number of
Yeah,
standards.
it's all
that people may
subjective.
use.
Yeah, it's just a construct, right?
Leo, that's what I mean by straying into the mind right there.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't know how that's a bad thing.
It's
when we use
arbitrary,
emergence
that's
to
all.
talk
I
about
don't.
the mind.
Well,
The
just
mind
say
is
it's
an emergent
allows
thing.
him to gift gallop away from the original discussion.
Just say it's arbitrary.
The
Say what's
problem is that
arbitrary?
the problem is that, like in your computer example, like a lot of people, they will do sort of what I think you're trying to do, which is sort of say, hey, there's nothing in the copper that can think or do this or calculate anything. There's nothing in these particles that can do that. Therefore, it can't do that. And that is literally a logical fallacy.
Can you say that part again?
Okay, so your computer example, there's nothing in the copper particles that say that it should be able to calculate between numbers. There's nothing in the plastic that says it should be able to put things on the screen. There's nothing in the very particular mechanisms that would do what the computer does as a whole, right? So that's literally a logical fallacy that you're sort of.
Are you saying what's the
fallacy.
what's the statement I'm making that commits the composition fallacy?
Well, you're sort of saying because the mind comes down to purely physical effects, it can't use reasoning.
No, it can't. You can't justify reasoning from a purely mechanistic view is my argument. The fact that you're saying
that's what you're
hold on.
and what you're doing
No,
is a
I'm
composition
saying
fallacy.
under your view, which Leo demonstrated and Answers in Atheism agrees with. If I ask you the distinction between the brain and the mind, you have to say emergent property.
Okay, I think that's Steph. I think that is.
Who's
maybe.
that sound?
Are you
It's
on
awful.
mute?
It's an awful sound.
Is that
Oh,
you,
you're on mute.
Stephanie? So I'm going to mute you, Stephanie. Is that okay?
I don't know if that was her or not.
I don't know. It seems to be going with the belt. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I'm gonna try muting a few people here. We got Captive Desk. He hasn't talked for a while. Let me know if you hear it again. I tried to mute.
So Mark, this whole thing started, I think, with information because I said someone said information is physical, right? And I would ask, can you give me an example of one thing that's physical that is information?
An electron.
Electrons, yeah.
Okay. Is the information electron found in the electron?
No, it's found in the various states of affairs that the electrons could be in. See, information is just the amount of yes, no questions you need to ask to get to where you need to be.
No, that's not the definition.
Not.
No, that's not even. That's not even the definition from. No, how do you define information?
And in statistical mechanics, because that's what
you're in
leading
trouble.
physicists and statistical
You're in trouble now. It's your turn.
Leonard
it's your turn.
Susskind said. So
okay, listen,
I'm going to go with experts in the field.
What's the definition?
A guy on YouTube.
He wants a definition of information.
I was saying this is the problem. You're sort of saying, hey, an electron can't have information, therefore it can't be information. And that is literally the composition division fallacy. You're attributing the properties of the whole stream of information of electron flow to the individual amounts. And it is a logical fallacy. No. So you need to find out what that means.
Listen. First of all, can we agree that information is defined by even the most current information theorists is data plus semantics?
There's
I think for some
there are
kinds of
several- there are different definitions of information, but my purely physicalist definition of information would be the arrangement of things in space-time.
An arrangement?
An arrangement. Yeah, that's an arrangement.
Okay. So wouldn't you call an information theorist would say that's just data? It doesn't tell you the information of the arrangement.
Well, an information theorist would want to abstract that and talk about.
Okay, you're all talking at the same time.
Oh, okay, I'm trying to talk. An information theorist would start talking about communication and noisy channels and all of that stuff. And some other person would talk about it in a different way. But I'm just giving you a real simple definition. That's how things are arranged in space-time.
Okay, here, I have a question. If there's two objects that are apparently the same objects, and two different people from two different places in two different times in history look at the same object and they derive different information.
Yep.
Would you say that that's a demonstration that the object itself doesn't actually hold the information we assign to it?
No. It would,
No,
it would just show you what's happening with now you've added a third thing in physical space-time, the person observing it, right?
Oh, so if information is defined, can't be defined without semantics, right? Can you point to an example of information? Hold on. Can you point to a piece of matter that's identical to the information we assign to it?
But wait, when did we get onto the accuracy of the information?
I didn't say accuracy. I said, can you give me an example of a physical thing in the world that's identical in its matter, in its material, identical to the information we assign to it?
I think ultimately physicality is nothing more than information. It's
that's great. That's not what I asked.
Arrangement. No, that's what I'm telling you.
Listen, head injury. If you're not going to answer the question, don't let someone else answer it.
Listen,
the question is,
pig snake, you little willy motherfucker.
Pig snake. Listen, I'm asking for an example, right, of information that a piece of matter in the world, right, is identical to the information we assign to it.
Yeah, carbon atom.
No, you don't. No, there's nothing in a carbon atom that says I'm a carbon atom.
What?
There are things in an electron that say I'm an electron, though.
Do you need the question again? You guys are spurging. You guys need help.
I've answered
listening.
your question
you
twice
didn't.
now.
No,
yes, I did. I said Leo, an electron two times.
An electron.
This is now the third time.
I asked you, Leo, an electron. Does an electron hold the information we assign the electron?
Yes.
To the electron? No, it doesn't. You can't look into an electron.
Because the information of an electron are the fucking states that define one.
No, electrons don't define anything, dude.
Electrons are defined by their
minds.
Of freedom,
yeah, by language.
By their degrees of freedom.
Define means language.
No, you want to drag mind into it now, and that definition of information.
Define means language. You agree with the semantic definition? Data plus semantics.
Hang on a second.
I never actually expressed disagreement with that.
Okay, great. So Leo, if you agree for the sake of argument, right, that information is raw data plus semantics, then in this example, Leo,
raw data plus semantics.
I'm talking to Leo.
No semantics.
Listen, head injury. I'm not talking to you, Leo.
You fucking dick.
Leo. Would you agree that in your example, what was the particle again? Sorry, what was the thing you mentioned? An electron.
My God, you even forgot what a fucking electron is.
It's okay. There's a lot of you talking. Listen, put your helmet on. Listen, Jesus. I hope you got the insurance payout for your accident. Listen, Leo.
Wow, that's just rude, man. Seriously.
Leo.
You're just Leo. Absolutely shocking, man. Like, what's wrong with you?
Hope harder. Shut up, Leo.
That's an amazing argument, which is
Leo,
just
I'm trying to address Leo. You keep interrupting. In your example, the electron itself, the object, the referent, isn't identical to the information we're calling it. Yeah, so nowhere in the electron does it say electron. Is there a universal category of electron?
Yeah, actually, in the electron, there are things that do say I'm an electron, and that's the degrees of freedom that define
what are you talking about?
Is.
Why are you talking over Leo? Why are you talking over Leo?
What are you saying?
Stop and let him talk.
I'm talking about physics, particle physics. I know you don't understand that, but I do. At least a little bit, at least more than you do. So
that's great, Leo. So where in the electron did you find the term electron, please?
Its electric charge, its mass, its spin, its lepton number.
Yeah, where
because
does
all
that
of
say?
those define what an electron is.
Yeah, where are those concepts found in the electron?
In the electron.
in the
They're
electron.
found.
Oh,
in
you
the-
can find all those things in the electron?
What an
You don't think
idiot!
you can
Yeah.
find it
Okay,
in-
great.
Yes,
Okay,
you
great.
can.
This is
That's
great.
what
This
an
is great.
electron
This is great. Listen.
An electron
When I
is a
pick up an
bundle of
apple,
those
okay.
properties.
Okay, great. When
What
I
a
pick up an
dummy.
apple, listen, when I pick up an apple, can I find all the information I assign to the apple in the apple?
Yeah.
Really? Where?
That-
Where is the word
In-
apple in the apple?
In the apple.
The
Words
apple
don't matter
word.
here. Words don't
Oh,
matter
words.
here.
Oh, words don't matter to
Yeah.
information, which is semantic.
No,
You just
this-
agreed.
You do realize there's like
does
6
words?
different
You guys are
kinds of
so
information.
easy to. You guys are
Hey,
too
does
easy. It's like
information
bowling.
have to
It's like
be
bowling
words?
with the
Does
lane guides.
information have to be words?
Oh, when we're dealing with
Information
a
has to
dummy
be
who doesn't
meaning.
understand physics.
No. Does
No, listen.
information have to be words?
No, it could be meaning.
Then what you're saying makes no sense whatsoever because
It doesn't
you're looking
matter.
for
I
the
could
word
for
apple
this. No,
in the
okay,
apple.
fine.
The electron
fine.
does convey information.
Okay.
Can you stop talking over
No,
me?
no, no,
You're such
no,
a rude
no. You
prick.
keep
Like seriously.
keep quiet. Listen, the
so-
apple
no,
doesn't have the
look,
meaning apple.
Take away your anger management issues. Get a chill pill.
Yeah,
and
let's
like,
settle
seriously.
Jimbob
Have
down.
some respect for people.
Stephanie wants to
So
say something.
just because there's no electron written on the electron doesn't mean there's not information that makes an electron in it.
Yeah,
And
great.
Leo went through all of that if you just stopped talking and listening to him. But you
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
seem
None
to
of that
do
was found
You
in the
seem to have
electron.
no control over your own frigging mouth. It's insane.
Okay, so the meaning, right? The meaning. I'll grant you that language itself, right? You can do semantics without what we know language is, right? But if information is data plus semantics, I'm asking you, where is the meaning apple found in the apple?
In the arrangement
Where is
of
the meaning,
atoms
or
and
where
then-
is the
The arrangement of atoms, you make out the word apple, or you make out the concept apple
I
in the
never
arrangement of
said
the
the word
atoms?
apple.
Yes, you
I never
do.
said the word.
Do you?
So
Yeah,
you're,
great.
you're stuck on the word again. Like,
You
what
guys,
is this? Like, we just agreed
this
that
is so
information
funny.
doesn't have to be words, but what it conveys, like when we see a pulsar, for instance, and
A
it
what?
flashes a pulsar. You know what a pulsar is?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
I hope so.
Okay, so it's a star that flashes, right? And we can tell a lot by the mass of it, the way that it's moving, all of this different information by how often it flashes. But that doesn't mean that the pulsar's got this typed somewhere in it in like the English language saying 62 revolutions per whatever. That's not what we're talking about when we're talking about information. But the structure of it, the way that it's formed, what we get from it, that is information. So I think
Okay.
you're sort of talking about
You mean we
Shannon
assign?
information.
No, we're talking about
hold on.
assigning.
Well, let me finish, Jimbob.
You're
Don't be
gish galloping a
don't
lot.
be
You're gish
don't
No,
galloping.
he's not. He's
don't
on
be
the
just
same
a-
exact fucking point.
Okay,
Exactly.
yeah. I'll
Yeah,
refute
so
it when you're done.
What you're talking about is Shannon information, stuff that we have encoded to convey meanings as opposed to other information. So my question originally was, what kind of information are you talking about?
Okay, so the pulsar you're talking about, right? It has these effects, right? And you view them and then you categorize the effects, correct? Yes?
Bring in the mind now,
Yeah.
Jimbob.
Okay, great. So would you call the object in space that's doing its thing the referent?
No, I'd call it a pulsar.
Well, is the pulsar the referent that's being referred to, that being described? Yes or
Referred to
no?
by what?
Who's referring?
Referred to
No,
by
I said
what?
referent.
Yeah, it's a referent in virtue of
Thank
being
you. Shut
referred
up
to.
then. Great. That's a yes/no question. Keep quiet. Mark, so if the star itself,
Yeah.
the object in space, is the referent,
Mhm.
Referent of what?
a referent is the object.
Well,
But what's
it's
referring to it?
No.
No,
The referent
listen,
is
dude.
okay. Stop. The referent is basically the thing that our language applies to.
Yes,
So if
thank
I
you.
say apple, the referent is the actual
Thank
apple.
you.
But
Right.
apple doesn't mean anything. It's just
Right.
just
Okay, so the answer is
something.
yes. It's not that hard. The star you're referring to is the object, just like the apple is. Now,
Yes.
is the reference, the description of the referent, identical to the object?
Is the description of the referent identical? No.
Great. So that, would you call the description the information?
No.
It's a form
no?
of information.
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
So where is the information absent a description in the referent in this point.
So
Where's the information?
describe a pulsar as a flashy star or a
That's
Christmas light.
that's
That would
I,
be hang on, no, let
that's
me
a
finish.
description,
Let me
dude.
finish.
You
That's a
didn't hear my
description,
question.
right?
You didn't hear my
And that is not descriptive of, like, seriously, you're just
What?
talking over the top of me. That is just a description. It just refers to the referent. The information is that pulsing that it is doing. That I'm not.
You
you
assigned
didn't address
that.
that at all.
No, you're describing the pulsing. I asked you a simple question. Is the descriptions ever identical to the referent? And you said no. And so the information that you're
Well, it's
gleaning
not the
from the
same
hold on.
thing.
The information you're gleaning is descriptive
No,
and mine.
you changed what you said. You said, is the referent and the description the same thing? And now you're saying, is the description identical to the referent? So you just changed what you said.
Hold on a second. Stephanie, did you want to take a shot? I unmuted you if you want to jump in.
This shows real dishonesty.
Dishonesty? You just said same and identical are different things.
What
No. Like, so if you're saying
the fuck
the
is wrong with
description
your
is
brain?
identical, if you're saying the description is identical, you're saying it is an exact, correct description of what you are describing. The same thing means that the information and that thing are exactly the same object. You should know the difference if
you're
you
confusing.
claim to be this.
Sorry, Mark, to be fair, you're confusing something. I'm not talking about the accuracy in which something's described. I'm saying the description itself, the reference, the description is not the referent, right? So if you look at a star doing a thing, the moment you start describing that thing, that description is not actually found as matter in the object.
Yes, but the pulsing of that pulsar is
no,
found
pulsing is a description.
No, it's not. It's what
you
the thing
can't
is
find
actually
the
doing.
dude, seriously, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with your head?
No,
The
Mark, it's
description-
okay. Beating is just a description. Your heart doesn't actually beat. Listen.
Oh, stop up with the fucking clutch your pearls harder. Christian behavior. You don't even know what Christian means. Listen, the pulse, the phenomena of the star doing something, right? You saying it's clearly
you want to see somebody, maybe get some anger management
Shut
courses,
up,
maybe,
dude. I don't need your female prattle. Shut your mouth.
I think you need some anger
boy, you're
management.
gonna get tossed
Listen.
out if you talk like
You seem
that.
to have no control
you're
over
going
your
to toss me
emotions
out. Listen,
whatsoever.
he's not confronting the problem with the argument. He's dodging and doing psychologizing.
You're insulting, buddy.
I don't care what insults you. That's a choice. I was determined to do so.
Well,
Big
weren't you
whoop.
the one crying in chat the other day? Like,
I was-
hey, somebody called you a name or something? and
Yeah,
were
you don't just run
crying
around
about
calling
it?
someone a pedophile. Calling them an idiot is fine.
Who the hell calls
Is there
you-
a difference? I don't know.
How
Mark,
do you know that?
Mark,
How do you
is
know
there a
that?
Mark?
How do you
Let me
know
just
that?
ask you.
How do you
Let
know
me
that?
ask you.
How do you know that? No.
How do I
wanna
know it?
how
It's
you
in the
know
chat.
that. How do you know that?
Know what?
Know that calling somebody one thing is wrong and calling somebody another thing is right.
I'm asking you, are you okay
How do you determine
with calling
that,
someone?
Bob?
Is it right?
Oh, no,
is-
I
do
don't.
you-
I don't call anybody anything. That's the
I didn't
thing.
say you
Like,
did.
I don't devolve into that level.
This
of
is all just a
childishness and
derail
pettiness.
because you guys are toasted on the information argument.
No, not really. It's just
Yeah, you're
it's just
derailing.
information.
Yeah, you're derailing.
is-
Leo, you can jump back on and get boxed a little bit too. The
So
referent is
information
not
will be there, whether or not
referent. No.
anybody observes it.
Nope.
That pulsing will
The
be there.
information-
Does that pulsing vanish if nobody sees
You're
it?
calling it a pulse. That's adding
Yes.
information, dummy.
So do you think it vanishes if nobody sees it?
The thing
Well,
you're
you're-
referring to
Well, you're
is
visually
as a
calling
pulse.
Light.
Is you're assigning information to the object.
Well, I mean, I can call it a schmuzzle if you want. It doesn't
There's
matter.
no
It's still going to
pul-
be exactly the same
there's-
thing. I don't
There's a
understand why
major
making
point
it a
being
label
missed here.
makes it not real.
What is the major point
What's
being missed, Stephanie?
The major point being missed is the information that the pulsar contains is its behavior, that we use language to convey
Right.
to one another. The information that we are conveying is not the actual physical operation of the pulsar or the tree or anything. We are using information to communicate with each other to gain understanding.
Right.
So
We've
you seem to be mistaking the information that is contained in our language, which we use to either make sense internally in our brain to explain to ourselves or to explain to other people. The information that is extant in the universe will always be there, whether we communicate it or not.
Well, that's
Yeah,
Shannon.
he's mistaking
no.
the finger for the moon, basically.
You
That's
guys are
definitely
still
just
making the
summed up my
same mistake. You're
position
making the
beautifully,
same.
so.
All you guys are saying is the referent, the object, would be the object, regardless if we assign information to it. You're confusing
Yeah,
data.
but it has
like,
information independent
Yeah,
of the
no,
one
okay,
that we
okay, great. So,
ascribe to
okay,
it. So, yeah.
Leo, if the person who just talked about a star says the information that's contained in the object is the behavior. Okay, I'm going to ask you, where in the object of a star can you find the behavior of the star?
Oh my God.
In the star.
In the star.
Yeah, in the object that is the star.
In the star. So if I throw, okay,
electromagnetic
great.
radiation
So if I,
that emits the
okay,
structure of
It's
listen,
physically-
dude,
What
hold
we
on
are-
a second.
What we are observing. No, you hold
Okay.
on a second.
No, you shut up.
No,
Listen,
you
you
hold
throw a
on a
ball.
second.
You throw a
No, you
ball.
hold
I
on
throw
a
a
second.
baseball. I throw a baseball, and you're saying
Yeah.
inside.
Don't tell me to shut up.
It's insane. Like you're expecting
is
there to
insane.
be a written essay of how a star works in the star.
Yeah, I know.
It's
He's
ridiculous.
Indeed, and a baseball is a terrible analogy because
Contained in the
nature-
baseball.
still talking.
Yeah, incredible.
I don't know. I can guess where you're going with that, but you seem to think that the motion of the baseball is intrinsic to the baseball. Well, that's a far cry from the operation of fusion in a star, or of nuclear collapse in the case of a neutron star that
Dude,
becomes a pulsar.
Listen,
You're missing you're misinterpreting human communication with the information that the humans are trying to communicate to make each other aware of.
No, that's exactly. No, that's my argument.
When
No,
he added
no.
semantics to information.
That's the definition of semantics. You can't have information without semantics.
No, you can't.
No,
Tell me an example. Give me an example. Okay, great, right. All right. Give me one.
You're trapped in the niceties of human language, and that's not how the
Listen,
universe works.
Listen, I don't care what you think the universe. You probably think men can have babies. Keep quiet and keep sewing your dress.
You know
Wow,
what?
that is
Men
just
can have babies. How do
horrible
you like
thing.
that? You want to
Yeah.
go down that road?
So the problem that you just mentioned, Stephanie, is the basic problem with his premise one, which he failed to understand. He keeps dragging in this third observer, and then he wants to conflate that with physicalism. Basically, what we have is language, culture, how we talk about things, and he wants to give that like the same ontological status as the thing that physicalist is trying to explain to him. And
also,
it's the same thing.
He also, by the way, in case I think everyone in this chat, that's been watching this thing, he also wants to
Obviously, a man.
He obviously wants to inject personal insults, his own bigoted worldviews, his own approaches, and whine about it when somebody calls him out on it.
I'm going to have to
No,
toss
you
it.
can always tell. You can always tell when somebody's like crappy arguments aren't working because they just evolve into personal insults. They have to. So,
Guys,
yeah.
we're going to have to end the stream because Jimbob is going to go off on Stephanie now, and I'm not going to allow it here. And we've been going a long time, and I would like to have another conversation with Jimbob at some point.
Oh, I'd love to have Jimbob go off on me. I'd love to have him call into the line sometime, call into Taka sometime,
Yeah,
go
call
off
into the
on
line.
me. You just go ahead. We can go ahead and do that. But your argumentation is crap, and you're trying to use platforms like this. Yeah. Oh God. You're
That's
trying
the
to
point,
use
dude. You're prattling on for
to
so
use
long.
Platforms like this to spread your bigotry.
Oh, here we go. The virtue signaling. The virtue signaling. Shut up.
No, it's more every time
Shut
we get
up.
into a reasonable conversation and you feel
Your
threatened. you
bigotry.
insult
Shut
people.
up. Okay, listen. Someone said
Yeah, well,
that
I mean,
information.
none of us have
Someone
to
said
develop
information can
the
exist
same
without
problem.
semantics. Who was it?
Me.
Who are you? Which one?
Speed of sound, answers in atheism, information.
Okay, great. And
systems.
give me.
I believe
Shut up,
all of
dude.
us-
Shut
I
up.
believe all of us. Shut up, you cunt.
Go sew yourself a man dress. Keep quiet. Listen. Give me an example. Give me an example. Give me an example of information without semantics.
Are saying that information exists without semantics.
Give me an example of information. Cry harder.
Von Neumann information.
Give me an example of information without semantics.
Von Neumann information.
Give me an example of information without semantics.
I already
Give
have
me an
twice.
example of a Nazi without a Nazi.
A Nazi? Shut up, dude.
Shut up.
Shut up.
He doesn't. I don't think he cares about these.
You're an absolute goblin.
No, he
you don't
doesn't
even
care
belong
about
on
the
the stream.
Okay, can we, guys? I want to get out of here pretty quick. So
Give me an example.
Von Neumann information.
Von Neumann?
Yeah, you don't know who John von Neumann was?
Yeah. Give me an example.
Von Neumann information. That's the example. Wait,
where is it?
Wait, you don't know what that is? Do you not know what that is?
That's using semantics. I asked for no semantics.
Well, I gave you an example.
That's an example with semantics. You're using the term semantic. You're using meaning. I'm asking for an information without semantics.
Von Neumann information. See,
that's semantics.
That's Jimbob.
That's meaning.
No,
that's meaning.
No, it's the entropy of a quantum state. Nope.
Entropy is semantic based.
No, it's not. No.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Yeah, it is. You're describing. You're using semantics. You're using language.
And talk about it. We
Come on, guys. Quit being mean to Jimbob. He doesn't understand any of this shit.
How are you going to describe entropy without semantics?
But we're not talking about describing entropy.
How do you know something exists without language?
Jimbob, you're getting caught up in Shannon information instead of
I just asked for a question.
Yeah, he is.
I just asked for a simple example.
And
he pointed to something using semantics.
How does it use semantics?
Hang on.
How you're using your
stop.
You're using a category. Oh, you just interrupt. Yeah.
No. You just said he described it using semantics. Because he uses semantics to describe it doesn't mean that the information he's describing uses semantics to convey information.
Which it doesn't.
The question is, you're observing something in the world, right?
No. Can you just acknowledge what I said?
Right? Yeah, you guys can't.
What a little weenie. You got to drag the observer.
So you guys aren't going to answer the question, right?
You should have been calling him that the whole time. Speed.
How did you observe that type of information, Leo?
By measuring the entropy of a
measuring? I'm sorry. What does measuring require?
Oh, we got to
have. Well, it depends on what you're measuring, doesn't it?
I said, how do you have information? How do you have information without semantics? How do you know you have information without semantics?
How do you know you have information without semantics? Because there's no semantics involved in that information.
That's appealing to language to describe. Okay.
Yeah, we're describing it with language, but what's being described itself does not possess the semantics.
Here's the problem.
See, now you're doing the same thing that you were accusing us of doing.
If what you said was true,
Jimbob, this is the heart of your failure overall, and you're guys not getting it. Right?
No.
Listen, you jumping up a level.
I thought I told head injury to take his pills. Listen, if it's true, if it were true that there was information without semantics, you can walk right up to that data, right? That raw data, and you wouldn't need to assign anything to it. It would be embedded in the matter itself.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. The semantics would be embedded in it, right? Even though you're the observer of supplying.
It would tell you what it was. It would tell you what it was.
Drag you in with it, just like a fucking black hole would suck your weenie down into.
Yeah. Finally. Yeah. Finally, you get it. Finally, you get it.
Clearly, man.
You guys,
patience.
You guys are just evidence that we need to bring back bullying.
Oh my God! Oh, here we go. Wow. You got bigger muscles, there, Jimbob. So you're going to take away our rights to vote.
Rights?
I don't know. I think
you don't have a right to vote.
A little weenie and a big muscle.
You think you have a right to vote? That's hilarious.
Why are we talking about that when we were talking?
He just brought it up because he just brought it up. That's why, Leo.
The right to vote. I don't understand how this is even connected. Are you like doing something?
I know.
He brought it up.
Mark,
he brought it up.
It was my fault. I was taking a shot at one of his previous ideas.
What idea is that?
The idea that a whole bunch of men are going to take away the women's rights to vote because we have big.
They
muscles.
are going to, or what? What are you saying?
I don't know what the fuck you're. No, I don't want to.
What are you saying?
Bob,
No,
why
man.
the fuck do you think you're allowed to vote, you fucking incompetent piece of fucking dog?
Oh shit!
Ooh,
Wow, who's that guy?
Why the fuck do you think you are allowed to vote when you have a fucking brain of a goddamn child, you fucking disgusting little bigoted fucking bitch? Shut the fuck up, bitch!
I don't think
fucking goddamn mouth,
I
you
don't-
little bitch.
I don't think I have the right to
Daddy
vote.
told you to shut the fuck up, you incompetent little piece of shit. A million
How many
motherfucking
abortions?
times before he fucking abandoned your ass. So why don't you keep your fucking mouth shut and do what the fuck you're told, you little bitch? I know
How
damn
many-
well that you fucking like this shit, you little cunt. So shut your fucking mouth.
Oh, I love.
I'm gonna
this.
guess. I'm gonna guess
Have to
3
fucking
abortions.
secret, but
3
I know
abortions.
your little bitch ass is broke. That's why you're
Either-
drifting on fucking YouTube while you're fucking
Either 2 or 3 abortions. I'm not
raising
sure.
your fucking kids, bitch. Shut
There-
the
that's
fuck
your-
I don't
up.
think there's any.
This is
I
your
don't think there's any
representative?
call for
This
that.
is your
Speed.
Your
representative.
representative says the little Nazi bitch. Shut the fuck up, as if you're a judge
Speed.
of fucking morality, you dirty
Speed,
little
can you just
fucking
take the
bigot
comment
bitch.
down from Mr.
This is
Hate?
hilarious.
Shut your
Oh, I
fucking
will.
mouth,
Okay.
you little
No,
bigot.
it's
Shut
Jim
the
Bob's
fuck
absent
up. Your
father.
face looks like fucking Play-Doh, and your jawline is the
Play-Doh?
weirdest fucking shit on the fucking planet.
Wow.
Bitch,
Okay,
you
I want
bitch
to-
are
I
yourself,
don't.
Jim
I
Bob.
don't
You
think.
might want to
I
get
think
some
we need
sense
to.
This is beautiful.
because you're
Can
fucking
we just
on.
stop? Please
Wow.
stop. Please, please,
Ah.
please stop. Stop. Come on. Like
You're
seriously, we
overflowing
don't
your
have to go
bandwidth.
down to Jim Bob's level.
No,
Listen.
Mark. No, I'm not gonna fucking stop until you motherfuckers man the fuck up and actually say something when this little bitch wants to be a fucking bigot. On the
Cry
fucking
harder.
real. You want to
I
let
did
him
say
fucking keep
something.
ranting his little Nazi shit and fucking demean the people that you have in your panel? All of y'all. Until y'all man the fuck up, I guess I will do the job for you.
Well, I think
This
it's
is
How do you
why
do
about-
it?
this is why these spaces are the way that they fucking are. Is because y'all
Well, I
fucking allow
think-
this shit.
Are you
I
crying?
think it says more about him than it does about me when he insults me. That's the thing. It says a
Well,
lot
then-
more about him.
Then that means it says a lot about her.
So Jim Bob's absent father. Point taken. So you're kind of right.
It's you know, I trust me, I've taken plenty of heat around these precincts, and I
Yeah.
don't mind. It's just I'm not. I do think I agree with Tsunami was rather emphatic. I was getting to the emphatic stage, but you know.
Yeah.
And this is how Christians behave. You know, this is how Christians
it is,
behave.
Mark. It is, and
Yeah.
and you know, you and I, Mark, have had our run-ins from time to time. But I've been watching this thing while I've been working, and it's just astonishing to me that you know, Jim Bob probably got the clips he needed, probably got the thing. All his folks over there probably probably cheering him on and all of this. But at the end of the day, what use does it do?
Yeah, I know. Well,
You know?
I kind of like the philosophical arguments, and I like watching Jim Bob fail over and over
Yeah, but
again.
unfortunately, the philosophical arguments are not the agenda
I
here.
know. But I did ask you, Stephanie, if I should bounce him out in my defense, and you said keep him on. So
No, and that's why. I mean,
Right, but I'm kind of
I
done.
just want to
I-
get. You just
I am
got to
done
get to the point. I think you just got to get to the point where as Robert Graves said in I Claudius, let all the poison that lurks in the mud come out.
yeah.
And I do think it's important for that poison that lurks in the mud to come out in their own words, on their own time, in whatever streams they get to. But the point is, there comes a point where you just basically have to say, you are what you are.
Yeah. He's gone, and we're going to end. Because if you've listened to these guys, particularly their discussions about feminism, they are just poison, and sick poison. And I don't know. Anyway, so point taken. You did it rather well. Anyway, but can we end this, guys? I'm really old, and my heart is only beating like
Norbert
once
Wiener
every
says yes.
third. Okay, like out of 3 beats, my heart gets 1 beat to my brain. So no shit, my heart is failing to beat properly. So I get a little bit dizzy and lightheaded, and I am that way now, and I'd like to end this. So
Can I
Remind
say
me
one?
never to get on your bad side, Jim
I'm
Bob's
only 2
advocate.
years younger than you, Speed. So I'm just...
it's a bitch,
think-
man. It's a bitch. The muffler falls off, the fucking air conditioner goes to hell, and then your heart quits beating.
Speed, you
Better
mind if I
living
say
through
one quick
chemistry.
thing before we wrap it up?
What did you request, Leo?
If I could say one quick thing.
Oh yes, please.
So what we saw, particularly towards the end there, this is what happens when somebody is running an argument with people and consistently getting BTFO'd. Like the
Yeah.
minute that, like Mark pretty much already said it, when the argument has been lost, insults will become the ammunition of the loser. So
Yeah.
and this is why you heard me laugh every time you threw an insult, because it's just it's funny. It's funny that you've gotten to the point where you have to throw insults at other people because you have nothing intellectual to say. You have no response to what's been laid out. You have no response to the objections. And so you attempt to continue to discredit the person by insulting them. And I think that's funny. I think it's funny to get people to that point, particularly people like Jimbob.
And I just want to add something I'm saying in the chat. I just want to add, like, insulting my accent doesn't make what I'm saying any less true.
I know
It's
your
kind
accent
of-
makes you cool.
Well, it doesn't. It just means I've got an accent. Like, everybody has an accent, even if they don't believe it because they're used to it. But, like, it's just how poor do your arguments have to be when you're imitating somebody's accent in order to carry the day? Pathetic, absolutely pathetic.
I don't know who Mr. Anderson is.
Oh, you should know who Mr. Anderson. Hang on
I
a second. Everybody go to Mr. Anderson, the YouTube site, and subscribe. He is teaching us how to deal with these guys. He's
So that
really
doesn't
good.
tell me who he is.
He's
He's
a lawyer.
He's a lawyer.
He's an attorney.
What is he, Mark? Mark, what is he?
A lawyer.
Attorney.
He's a liar?
No, an
Lawyer.
attorney.
I hate you so much, man. No, he did an interview with Kent Hovind, and a debate very basically just did a deposition of the guy. It was hilarious because he just did a deposition of Kent Hovind. It was actually quite
Like
funny.
live with Kent Hovind there?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm watching
I'm
the
gonna
fuck
put
out
his,
of that.
Yeah.
I'm going to put his site in my description, and I'm going to link it right here because he is really good. He did a thing today on what is it? He called it the T or something. And so basically, it's what these creationists will do to you when they're about to run into the wall. It's what Jimbob did. When they're about to run into the wall, they'll try to get you to divert left or right because they know they're going to hit the wall if they keep talking to you along the lines that you're arguing. And it happens all the fucking time. And Mr. Anderson explained it very well, and he showed an example with Grayson, and it was pretty cool. So there's his website. And
Wait, he went after Grayson?
No, not after
he
Grayson.
was with Grayson.
He worked with Grayson to critique his arguments.
I see.
And basically, Grayson, he said he scored so high that he had trouble finding stuff to critique, but he did find a few points where standing for truth got Grayson, off the track, right? And then Grayson came on in this little short video, which I will link, and he did a really good job of putting standing for truth back on the track. But unfortunately, standing for truth was being played by Mr. Anderson, and he did a really good. It's a wonderful 7 or 14-minute video, maybe. That I think everybody should watch. We all need to learn from him. So, anyway,
Well,
please.
you gotta love your lawyers from time to time. They are well trained in the arts of deception. I mean, clarification.
Yeah, my neighbor is a lawyer, and he gives me little hints every now and then. Those guys are so fucking good at arguing like this. Really is.
They're,
awesome.
they're taught. They're rhetoricians. They're taught.
Yeah, rhetoricians. Yeah,
you got to know. That's why I interrupt people when they don't answer questions, because I'm not
Okay.
going to let you drag the subject away to something else. Like I asked you a question, you provide an answer.
I already linked it in my description. I had done it earlier. So anyway, Mr. Anderson crosses.
Yeah, but the rhetoric is not the facts. I think we tried to convince Jimbob there that the language that doesn't are approximations of reality that we try to convey to ourselves and to each other but it's not reality itself.
Right, right.
You know,
Yeah,
I mean, it's just that argument
You're right.
was just so frustrating, and it just kept going around and around and around. It's like, look, dude, it's not the word. The meaning in the words is not the meaning that the universe is conveying. It's just what we're trying to do is ascertain how shit works.
Yeah,
And
very
then
simple.
describe it.
Dave,
and,
I had you
and it's
muted.
not the description that is the universe. It's mistaking the map for the place. It's just so stupid.
I unmuted you, Dave. I did it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I forgot that you were muted.
Hey, I would have said something. I was muted. You know, when he started running his mouth, I was trying to say something. I was muted. Sorry. And
I didn't get your message. Shit.
Mike didn't get my message. You know, I absolutely would not tolerate anything like that said to anybody.
Yeah.
Especially a guest, not to mention the chat. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I would have spoke out. I was trying, but Mike was occupied. So
yeah, but if I'd spoke out every time he did that, the conversation would have got tossed out a lot.
Well, he says little, but when you know he went over the line there, yeah, that was too much. So
that's why I was also ignoring all the insults he was throwing. But I guess I need to man up and start saying something and completely deflect away from the discussion being had and feed into their providing insults and all that stuff.
Christian love right there. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to leave this comment up for a long time.
All right. Well, I'm going to duck out because it's really late here. But yeah.
Hey, Mark, thank you. Thank you for showing
Peace out, Mark. It's good to
see you.
Mark.
Yeah,
take care.
Really
Mark,
appreciate
it was great being on a stream with you. Good to see you.
You are one of the greats, Mark. So I don't know
really
if you heard
is.
that, but
it really is.
Yep. Okay, enough free advertising. Now you got to fucking pay me, BS Lewis. I'm gonna pony up. Anyway, guys, God, we're 4 hours and 43 minutes. What the fuck did you guys do to me?
We talked a little bit of philosophy.
That's a record.
That's what happened.
Oh my God.
Mark, woof, that was a stream. Yeah, buddy, it was.
Okay. Thanks everybody for participating in chat, and even
imagine doing this every day.
Yep.
Even you believers were, thank you too. You poor believers. I feel bad.
And thanks for everybody that was over at my channel and that came over too.
Yep.
Appreciate everybody stopping by and saying hi. And
this
again, my apologies for some of the things that were said over at the captive desk. We do not tolerate this kind of thing. Talking about other people like that.
I got to put something in the description about the shitty stuff that was said and recommend that people don't watch it.
Well, just put a trigger warning and just say trigger warning. There are some bigoted statements made, re these people or re this community or, whatever. So, watch at your own risk.
Yeah.
Okay. I will. Okay. Anyway, I'll take care of that. So we're going to end the stream, guys. We'll see y'all later. Goodbye, Stephanie.
Peace out.
Bye,
Bye.
Dave. Leo.
Bye.
And goodbye, cruel world. That might actually be more